get started. And you are now the host. You are now the host, Matt.
I think we are here. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our virtual public hearing. I want to thank everyone for joining us for this hearing on the CSX Pan Am significant transaction, which is docket number FD 36472. Briefly, the applicant's revised application seeks board approval for CSXT and related entities to acquire control of the 7 railroads controlled by Pan Am Systems and Pan Am Railways, and for CSXT to merge 6 of the 7 railroads into CSXT. In addition, there are 6 related transactions for which parties seek board approval. We are looking forward to the hearing from the witnesses today and tomorrow and discussing this transaction and the relevant issues. This is our first hearing with our new board composition, and I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome Karen Hedlund, our newest board member, who I'm sure many of you in the rail industry know. We are delighted to have her on the board. She is up to speed as fast as anything I've ever seen, and ready to go along with the rest of our board, Patrick Fuchs, Robert Primus, and Michelle Schultz. So we are ready. This is the first time, to my knowledge, that the board has ever had an entire virtual hearing in homage to the current surge. We had hoped to be there in person and inaugurate our brand new taxpayer-funded hearing room, which I promise you we will do sometime this year on other matters. And I want to start out by expressing our gratitude to our IT team, who both in-house and our contractors, who've just done a fantastic job getting us ready. And I think I think this is going to go smoothly. If anybody makes it not go smoothly, it'll probably be me. Let me move ahead to. I also want to acknowledge the fact that while there will be a large number of witnesses who've asked to appear in person, many people have filed written comments who are not going to be appearing in person, but of course those comments are in the record and will be taken into account. Let me go over a few procedural and technical matters at the outset. The usual admonitions: please silence your cell phones. And when you are not speaking, please turn off your cameras and mute yourselves in Zoom. Your panel is up for appearance, then please turn on your camera and keep it on for the entire duration of the panel. When you are presenting, a timer will appear counting down your allotted time. When that timer reaches 0, your time will have expired, and we ask that you conclude your remarks. But I want to underscore that I am not a harsh taskmaster. There are a lot of important issues to be discussed here, and I am sure board members will have many questions for witnesses. So this is not like an appellate court where your time expires even though the judge has taken up all your time. So we will continue asking you to address us and answer questions and finish your presentations. So you have a full opportunity to tell us what needs to be told. I assure you that as has happened in our past few public hearings, at least that Patrick and I participated in, you will probably be interrupted at some point for questions while you're making your presentation, but then you can get back to where you were. By the way, if anyone has a slide or an exhibit that you have not previously filed with the board for presentation, please get it to us immediately. Another technical point for panelists: you have access to the chat function in Zoom. Please only use this for technical questions. If you become disconnected from the hearing and are not able to reconnect via Zoom, there's a phone number you may use to call in, included in the hearing information that you were already provided. You can also refer to the frequently asked questions section on the board's website for further troubleshooting or contact information. If in fact any witness does run into that kind of problem, we want to get it fixed. We don't want you to be disadvantaged at all in speaking to us. This hearing is also being streamed on YouTube, and that link is available on the board's website. A transcript of the hearing will be placed on the board's website after the close, and a recording will be available as well. For the benefit of our court reporter, please speak clearly into your microphone and minimize background noise. The court reporter is welcome to interject if he can't hear, which does happen, we know, in legal proceedings. So if that happens, let's address the court reporter's concerns. Further, we plan to keep this record open for a week following this hearing until January 21 to allow for the filing of any additional written materials. But I want to underscore that is not an opening of the record to file stuff that you just thought of for the first time. If things come up at the hearing that were new information to you and you feel a need to respond, or we asked a question that you needed to do some more homework on, those are the reasons for keeping the record open. The plan is to take a 30-minute lunch break each day, somewhere around midday when there's an appropriate time to break. I also plan to take several short breaks throughout the day to allow people to just do what they have to do. And in the interest of time, let's try to adhere to those timeframes that I set. The breaks will be 5 minutes, really. If someone really needs a break for any reason, let us know, and we'll accommodate that. In the interest of time, we have all decided not to make any opening statements for ourselves. We will have plenty of time for questions. So we will begin with the first panel. Pardon me, the first panel. And as I think most of you will know from looking at our recent order, we plan to call people up in groups. The first panel consists of representatives of CSX. And I'm going to read the names. There are quite a few people, just so we all know who is supposed to be on these panels. And perhaps the leaders of these groups can tell us if any of these people are not going to appear. But according to our schedule, the first panel consists first of CSX, and of course, Jim Foote, who I am looking at, so I know he's there. Jamie Boychuk, Kevin Boone, Sean Pelkey, Dr. David Reichus, Anthony LaRocca, and Peter Denton. So let me stop there. Are all of those folks present, Jim?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. The panel will also include, boy, the names are long. It's really B&E, Pittsburgh and Shawmut Railroad, DBA Business, Berkshire and Eastern. And I have Michael Miller, Matthew Walsh, Leonard Wagner, and Eric Hockey. Are all of those folks present as well?
We are all here.
Okay, thank you. And finally, for Norfolk Southern, Bill Mullins.
I am here, Mr. Chairman.
All righty. So everybody is present and accounted for. That's great. Why don't we start? Jim, the floor is yours.
My name is Jim Foote, and I'm the President and Chief Executive Officer of CSX. I have more than 45 years of diverse railroad industry experience, including the successful completion of numerous railroad mergers and acquisitions, including Chicago Northwestern's acquisition of Rock Island Railroad lines and sale to Union Pacific. And while at the Canadian National, the acquisition of the Illinois Central, BC Rail, Wisconsin Central, and Great Lakes Transportation. I believe this merger between CSX and Pan Am Railway, if approved, will significantly improve and strengthen freight and passenger rail service in New England and beyond. And it is my pleasure to be here to discuss the many public interest benefits of this pro-competitive merger. I want to begin by thanking the STB members for holding this hearing and providing us the opportunity to talk with you firsthand about why this proposed merger between CSX and Pan Am is good for rail shippers, passenger rail customers, the national transportation network, and the public at large. We are eager to explain why this proposed transaction should receive board approval and are ready to answer any questions you may have. In a few minutes, my colleagues will outline specific aspects of the merger. But first, I want to share with you my thoughts on the numerous benefits that will result when Pan Am is integrated into our Class 1 rail network. Benefits for freight rail shippers, passenger rail customers, and state and local communities. CSX plans to make significant infrastructure investments in Pan Am's network. These network upgrades will be good for the environment, as I will discuss in a moment, and customers will benefit from seamless single-line service into and out of New England. This transaction is a huge step forward for rail users in New England and will further strengthen our national transportation network overall. It's widely known that this New England rail network was on the brink of bankruptcy not too long ago before it was saved by the Guilford Group, now Pan Am. That effort did a great job of keeping the New England network viable. And now we have higher aspirations for Pan Am and its customers. We want to bring Pan Am and its customers into a new era, which will start by bringing them into our Class 1 rail network. For nearly 200 years, CSX has played a vital role in the nation's economic expansion and industrial development. Our 23 statewide network connects the eastern half of the United States, where nearly 2/3 of the nation's population resides. Our network connects more than 230 short-line railroads, 70 ocean, rail, and lake ports, and the national rail network with major population centers and farming towns alike. I am very proud of the job that the men and women at CSX do every day in serving our customers. Over the last 4 years, we have significantly changed the focus of the company to be more customer and service focused. Since I became CEO at the end of 2017, CSX has evolved to become by far a leader in the industry in terms of faster transit times and service reliability. We introduced specific service measurements such as trip plans and innovative tools for customers to have greater ability to track shipments. At the beginning of 2020, CSX had the best service product in its history and the best dwell, train speed, and fewest cars online in the industry. And our plans for the future are to build on this platform and to continue striving to improve all of those numbers measurably. And we plan to do so by growing our business. Pan Am is key to those plans, as you will hear more about today. Why this intense focus on service? Because if we don't provide a better product, we cannot grow the business. And growing the business is our goal. When we do this successfully, we take trucks off the highway, improve the environment, and create more jobs. For decades, this industry has ceded share to trucking, and at CSX, we are focused on reversing that trend. In fact, 2019 was the first year our carload business grew since 2015, and we have plans to continue this trend into 2022 and beyond. Of course, I wish I could say we delivered these record service levels in 2020 and 2021. Unfortunately, our business, like every other essential business in the world, has been operating through very tough conditions due to the impacts on our people and business from COVID. Let me provide some perspective. 4,804 of our employees have contracted the disease since the pandemic began. 31 of our employees died. In just the last 2 weeks, nearly 800 of our employees have been off because of COVID. Yet we have continued to operate and serve all of our customers, not with the level of service we would like, but I know our hardworking men and women have been doing a remarkable job under these trying circumstances. In all the turmoil, last year, we moved more loads than we did in pre-pandemic 2019. I am well aware that board members have expressed concerns about rail crew shortages across the nation, including at CSX. I want to discuss this directly with you and provide you some background on our approach to addressing this issue. As business levels began to quickly recover in late 2020, we were presented with an unexpected new challenge. Employees were not returning to work at normal rates, and as we began to gear up to aggressively hire new employees, our traditional hiring practices and markets for employees weren't panning out. This is not a problem that is unique to CSX. We had to expand the pool of job candidates and how we hire. We rapidly did that, and over the last 15 months, we have hired over 1,000 T&E employees and will continue to hire. In addition, we offered significant financial incentives to existing employees to work extra days or transfer between crafts to help fill voids and keep our service as fluid as possible during this pandemic. I make these comments because I believe that CSX is a great company with great employees who work hard every day to serve our customers. I also believe that Pan Am is a great company with great employees. In fact, we plan on making sure that every Pan Am employee who wants to have a job with us will have a job with us. I am committed and determined to filling positions and providing the best service product we can to our customers. Combining Pan Am with CSX will bring substantial benefits to our network and beyond. New seamless single-line service will provide shippers with low-cost, environmentally friendly rail service with truck-like reliability. Pan Am shippers can more effectively reach a wider customer base over an expanded territory. Together, we'll create new services so customers can capitalize on a robust pipeline of market opportunities to move freight to, from, and within New England. Pan Am shippers will benefit from CSX's superior customer service, greater schedule reliability, and greater transparency. For example, we have made major investments in our customer-facing technology, including our innovative trip plan performance tool, which allows customers to see detailed delivery performance data on every container and rail car they ship. New England will also benefit from CSX's track record as an environmental leader. Through the adoption of new technology, we have increased our sustainability advantage over our competitors, setting records for fuel efficiency and exceeding our emissions reduction targets. In fact, CSX is the only Class 1 railroad to operate below 1 gallon of fuel per 1,000 gross ton miles. On average, CSX moves a ton of freight 508 miles on a single gallon of fuel, which is 3 to 4 times more fuel efficient than a truck. This reduces emissions, takes trucks off the highway, and relieves highway congestion, and reduces America's carbon footprint. CSX will use newer, high horsepower locomotives, which will allow us to operate the Pan Am network with a more reliable and more fuel efficient fleet, significantly reducing fuel consumption. These benefits are a large reason why this merger has tremendous support from shippers and business organizations throughout the region. As you know, there is no opposition to this merger in the shipping community, none. And as you will see and hear throughout this hearing, there is abundant support from those essential stakeholders. On that note, I'd like to thank each of the shippers and other proponents who are appearing to voice their support for this transaction. The proposed transaction has substantial public support in New England, as evidenced by the many letters received from local, state, and federal officials and legislators. This support reflects broad recognition that the agreement CSX has already reached will enhance competition while strengthening the rail network in the region. While there is overwhelming support for the transaction, there have been a few expressions of concerns. We do not take any of those concerns lightly. even though in most cases, these concerns are really not about our proposed transaction, but about the state of the existing rail network. However, we take all concerns seriously and have been working hard to address every concern we can that has been raised by these commenting parties. By example, I'll start with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, which wants to make sure that existing passenger rail service in the Boston area will not be adversely affected. We have reassured the Commonwealth and its representatives many times that we are not making any traffic changes that will negatively impact passenger rail service. Rather, we expect it to improve, and our track record over the last few years supports that expectation. The Commonwealth can rest assured that we will treat passenger service as a priority throughout our network, and we will do so here. The Commonwealth has also raised concern about the rail lines running along the Wachusett Reservoir near Boston. The conditions of those rail lines has been a concern of the Commonwealth for many years. This proposed transaction is not the source of the Commonwealth's concern, but we have committed to making major improvements on those rail lines to make that corridor safer and more secure. As in other areas, our transaction is going to produce a better and safer rail network throughout the region. The Islington Creek neighborhood of Portsmouth, New Hampshire, has also shared its concern about locomotives idling in a local yard. We have reached out to the neighborhood to assure them that we will work with them to address their concerns. As the board knows, Amtrak has also raised some issues. I have good news regarding Amtrak. Yesterday, we submitted a letter to the board reporting that we have agreed to begin hosting the Berkshire Flyer service, and we have also accepted all of Amtrak's remaining requests for conditions. This is a significant commitment by CSX that puts teeth behind our assurances that we will continue to work collaboratively with Amtrak and other passenger rail stakeholders. Since I became CEO, we have worked to achieve an outstanding record hosting Amtrak service, having progressively improved from a 73% on-time performance in 2017 to mid-90% levels today. Amtrak itself has congratulated us on our industry-leading performance. In addition, we have worked hard to ensure that we have no disputed schedules under the FRA's new metric and standard regulation. I'm proud to say that we are the first U.S. Class 1 to have agreement with Amtrak on 100% of our schedules. Canadian Pacific has recently raised concern about the continued viability of the Patriot Corridor on Pass as an independent rail route between upstate New York and the Boston area. We are the second largest user of Pan Am Southern, much larger than CP. So we have a strong incentive to keep Pass viable. I believe Norfolk Southern, the largest user of this corridor, will also comment on its commitment to this line's viability. CP's concern appears to be focused on the aging Hoosac Tunnel, which has a long history of maintenance issues. I've written to CP's president and CEO and assured him that our part ownership of Pan Am Southern with NS will ultimately serve to make Pass a better railroad. And in the event there is a blockage of the Hoosac Tunnel, we have expressly committed to making available our alternative route to Boston through Selkirk Yard should it be necessary. Finally, we know that the board has been rightly focused on the unprecedented supply chain challenges facing our country. We at CSX will continue to do all we can to work with our transportation partners to help restore the network's fluidity. And we take this merger transaction very seriously. We are committed and determined to smoothly integrate Pan Am into CSX. It is imperative that we put the two companies together properly and without needless disruption to customers or other carriers. The team at CSX has the experience and the expertise to ensure a smooth integration for all parties involved, and we are ready to go. Thank you for your attention this morning, and I look forward to addressing any questions you have.
Jim?
Yes.
I'd like to, before you move on, ask a few general questions, and other board members may have some as well. And then we may have some for your other members of the team. But here at the outset, a couple of things. First of all, I noted late last night the agreement that was filed with Amtrak, and I think we'll be going into that in more detail. I just wanted to make the observation that I hope this is shades of things to come involving Amtrak in general, and I think you know what I'm talking about. But let me get into some of the broader comments that you made and that have been of concern to the board. You know that the board has focused on service issues at CSX and others, but certainly at CSX over the last year. We've exchanged some meaningful correspondence on the questions that we've raised. Our RCPA office continues to get complaints about service problems. As recently as November, which is, I think, your last letter to me, you acknowledged, and I'm just quoting, that current CSX service levels are not where the carrier wants them to be. And you pretty much acknowledged that this morning. What I heard you say in your statement is the same general promises that you are committed to first-class service and so forth. But it really does raise a question in my mind that you're planning to take over the operation of some 1,200 more miles of railroad. How is your team going to manage all of that and continue to improve the service you have? I mean, it is a problem which seems to stand out at this point in the history of CSXT. You're taking on a big new challenge, a railroad that you acknowledge needs a lot of work, Pan Am. How can we have confidence that you really are going to be able to get your service levels back to where you say they should be, so we can stop hearing about it from your customers?
Mr. Chairman, yes, you and I have dialogued about this topic for more than a year. When we started this process of acquiring the Pan Am, I don't think any of us anticipated that where we would be sitting here today doing this virtually with 90%, 99% of the people in this room wearing masks, with 800 of our employees off sick, listening to the CEO of Delta Airlines this morning talking about their disruptions over the holiday weekend with 8,000 of their employees currently off sick. United yesterday, 3,000 employees off sick. The Chicago Public Schools shut down for a week, no snowplow drivers, no nothing, in complete chaos. And as I have said to you on many occasions, the principal reason that we are having service delays across our network, even though we did a fantastic job as the economy switched to e-commerce, and we performed extremely well during the peak season holiday rush for, again, making sure that everybody, all the kids got their toys this year. The reason we're having problems is because of the pandemic. And the pandemic is going to be over one of these days. When, I don't know. Is there such thing as herd immunity? I don't know. Every transportation service provider in the world is struggling. So we're struggling too. So when we have hired 1,000 employees, keeping up with the number of people that are off sick so that we can continue to run the railroad with industry-leading metrics, your metrics that the STB established to judge the performance of a company throughout this process. So why do I have confidence? Because I know and I trust and I believe in the people at CSX. And when the cases subside, there's no reason in the world to believe that we will not get back to the point where we were in 2019, when you didn't hear anything about CSX, and from a service perspective, and continue to do even better in the future. Our goal is to not get back to 2019. Our goal is to get back to 2019 because that would be kind of the base camp for the launching to get even better and better and better in the future. And
let me talk about what you're going to trying to get back to, because that is an issue I have raised in other contexts many times, not only with CSX, with others. And while you say that your metrics are industry leading, I don't think it's stretching it to say the leading this industry at this time in service and lack of service complaints is not a particularly impressive standard. The thing that concerns me, and I'd like to hear you address it specifically if you can, is that aside from other industries and whatever problems they may be going through, what we know about the rail industry is the tremendous cut in workforce over the past 5 or 6 years. CSX has led the industry in cutting 35% of its workforce since 2016. And I wonder if you will agree with me specifically that when the pandemic hit, having cut so much of your workforce prior to the pandemic, you were left with little cushion, no cushion. And this isn't unique to the pandemic. We have it when the polar vortexes hit, and they hit predictably and regularly. What I'd like to know is your hiring plan to just fill in the gaps that you now have because of the pandemic, or is it to restore any level? I don't suggest the entire 35% of your workforce to a level higher than what it was before the pandemic, so that you can operate the railroad, as you and many others tell me, as an outdoor sport and have a cushion when you run into unexpected problems. Do you have any plan or commitment to do that?
I think our plan always envisions having the appropriate level of employees to run the railroad in all circumstances. Yes, we have this during the pandemic. Yes, we had polar vortex during the pandemic. How many hurricanes did we have during the pandemic? We had the hurricanes. We have sun kings. We have issues constantly, and we staffed the railroad appropriately, so we have enough employees to be able to operate in those difficult and recurring circumstances, and we will get the railroad back staffed appropriately to make sure that we can continue to operate at the levels that we proved that we were operating at, excluding the pandemic. In 2019, we plan to continue hiring. We told everybody in the world that in 2020 we would be hiring, and we will get back to that point and continue to staff appropriately.
Jim, the word appropriate doesn't give me a lot of comfort. The railroad obviously thought it was appropriate to have 35% fewer employees in 2019 than it had in 2016. What I want to know is the appropriate level going to be higher than it was before the pandemic, so that you have some cushion that you removed when you went into full PSR mode back in whenever that started. That's what I want to know, not you think is appropriate. What's appropriate has not been enough to sustain your railroad and many others in a pandemic and hurricanes and polar vortex. There are crew problems whenever there are these events. So appropriate doesn't tell me an answer. Are you going to hire more people back up to some percentage of that 35% you cut? That's the specific question. Can you answer that?
Well, again, if the volumes continue to increase like we expect the volumes to continue to increase, we would need to hire probably additional employees. Yes.
Well, it's really a staffing strategy that I'm interested in hearing. You had a lot more employees before you began PSR. And as a result of that strategy, you reduced the entire footprint of the workforce on the railroad. Is that going to continue to be your strategy to operate that way? Because it doesn't leave you a cushion. If you have more volume to serve, but you still have no cushion, you're going to run into problems. So that's my question, and I'm not sure I'm getting a clear answer as to whether you're going to rehire any of these folks. I know you're under a lot of pressure to strip down your cost structure, but the public's under a lot of pressure to have a good rail network. And so that's what
I do not feel like I am under any kind of pressure to strip down our cost structure. What we did from starting in 2017, and when I took over basically in 2018 and into 19, when the railroad continued to improve significantly, was dramatically change the way the railroad ran. We eliminated significant amounts of excess, unnecessary work throughout the railroad that was left over as a legacy of many, many decades of not properly realigning the operations with the rail network that had been assembled through multiple mergers and acquisitions historically. Process reengineering of the rail network results in millions, the elimination of millions of unnecessary work activities that had the result of improving our transit times by 48 hours. The rail network speeded up because we just didn't stop at places when do work that was unnecessary because no one had ever done the appropriate analysis and re-engineering of how the work got done across the network, which was slowing down the railroad and adding a tremendous amount of unnecessary touches. That's what we did. By eliminating unnecessary work, we speeded up the railroad, we improved the quality of our product, and we were in a good spot in 2019, had no plans to make any kind of further just headcount reductions anywhere across the network. And we're fully anticipating that we were on a trajectory of growth, and at that point in time would begin to hire the appropriate amount of people to run the railroad. I don't think yet you think I'm being evasive. We're not going to go back and put in unnecessary work into the rail network when I think we have a fiduciary responsibility to our customers. We have an obligation to try and run the rail network in the best way we can.
Jim, nobody's suggesting that the railroad do unnecessary work. The customers who complain to RCPA about missed switches, where are my cars, where's the service, would not think that the work they're not getting is unnecessary. Let's move on, because I know the other members are going to have some questions. One specific point on employee work levels, and then there's one other area I want to deal with quickly and then hand it off to the other board members or to your other witnesses. You said in your opening statement that everybody who works at Pan Am now will have a job if they want one. As I understand it, the B&E proposal, and if you think I should ask this question to B&E, that's fine, I will, is to cut staff that's currently on PAS. Are you going to have jobs for those people at CSX?
The principal reason, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Pelkey, the principal reason for the reduction in the workforce at the B&E on the pass is because they won't be doing capital work on the railroad. We'll be doing it, right? Or yes. Right. We'll be doing the capital work on the railroad. So those people are redundant.
Well,
we will hire those people to work elsewhere on the Pan Am, and if necessary, we will hire those people to work on CSX.
Well, are those people going to be included in the group that you say will all have jobs if they want one?
They work for them today, they can work tomorrow. The next day, post-transaction day one, they'll have a job.
And just to be specific, the ones that B&E says it doesn't need.
Absolutely.
Okay. Just one other area, because it relates to this whole area of service and growth, which is intimately related, in my view, to the level of the workforce. Here's the problem I'm having, and I'd like you to address us. all of the things that you have said are going to be improvements to what is now the Pan Am system and network through what you say is CSX's best-in-class operations, additional capital improvements, and so forth. When you made your projections for our environmental evaluation, the projections we got were only a growth of 2.3% over the first 3 years that you were going to operate this railroad. That's a growth level that just matches the general economic growth in the economy that any railroad would get without trying to increase traffic. And when we asked for 5-year projections, it was projected that there would be after the third year, an increase of 1.5% derived from moving truck traffic to rail. Those do not, in my view, reflect a so-called pivot to growth, which the industry has been touting as a result of PSR. Those are modest. To me, there are almost no growth at all attributed to the merger itself. So where is it that CSX is going to take trucks off the highway, help the environment, help the highways, really grow the railroad? I don't see it in the numbers you have given us.
The numbers that we presented, yes, have growth projections that are consistent with the growth, basically the GDP. And there's some question about whether or not the Pan Am in its current state would have even been able to handle that level of growth. As discussed in my comments, the strategy for our involvement in Pan Am and what we think is the future improvement in the Pan Am service levels primarily comes from us improving the infrastructure of the rail network, improving the speed and reliability of the network. Mr. Boychuk will present this morning as well and show you a few pictures of what the current Pan Am mainline track looks like compared to what it will look like compared to our mainline traffic in the future. So it's going to take some time for us to improve the overall network speed, reliability, efficiency. And once those capital improvements have been in place, that's when, yes, there is an additional step up from GDP to GDP plus. And so we do expect to have what I guess would be referred to as outsized growth once we have improved the overall network performance of Pan Am.
That's going to take 5 years to get there?
It's going to take at least a couple. And I think the numbers were like in 3 years, we kind of is when we start to see the step up.
No, that's not the numbers I've seen. But you know what? If Jamie is going to address that, I know others have questions. You know, maybe we could talk. I'll talk about that with him. Patrick Fuchs has a couple of questions for you, Jim.
Thanks, Marty. I want to start by recognizing that, you know, CSX worked through a number of the most challenging issues with its application with parties and came to reasonable settlement agreements. And so, you know, our preference at the board, echoing the chairman, is always for parties to work out issues amongst themselves. And so I want to recognize the fact that CSX has done that, and that's a very good thing. You know, picking up where Marty left off, Jim, I want to ask you, in your experience, is a substantial portion of the service issues that CSX encounters related to switching as well as interchange with other railroads? And I know you're going to cover this later in your presentation, but I want to quick get your thoughts on what CSX is planning to do proactively in terms of reducing switching and interchange, where we so often see some of the service problems.
Well, again, when in terms of developing single line service across the network and the resultant service improvements, when you eliminate the delays associated with the handoffs, which is the biggest reason for train operation delays, That's where you see that's where you see the transit time improvements and the reliability levels, which is the critical number that the customer wants. The customer wants reliability, and that's door to door. That's not just train operations. That's what our trip plans do. They measure it from door to door, which takes into consideration the delays, not only just over on the mainline trains or the local deliveries, but the switching operations as well. So all of the changes that will come from having an integrated network as opposed to the stop, start that you get when you have multiple railroads involved in a shipment will be improved, and that will have a resultant increase in the key metric, which is reliability.
Would it be fair to say that CSX has observed delays and service challenges at Barbers Junction where you currently interchange with the Springfield terminal?
I think that's probably, I'll turn that over to Jamie, who could answer that question directly.
Yeah, I would say that we have at Barber Station seen some delays with respect to interchange. I'll talk a little bit about some of those issues that go on respect to Air Yard and some of the infrastructure we're looking at adding into that location. But you know, Pan Am, like every other railroad, has been struggling with what's going on with COVID and people. So yeah, I would say that we see delay in today's environment, and even before this pandemic, there is delays up to 24 hours of moving any type of interchange traffic between railroads.
Jamie, on your interline moves, you know, the potential delay at Barbers Junction, potential delay, which I know you'll get into with the quality of the track currently on the Pan Am. And as I understand it, the transaction is looking to make improvements on both those, one through single line service, the other through capital investment. Are there other key sources of delay, some of the service issues existing in interline moves that CSX plans to address through the transaction?
Yeah, you know, I'm going to discuss a little bit about how we can use Selkirk Yard or Hump Yard in New York in order to be able to improve some of the movement that currently occurs.
Hey, Jamie, I don't know if it's just me, but I'm having a bit of difficulty hearing you.
Yeah, there's a volume problem here, Jamie.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Far better.
Perfect, thanks.
All right. I was told they tested these ahead of time. My apologies. With respect to some of the movements that are moving up and down, up and through the Pan Am, we will be utilizing, and I'll talk a little bit about our Selkirk, New York Hump Yard on how we'll block traffic differently to and from on the north, which will help assist on going beyond locations where currently that traffic goes to be flat switched in a smaller yard. And then from there, it may go out of route miles, it may not. It takes a longer time for that point in order to move on to the customer. So we will, and I will discuss a little bit about the benefits that we can certainly work on and will be with respect to our current network.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Oberman, you're on mute.
Jim, any other board members have Karen? You're on mute too. There you go.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Foote, you said that you anticipate being able to make significant improvements in passenger rail and at the same time significantly growing your freight business. Do you see any conflict between the two? How are you going to handle both?
Well, Commissioner Edlin, first of all, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I wish it was in person. You know, we are, we're railroaders, and we don't mind running whether they're passenger trains or freight trains. And we are the largest railroad in terms of Amtrak service today and the number of trains that we host on our network. Jamie and his team have done an exceptional job of improving the overall quality and experience that Amtrak has when they're on our railroad. If you saw what we have done in terms of being open and willing to work with the state of Virginia and expanding the passenger service in the Virginia and into the Washington area, that was really revolutionary, I think, for a freight railroad to have wholeheartedly endorsed that project and worked with the states to make that happen. The one area of concern that I always have is the commingling of passenger and freight service and making sure that it's done safely. So with the appropriate level of infrastructure in place, we're wholeheartedly willing and able to do that. Like I say, we do that every day. We do that on a regular basis. As you can imagine, with our network, the Amtrak trains operate on our main lines. I spent 15 years in Chicago. We were working with the Chicago Northwestern. I know Metra. I know how, and we interfaced there on a regular basis. So I'm aware of the complexities of what's needed. So I'm not concerned that we are going to do something that would limit our ability to grow and provide service to our freight customers while providing an exceptional level of service to the passenger trains at the same time. Right.
Well, the Congress, as you know, has appropriated an unprecedented amount of money for passenger rail in the infrastructure bill, $66 billion. So in addition to just making the existing passenger rail system work more effectively, they are really encouraging a significant level of investment to grow passenger rail. You talk about taking trucks off the road, they want to take cars off the road too. That's a significant importance. Let me ask you one final very general question. You have spoken quite optimistically about the advantages to you and your customers, passenger rail, the general public, about this merger. What concerns do you have? What do you worry about? What's keeping you awake at night? For example, if inflation continues on the path that it's on right now, how might that negatively impact your plans? Are there other things that you're really concerned about? What are the major risks here?
The number one thing, the primary thing that keeps me up at night and I worry about constantly is safety for our employees and safety for the communities. And that was my number one objective when I took over 4 years ago. And we have dramatically improved the overall safety performance of the company. We put forth in our filing an extensive safety plan, including Norfolk Southern, who has a rock solid safety plan, including the Genesee and Wyoming and their operations being, my God, their safety numbers are extremely low. So we take safety extremely serious. And that's the number one thing that I worry about. Inflation is inflation. It's part of doing business and managing a company to try and figure out how to do it. Inflation is not going to stop us from making the necessary capital improvements. We've made capital improvements at CSX consistently over the last 4 years, putting in more rail ties ballast into the infrastructure of the railroad, improving the yard operations of CSX since I've been here, investing in whatever technology is the cutting edge to improve the overall quality of the operation and improve the safety. And we bring that wherewithal to Pan Am which, simply can't afford to have that cutting edge, invest in that kind of cutting edge technology. So besides safety, over the last 2 years, I have no idea what the next event is going to be. I'm waiting for the meteor to crash into the river out here outside our building and, cause, floods or whatever it might be. The black swans we're trying to figure out. So I'm confident. I'm extremely confident. Again, having done this before many times in my career, I'm extremely confident that we have the team, the wherewithal, the expertise, and the commitment to make sure that this gets done right.
Thank you. And I certainly appreciate your comments about making safety or having safety be your number one priority. Yes.
All right, any other?
Yeah, I'd like to jump in if you don't.
Robert? Yeah, Robert.
Thank you. Hey, Jim, good morning. I'm a little surprised at your last answer. I thought, your top answer, what kept you up late at night, would be, coming before us and this firing squad that you have to endure for the next hour or so. It's
you're not that scary.
Not yet.
No, Mr. Oberman was right. I hear from the customers all the time. They call me all the time. So you guys are, I'm used to getting beat up.
No, well, it's not about, beating anybody up, but I think we got to call, a lot of this, for what it is. I mean, this is a dog and pony show. I mean, you guys are going to be here saying, everything is going to be blue skies and sunshine going forward. There's going to be no problems. No one will have an issue. No one will have anything going on. And I think the reality is, we all know that's not true. We all know that mergers always come with risks. We know that when you're looking at trackage rights or interchanges, the world is full of failed trackage rights and failed promises on interchanges and other things. And I think the reality is we got to call it for where we are and what we're going forward. I acknowledge the fact that COVID has did a number on the industry, but I think the industry has also did a number on itself with PSR and with these cuts that we've endured. I think COVID has just exposed that we have no slack left in the system. And because we have no slack left in the system, we're not able to recover the way we are. And you're right, there are employment challenges out there, but we knew that. And I think, COVID just exacerbated. And now we realize that we don't have a plan to get them back. People aren't coming back. But, again, you want to grow, but you can't grow if you don't have a labor force. You can't grow if you don't have the people out there running it at the level that we're running it. And I think that's a big challenge. And I think taking over a network in New England that shows tremendous promise, that you're right, that was rescued from bankruptcy, but also has a lot of capital expenditure needs. The industry's been cutting their capital expenditures along with, lowering OR to win over Wall Street. We're at a point now where the reality is, a lot of people, yes, you get a lot of letters from folks supporting you, but you got a lot of people also wringing their hands because they're nervous as to what they're going to get because of what's out there now. Yes, you've improved, coming to 2019, you did better than 2016 and some of the others when you guys were stumbling. That's great. But, it's not the platinum level where I think the industry should be, whether it's you or others. And I think here we're looking at, we got to take that into consideration as to where we are now and where we're going. And so, as someone who, worked in the mass delegation for 20 years in New England, I'm very familiar with the network there and also how well it works with passenger rail. This is a network now where you have more passenger rail than freight rail. And so, you and I had a conversation almost a year ago, and I remember asking you how you felt about passenger rail. And to a certain extent, I'm going to paraphrase, but you said, hey, I don't like an increase in passenger rail, but we're working with it. Passenger rail and freight rail don't really mix together. That was sort of what you were saying. Well, it mixes a lot in Massachusetts in particular. And it's going to mix a lot in New England as well. And I know, you guys have these, late night deals with Amtrak, and, I applaud you for that, for getting that moving, but there's a lot more to it. We've got MBTA concerns. I'd like to hear, your thoughts on the dispatching issue. I want to hear your thoughts on New Hampshire, talking about their regional, their commuter line, intercity passenger, because this is a lot that we're going to be looking at. This is what the future is in these regions. And, I know you're not interested in too much. And I know you said you're ready and willing to address the passenger rail, but I don't know, again, from the conversations we had, I don't know how much willing you're looking at expanding passenger rail. And that's what these states want to do. Expanding potential Amtrak service. I understand, having passenger service now, and I know you added Berkshire, and I appreciate that. But moving forward, the growth in the passenger rail side, how are you going to come to terms with a growing freight line that you want? Again, you got to answer to your stakeholders, but also a growing passenger rail network who are not your stakeholders. I'd love to hear your comments on that. And I know you got your team, and I'll be asking your team that too. But like I said, I get what you're saying. I understand. Like I said, you want to take trucks off the highways. That same notion was said during the Conrail deal. Yet there's tons of trucks still on I-95 running up and down there. Matter of fact, the industry hasn't really made that much of a dig in trucking, since the early 2000s. So, how's that going to be different now? I really want to hear the real answers to how you're looking forward and dealing with some of these issues.
Yeah, that's a lot of information. So
It is.
that's fine. And I apologize if you think this is a dog and pony show. As I said earlier, we take this extremely seriously. We have put a tremendous amount of effort into this transaction. We have looked at every detail to make sure that this transaction is successful. It is good for all of the constituents. And I believe, I could be wrong, I believe this is probably the first time ever that the STB has ever looked at a major, a railroad consolidation where there was no shippers complaining. There was no shippers. There's no Knit League. There's no American Chemistry Council. There's no Grain and Feed Organization. There's no Pulp and Paper. The shippers endorsed this deal wholeheartedly because it's good for the shipping community. And all the other people that have raised issues, the passenger rail entities, we have met them, and we have met their requests. So in Amtrak,
Jim, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen anything from MassDOT or MBTA. Does that include those two?
I think that Boston is the only area where we still have some concerns, but
And
we don't.
New Hampshire too. I know you did Vermont, but New Hampshire as well.
Is there any issue with New Hampshire? There's no issue in New Hampshire.
Okay, so that commuter line that they were talking about, that they've been in working with Pan Am, you have no problem with their continued, that they asked for good faith negotiations on your part.
To the best of my knowledge, there's no issue with New Hampshire.
Yeah, sorry, this is Peter Denton. Hi, Vice Chairman Primus. So we have no issues with New Hampshire. Representative Pappas and Custer asked about us supporting commuter rail options into New Hampshire. And we were clear that we're willing to consider the introduction and expansion of passenger service on request, just as Mr. Foote has been saying.
As I said earlier, and what I say is what I mean. Do I have concerns about commingling passenger trains with freight trains? Yes. That's why it needs to be done correctly. That's why it needs to be smoothly done. That's why there needs to be the appropriate amount of analysis to make sure that gets done. I think Chairman Oberman referred to earlier that he would like us to resolve the issues of the Gulf Coast Amtrak commuter trains they want to put in between New Orleans and Mobile. I told Amtrak 2 years ago, we'll run the train tomorrow. We're not opposed to putting passenger service in the Gulf Coast. We're not opposed to that transaction whatsoever. but it has to be done properly with the appropriate level of infrastructure so that it's safe, so that it can be done safely. That line down there is a single line piece of railroad that's extremely busy freight traffic that the Port of Mobile has spent billions of dollars on developing in order to put more freight traffic on it. And they want to start up a train without an analysis, without a study, and saying they don't have to spend any capital to do it. There's not even a freight station. There's not even a passenger station on the line. Do I have concerns about that? Absolutely. I don't want anybody to get killed just because somebody wants to say, oh my God, we got a national edict to start putting passenger trains on. Let's go out and do it. So,
Jim, I know that, I gave you some encouragement to resolve that, but if we litigate the Gulf Coast case in this case, we'll never finish with this case. So
all right. Well, I'm sorry for getting off track.
No,
Sorry you didn't become.
That's all right. I started it, so I'm going to try to finish it.
All right, you finished it. Perfect. We'll leave that for another day.
Yeah.
Your other question about capital, railroads cutting capital. I said before, we're not cutting it. We haven't cut capital. We have increased the capital that we put into this railroad. We have increased the amount of rail ties, ballast, the infrastructure of the rail network we've increased investment over the last 4 years. And we're committing to rebuilding the rail network of Pan Am. As again, Mr. Boychuk will get to it. You ought to take a picture of some of these mainline tracks. Is that what we want? Is that what we want in perpetuity? They're so overgrown with trees and weeds, you don't even know there's a railroad there. So we think that our abilities to enhance and improve service to the customers and do it in a more safe and efficient manner is a good thing. And that's why we think that, we're here today earnestly putting forth and with a significant amount of filings already explaining what our plans are.
Hey, Jim, and I appreciate that. And thank you. I mean, when I said dog and pony, I didn't mean that this was, you're coming here with other issues. What I'm saying is, everything you're saying is like everything's going to be perfect, and I get that because you're going into this merger thinking everything's going to happen, it's going to be perfect. Well, my issue is that I know that it hasn't in the past. I know more likely it won't in the future, and just sort of acknowledging what are the challenges coming into this merger and how you're going to address those. Let me ask just one last question. You're talking about growth. Where do you anticipate that growth coming from within the region?
Well, I think it's kind of a broad-based growth. And Mr. Boone has a presentation about the benefits associated with the customer, so he'll get into a little more detail. If you improve the quality of the rail service, one of the reasons that the railroads have not grown historically is because they have had a product that was not as good as the truck in terms of reliability. And if you improve the reliability of your product, and the reliability comes from a lot of things, but principally, do you run a good operation? And then do you have seamless service? And do you have a network? One of the biggest reasons that we have delays that customers don't get their goods is because there's a mechanical breakdown. There's an engineering defect in the rail that causes the railroad to slow down. You got slow orders out there. Take a look at how many slow orders they got on the Pan Am. Take a look at the track speeds on the Pan Am. The reason they got slow track speeds is based upon the quality of the track. That's what determines how fast you can go. So when we make the investments, we will improve the quality of the service and the reliability. And we believe that we can grow across the board up there. There is, again, the shippers have already talked to us about opportunities of expanding into new markets further down into the U.S. from where they can't go today. And so it's broad-based. And as I said, Mr. Boone in his presentation will get into specific details of customers.
Thank you.
Just very quickly jump in and mention that, I think the vice chairman quite rightly points out the trade-offs of past mergers, and there are certainly some mergers that difficulties have ensued afterward. I do want to point out, though, in the recent history of the board, there are actually, in my observation, have been substantial benefits that we've seen through some of the capital investment promises of Class 1 railroads, as well as single line service. What comes to mind specifically is the CP CMQ transaction, where we've recently seen CP commit about $75 million for capital investments and really opening up the Port St. John. And so, there have been several noteworthy instances, particularly recently, where some of these capital investment promises and single line service claims were validated by the facts that emerged after the merger. But, of course, there are other instances where transition has been difficult. So I just wanted to quick add that the history goes both ways. But I think Michelle was going to pop in with more questions.
Thanks, Patrick. Hi, Mr. Foote. I'd just like to take a moment to reiterate the comments of my colleagues, Chairman Oberman and Patrick, with the number of agreements that have been entered into in this transaction, most recently yesterday with Amtrak. And speaking on behalf of myself, I, for one, believe that the best outcome for the network is always when the parties themselves hammer out the terms of the agreements and enter into them. So appreciate that. Just one question for you today. The Department of Justice has recommended that the board condition the transaction on a requirement that CSX divests its interest in PAS. What if there isn't a buyer that has both the ability and incentive to run PAS successfully, and the board required divestiture anyway? What would be the impact on the network and on the customers or other stakeholders?
Well, I think that the transaction that we put together here is truly the best solution for all the parties involved, especially the shippers. It's, having, when we began the process to acquire Pan Am, we stood in the shoes of the past 50% ownership with Norfolk Southern. And so having a partner with the wherewithal to make the appropriate levels of investments in that railroad is a good thing. Recognizing that there may be some concerns raised by our involvement in PAS, we took a step back and said, okay, so we'll stand in the shoes, but we are not in any way, shape, or form going to be involved in the commercial decisions over that line. That would rest with the B&E. So we have the two strongest railroads, the two largest users of that line involved in it, with a third party to make sure that there are no issues raised from a commercial standpoint. And we believe that that is the absolute best decision. Should the decision be made that somebody else should own that line or some other decision, then we would have to take an assessment of what would that mean, and decide what the implications are on that decision on the overall transaction.
Thank you.
Jim,
Marty, I just want to, if I could, real quick.
Go ahead, Robert.
I want to follow up on something that I was just wanted to look up. You said that you were in with respect to Amtrak scheduling. You guys were in 100% agreement on the scheduling. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are you talking about just in New England, or just all your scheduling?
The entire network, all
Okay.
40 some trains.
Okay, because I'm trying to figure that out, because in the May 2021, FRA published and said that you guys had 12 certified and 42 disputed schedules. So are those 42 schedules now cleared up, or did you guys?
Yes. Yes, 100%. Yes, 100% agreement.
Okay, since when?
I want to say a month, 6 weeks,
Okay,
maybe longer, 2 months at the most, maybe.
okay, thank you.
Jim, one quick follow-up to your response to Michelle. When you said your plan is to take a step back on PAS, and I'm sure I want to explore this later with other members of your team. But just to be clear, it is true, is it not, that in terms of capital investment on the PAS line, you will have a veto right. You have a 50-50 vote on that. And so they can't go ahead unless you agree with NS on a capital improvement plan. Is that fair?
Yes, I believe, yeah, that's a fair assessment. Yes, 50-50 on capital, correct.
All right. I want to go into that further, but I'm going to save it for other witnesses. If the board members are finished for the moment, Jim, we should let you get back to your presentation, which I think you were in the middle of, or your slide.
No, I think I was just wrapping up and I was ready to turn it over to Mr. Boychuk to go through.
I meant your team's presentation. So.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Well, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present our vision for the future of Pan Am under CSX's operation. My name is Jamie Boychuk, and I am CSX's Executive Vice President of Operations. I oversee mechanical, engineering, transportation, and network operations, as well as the company's safety and facilities functions. I have been involved in the analysis of CSX's acquisition of Pan Am since the beginning of the bid process, and I sponsored the CSX operating plan. First, I'd like to reiterate Jim's point that CSX's overarching philosophy is to be a safe leading railroad that grows the business through an unrelenting focus on service. And to do that, we need to have all the right resources in place. First among them, our people. My team has been laser focused on hiring and retaining throughout all of last year and into this year. We've seen tremendous progress, and we will continue these efforts for the foreseeable future. As Jim explained, our acquisition of Pan Am will extend our customer-focused Class 1 rail service to New England. I plan to briefly discuss how the New England rail network and all of its users will benefit from joining the CSX network. I intend to cover 4 topics, all of which we have described in greater detail in our filings. First, the benefits of the transaction to New England passenger rail service. Second, the infrastructure investments that we plan to make in the PAR system, increasing safety and efficiency. Third, how we plan to modernize PAR's rail operations and how this more consistent and reliable service will benefit all rail users and the environment. And fourth, how the interests of rail labor will be protected. But before I discuss the benefits, I'll begin by providing a brief overview of the transaction and the 2 railroad systems at issue. Pan Am owns and operates the railroad network known as Pan Am Railways, or PAR. PAR extends about 800 miles, primarily through Massachusetts, Maine, and New Hampshire. The PAR network is shown in red on these maps. After CSX acquires PAR, CSX will integrate the PAR system directly into our national network, which is shown in blue on these maps. Pan Am also owns a 50% interest in Pan Am Southern, or PASS, an independent railroad established in 2009 as a joint venture between Pan Am and Norfolk Southern. The PASS network is shown in green on these maps. It consists of 2 principal lines, one running north-south between Vermont and Connecticut, and one running east-west between Massachusetts and upstate New York. Pan Am currently operates PASS on a contract basis. As we will discuss in more detail today, we have negotiated a restructuring of PASS that will result in PASS hiring the Berkshire and Eastern, or the B&E, to operate and set rates for PASS, all for the benefits of PASS and its owners. As Jim briefly discussed earlier, we recognize the importance of passenger rail to these railroads and their communities. We treat passenger trains as a top priority across our network. And we have dedicated 24/7 passenger rail team that works around the clock to closely resolve any issues raised by our passenger rail partners. Amtrak operates over more than 3,000 miles on CSX's network. They operate 40 trains per day. Combined with our commuter rail partners, about 112 trains per day run on our network. Additionally, we have extensive experience hosting and partnering with commuter rail services such as VRE in Virginia and MARC in Maryland. We recently entered into a major line sale transaction with the Commonwealth of Virginia to bring more passenger rail onto our system. CSX also operates as a tenant over rail lines owned by 7 different passenger railroads, just as Pan Am does with MBTA and MassDOT on certain lines. We expect to apply all of this experience to our work on the PAR system. Our Amtrak performance level have recently hit historic highs. The chart here shows how our Amtrak on-time performance levels have improved over time from 60 to 70% prior to our implementation of our schedule plan in 2019 to more than 90% after that time. We also recently became the first U.S. Class 1 to achieve certification of all Amtrak schedules on CSX lines in accordance with the customer on-time performance metrics and standards put in place by the FRA. The improved infrastructure and more reliable operations that will result from CSX and B&E taking over operations from Pan Am of the PAR system and the PASS network will provide great benefit to passenger rail services that run on these rail networks. We will maintain or improve existing passenger service and fully step into the shoes of Pan Am with respect to all of its obligations to the sponsors of passenger rail services. This includes a commitment that dispatching for any MBTA or MassDOT-owned lines will be conducted indefinitely at the new dispatching center built by MBTA and Pan Am. Since announcing our proposed acquisition of Pan Am, we have engaged in many discussions with passenger rail stakeholders, yielding a number of settlement agreements and statements of support. These include the Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Maine Departments of Transportation, and the Northern New England Passenger Rail Authority, the state sponsor of Amtrak's Downeaster intercity passenger service. You will hear from many of these supporters later in the hearing. We have made several commitments to preserve existing passenger service, including infrastructure upgrades in air that will benefit MBTA commuter rail service, an installation of positive train control on the PAR line that hosts the Amtrak Downeaster. I'll talk about these infrastructures a bit more in a minute. Additionally, we have committed to explore with MassDOT the introduction of additional or expanded passenger service in Western Massachusetts. The second topic I'd like to address is infrastructure. To the unending credit of the Springfield Terminal employees, the PAR system has been maintained for decades with limited resources. I have personally ridden across most of the Pan Am system, and I have seen both the resourcefulness and the deferred maintenance firsthand. CSX will upgrade and modernize the infrastructure, elevating the network's potential and maximizing its efficiency. My team and I have identified a number of capital projects totaling more than $100 million, including $50 million this year alone, that will transform the PAR network and bring it up to the standards that New England rail users deserve. Pan Am has done an amazing job running the rail network with such limited resources, but New England deserves better, and we are going to upgrade it to a Class 1 rail network. I'll walk through a few images here that show you some typical conditions on the PAR network as compared to the CSX network. This slide shows a main line on the PAR network alongside the main line on a CSX network. You can see the differences in surfacing, tie condition, and overall quality of the track, as well as a general cleanup from previous work. On the next slide.
Jamie, where was that? What part of the network are you showing us?
This is, for us, it's a
No,
location just,
the part, when you go through these photos, would you tell us where in the geography you're taking these pictures on the PAR network?
yes, absolutely. This end here that you're looking at the pictures off a branch line that connects just north outside of the Worcester connection.
And how many shippers are on that line, or where does it connect?
There's just a couple of shippers out towards that line.
And it would be helpful, as you're showing us these, to put them in the context of how they have, I think it would save time. For me, I don't want to go back, but in terms of the condition of the PAR network that needs work, it would be helpful to put that in place as to how this network's going to function after the merger, what trains are going to be on it, how many trains and so forth. So if you put it in context, it'd be helpful.
As well as velocity.
Pardon? I didn't.
Velocity, well, any velocity.
Yes, that would be helpful too, JB. Thank you.
So the one that you're looking at there is the main line north of Waterville. Okay, that's a track that operates anywhere. There's so many slow orders on some of this track. You're anywhere from 15 to 25 miles per hour on that track. There's one train a day that services up and down that area, but there are some locals that run in that area with respect to some of the customers that are north of Waterville. So the next picture, if we move on, so this is an image on the left that shows a condition on the PAR network. That's a road crossing on the Worcester Main. The crossing is in deteriorated condition, as you can see, clearly not been maintained. This also includes the vegetation overgrowth, which causes necessary sightline issues. This main line, again, is an interchange main line that operates one train up and down daily.
Where is it, Jamie?
This is on the Worcester Main. So this is between Barber Station and up towards Air. And the image that you see on the right shows a crossing on our CSX Somerset County in Pennsylvania. Crossing is in good condition, but as you can see, there's material on the ground, which is still being, this crossing is going to be updated, which is part of our routine maintenance program. We would consider this a deteriorated poor condition crossing on the CSX network.
Hey, Jamie, with the Worcester Main, how much traffic are you guys anticipating on that line? And how much do you see having to spend to fix that?
We are anticipating still one freight train a day up and down that main for the next couple of years as we grow this business. We move anywhere from 40 to 60 cars interchange with the Pan Am on that main. This is an area that if elected, there would be an intermodal train at some point in time that NS would use running down along our lower route in order to get to Air so they could double stack instead of doing the current single stack operations that they run today from Mechanicsville across to Air.
Well, what would be the velocity on that track?
Well, this is slow track. We're 10 to 15 miles an hour. There are some sections of 25, but this is slow track. Everywhere we're dealing with respect to freight operations, with the number of slow orders and the condition of the track, we're anywhere from 10 to some areas 5 miles an hour on branch lines, up to a maximum of 25 miles an hour where the freight operations are running. Now, you do have sections that commingle with Amtrak and other areas that would be running anywhere from 50 to 60 miles. But of course, those are smaller sections.
Hey, Jamie, you mentioned slow orders a couple of times. I think Jim did too. Can you put some numbers around slow order volume on the Pan Am in comparison to what you would expect on equivalent track of the CSX, or by equivalent, I mean, traffic characteristics, topography, et cetera?
There are 200 miles of long-term slow order on the Pan Am network. Let's remember, it's not a very big network. On CSX, our network, you might find about 20 slow orders maximum on our entire network. 20 miles worse. So think about the difference of our network compared to what you see on the Pan Am network.
Thank you.
I'm going to interject here, Jamie, if you don't mind, in terms of your presentation, and suggest a short break.
Yes, sir.
We've been going for about an hour and a half here. Is this a convenient time for you, Jamie? Are you okay with that?
Yes, sir. Absolutely,
All
Mr.
right.
Chairman.
And just one announcement for our participants in this hearing. I'm told that there have been some access problems from our original YouTube link on our website. I am told that that has been fixed by the miracles of modern electronics. So if you need to re-enter through YouTube, I think the updated link on our website should solve your problems. If not, be sure to let somebody know. With that, let's take a break of 10 minutes. Does that work for everybody? 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
And because we're all physically not moving around that much, we will convene promptly at 10 minutes after 11 Eastern. All right, I think we have reconvened. Jamie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next slide. Next, you can see PAR's Hillsborough branch line on the left. This branch line is jointed rail. As you can see, marginal tie conditions, surface conditions, alignment issues, and vegetation, which is encroaching again on the line, which is poorly maintained rails.
And
To the right.
where is that, Jamie? I'm sorry.
So the Hillsborough branch is up north, connecting off of, again, I believe it's just south of Watersville.
And what kind of traffic does that carry today?
Again, these branch lines don't have a lot of traffic on them. This is, I believe, a as needed basis for service for customers.
Okay.
It's all 10-mile-an-hour track. And as I talk about some of the conditions that you see on the branch lines, it's good to note that on, if you compare some of the rail defects, Pan Am being around 1,300 miles, they're sitting with 1,700 FRA rail defects. On CSX, which is 23,000 miles, we have less than 200 rail defects that we're constantly repairing and changing out. So very, very big numbers when you take a look at the difference in the rail condition. On the right of this screen here is our CSX Dalton Line branch. If you go back, which has got good vegetation control, ties are in good condition, ribbon rail, and track surface. This is what we expect when we're done our infrastructure projects for Pan Am to look like over the next number of years as we continue to look at the dollars and capital that we put in. On the next image here, on the left is PAR's Rigby Yard in Portland, while the image on the right is our CSX Avon Yard in Indianapolis. You can see the big differences. The image on the left shows, of course, alignment issues, surface issues, and this is their main switching lead with the small rail. On the right, you'll see one of our main switching leads at CSX, a ladder track that has 136-pound rail, improved walking conditions for employees and train crews, along with ergonomic switch handles for employees. Again,
what gets interchanged there in the picture on the left, Jamie?
On the left is where they do all of their switching with respect to their traffic to go north and south. So pretty much all of the PAR North traffic.
From where is this yard?
That would come out of both Deerfield and or off of CSX lines today. So all PAR North traffic heads up to this location where it gets switched in Rigby Yard, gets blocked, and then either sent south to customers or further north for customers. This is their main switching yard, other than Watersville, which would have a smaller footprint, but this location is Pan Am's main switching yard.
Thank you.
Hey, Jamie, where would your main switching yard? Were you guys looking at somewhere in the air?
No. Air yard for us, as I'll mention here next, is really a location that we're going to help support building some bypass tracks and some more capacity. We don't plan on doing switching in air. Our plan would be to upgrade what you see here in Rigby, as well as doing some of the blocking I had mentioned in Selkirk Yard. So that blocking would be pre-blocked ahead of going up on the northern line, so we can service customers between that location. And then we would switch here as well to continue the traffic to go north.
How much more capacity are you expecting Selkirk to endure?
Selkirk is a well underutilized hump yard today. We process around 16 to 1,700 cars. That is a hump yard that could handle 25 to 2,600 cars each day. I don't, most of the cars today that go to the north off of our railroad already goes through Selkirk Yard. It gets put into one block, which heads to Worcester and then connects on an interchange to the Pan Am. So we'd still be handling the same number of cars today, but we would expect that would be an encouragement of growth in the future to have such a direct connection and to be that much faster to get into the national rail network.
So and thanks, how much growth, I asked that to Jim, expecting, looking at the lines that you currently have, what type of capacity are you looking? I mean, you can only grow due to your capacity and due to, the rail infrastructure. How do you envision that, going forward sort of hand in hand? I mean, what's going to happen? I mean, you can't sort of grow until you, I guess, I'm looking at, you improve that infrastructure, but how do you sort of measure that or sort of look at, how you're going to measure growth with that infrastructure improvement?
Right. And I'll let Kevin on his comments talk about some of the growth itself. But with respect to the operating side, look, a 3% increase in a lot of circumstances means, 5 or 6 cars on the tail end of a current train that we run today. So the business that's up there really isn't extraordinary when we think about the PAR network itself. So as we continue to bring a better product up to New England, and Kevin and his team are able to grow that business, and I'll talk a little bit about our connection that we're looking at putting in, which is 113 miles that connect up to the Port of St. John. We want to and we will compete on that route with the 2 Canadian Class 1s in order to move that traffic down that route. So this is a very competitive lane that we feel we can be in competition with those 2 Canadian Class 1s to connect to the Eastern United States and further into the US network, really, from a great connection that we have in New York. The map you see on your screen here, where am I at? Which slide? Slide 13. The map you see on your screen here highlights many of the areas and types of projects that we plan to implement. The small colored circles are placed along the PAR lines at locations where we plan to implement projects. Each colored circle represents a different type of project, and at the bottom center of the map is a key identifying the various types of infrastructure projects. For example, a green circle represents a track upgrade intended to fix speed restrictions that result from deferred maintenance or needed capital investment. You can see many green circles on the PAR lines. We plan to restore the PAR system mainline track, eliminating long-term slow orders that currently reduce the efficiency of the PAR system. Yellow circles represent bridge improvements that we will make. Red circles identify yard improvement projects that will reduce derailments and improve yard fluidity. CSX led Class 1 industry with the fewest engineering derailments in 2021, and we expect to make the necessary investments to achieve a similar safety performance on the PAR system. There's a lot of information on this map. I don't intend to go into all the detail about each project, but I'd like to give you a flavor of the various infrastructure projects by walking through this map from the bottom up. The first region includes the PAR line that connects CSX's network at Worcester to the important junction point of PAR and Pass at Air. This line segment passes along the reservoir outside of Boston. We appreciate that there are longstanding concerns about the PAR system and the rail infrastructure and operations along this line. We have committed to making extensive upgrades to the PAR line near the reservoir that will protect public health and the local ecosystem. We will upgrade and maintain the tracks and structure. We will set a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit. We will not park or idle trains on the segment, and we will improve communications with local stakeholders. This project is a priority for CSX, and we plan to complete this work within a year of starting it.
Amy, before you leave that, I'm trying to identify this location. on a larger map.
If you take a look, sir, at the map I just put up now, you will see a circle of where that location is at.
I know, but I'm looking at a larger map so I can identify it. Is this between Harvard and Ayer?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that is a line that's currently owned by PAS, right?
No, this is a PAR line. This is where it connects up to air, which then goes on the PAS for a number of miles before it gets back onto PAR.
Okay, because the map I am looking at that you filed, the line between Harvard and Ayer is red, which I thought was symbolic of PAS. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're talking about.
Right,
Mr.
no.
Chairman, this is Anthony LaRocca. Let me just clarify. The line that we've circled here goes between Barber Junction, which is a little bit north of Worcester, just a little bit north of Worcester,
I see it.
and it goes all the way up to Ayer. The line between Barber Junction and Harvard is actually a PAR line.
I see that, but from Harvard to Ayer, it looks like it's PAS, does it
That's
not?
exactly right. That's a
Right.
that's a PAS line, and we have trackage rights over that line, and extending from Ayer to the north, trackage rights to a location you'll see there called Willow,
Yeah, I see it. So,
and from there it's PAR again.
all right, so where's the reservoir? That's my question. By Clinton? Is that
Closer to the Barber Junction, down in the southern part of that line.
Okay, all right.
And this reservoir is the main reservoir for Boston drinking water.
Right. Okay. Just trying to place it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Let me show you what it looks like. The two photos show examples of the mainline tracks through water reservoirs. As you can see on the left, the PAR line near the reservoir is overgrown with vegetation, which inhibits the ability to inspect or perform maintenance on the track. When you think about it, vegetation does not grow on rocks. This is a condition typically caused by contaminated ballast sections. It needs to be shoulder ballast cleaned, undercut in order to improve the drainage and allow for easier vegetation management without the use of harsh chemicals. Now, the photo on the right is a CSX line that runs adjacent to Lee Hall Reservoir in Newport News, Virginia, where we operate safely and efficiently for over 100 years. Moving north, the next region includes Ayer Yard. Ayer is an important location because it is both the eastern end of past Patriot Corridor and also a crucial link between the CSX network and PAR locations to the north and east. There are also passenger operations that use the infrastructure around the yard. The photo on the right shows the current state of Ayer Yard, with many of the tracks occupied on a typical day. CSX has agreed to make substantial investments in Ayer. With these improvements, operations around Ayer will become much more efficient. We will free up tracks, reduce congestion at the MBTA commuter station, and provide additional capacity. By utilizing our current network,
Do you,
CS
Jamie, do you have a picture of what the Ayer Yard looks like now compared to the
that
one?
is it right there. What you see now is
Oh,
what
I-
Ayer
Oh, okay.
Yard looks like.
I thought that was one of your yards. Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. By utilizing our current network, CSX will now be able to pre-block certain traffic bound for PAR territory at our Selkirk Yard, New York. Rather than switching the traffic at smaller yards on PAR, Selkirk is a gateway to the national rail network and is underutilized today. Blocking PAR traffic at Selkirk will free up capacity at Ayer for traffic inbound to the PAR network, providing efficiencies above and beyond the infrastructure projects I've just discussed. For outbound movements from PAR using Selkirk will provide a faster, further reach into the national rail network. In short, we believe using Selkirk to block cars headed to and from PAR will encourage growth.
Hey, Jamie.
Yes.
Just quick bounce back to Ayer for a second. In the, I believe the settlement agreement, there's an attachment B about the Ayer operations protocols, engineering planning, and capacity roadmap. And there's discussion about levels of service, both in a static yard plan, and appreciating that some aspects of that may be commercially sensitive. I was wondering if there is information you can provide publicly in terms of how you are thinking about levels of service at air, what the board and the public should expect in terms of service improvements.
We've stated, and my team is fully committed to maintaining the service levels that everybody has today, if not improving those levels. The number of days that folks, our customers, are being serviced will be maintained. If they require more service because of the fabulous work that I know Mr. Boone and his group will do, we'll provide more service to those customers. The project that we're looking at doing at Air Yard is more of a bypass track, so we don't have to fight through the current volume that's at Air in order for us to bypass on the pass section in order to get to the northern part of the Pan Am system. Along with that are more discussions with respect to whether or not the requirement is to build more tracks in some of the areas where there is open land. But those are, of course, discussions that would take part between ourselves and our partners on pass.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fuchs, this is Peter Denton. I would just add that I think a critical part of our agreement with Norfolk Southern with respect to air is that there is an existing cap on the amount of trains that Pan Am Railways can run across that section of paths that we were talking about there, starting in air. And part of what we've done with Norfolk Southern here is agreed to lift that cap such that our single line service will be able to run freely and efficiently through that paths portion through air.
Thank you.
Hey, I have a quick question too. So I know the MBTA also brought up an issue about working together with you guys in the air region, especially about between Air and Willow and their thoughts of increasing their passenger service there. Do you have? Can you comment on that?
We are going to be working on some double track out there, and I'll mention some of that here coming up. But with respect to any passenger service running in those areas and or increasing, we've told all of our partners that we're willing to sit down and listen. We feel like we are very good at what we do with respect to moving passenger trains. We understand what this corridor is all about and what it means for passenger rail and commuter rail. And we're going to sit down and listen to every one of these requests that are made. If there's some infrastructure that needs to be done on the pass section, we have a partner that we need to make sure that we confer with and have a discussion to ensure that Norfolk Southern and herself are both aligned on this. But I know that we have all committed to continuing to improve and expand where it makes sense for everybody, commuter and passenger service.
Okay. I mean, their concern, of course, is capacity in that area as you guys are growing, and the worry that how it affects passenger rail. They've asked to be a part of that planning. I mean, do you guys have any opposition to them being a part of that?
Absolutely not. We encourage it. Absolutely encourage it on the operating side.
Thank you.
And I would just, Jamie, briefly, Vice Chairman Primus, the area there they're concerned about, Air to Willows, is a paths line. So CSX would be a 50% owner. Any potential changes in paths traffic that MassDOT is concerned about just do not result from this transaction. The transaction itself will actually be moving trains, Norfolk Southern trains on CSX's southern route coming into Air, taking it off the Patriot corridor there. The transaction we brought before you won't have negative impacts on that Air to Willows mindset.
Who was that who was speaking? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Chairman Overman, this is Peter Denton with Steptoe and Johnson.
Oh, Peter, I'm sorry. Your thumbnail's so small I couldn't see you. Thank you. But I know you have a bigger presence. So it's okay.
Thanks.
All right, moving north, this region covers the Par Main line north of Air and into Maine. As is clear from the map, we're going to make numerous track, yard, and facility improvements along this line. Let me highlight just a few of those projects. We have pledged to assist in the installation of PTC along the power lines between Massachusetts, New Hampshire state line and the Brunswick station to support safer operations of Amtrak's Downeaster passenger trains. There are 6 bridge improvement projects along the line. We will be adding several miles of double track capacity via extension of the Wells siding, as well as a signaled interlocking system to support the siding extension. And in the northern region, where PAR connects the lines running to the New Brunswick Port of St. John, we will be upgrading 113 miles of mainline track in order to allow for direct interchange. This will allow us to compete with Canadian Class 1s at the Port of St. John's with more efficient connections into the national rail network. On the next slide.
Hey, something I'm missing here. How could you have service on that main line now without PTC already being installed?
So PTC requirements, Chairman Oberman, are not necessarily relevant to Class 2 railroad, such as Pan Am that currently hosts the Downeaster.
Isn't it? Well, wherever the passenger runs, there has to be PTC, does there not?
Not a class, no, only Class 1 railroads are required.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
So well, what you're really saying is you have to, once you take it over, you're a Class 1, you have to put the PTC in. It's not something you're volunteering to do.
So Chairman Oberman, I'm not sure if that's the case. They have an MTEA, which is a mainline track exception. I think we would come within that exception when we take it over. We've been in discussions with FRA about this, but the bottom line is that we are going to install PTC on this line. And it's
Okay.
something that wouldn't happen otherwise unless we come in here and do that.
All right, thank you.
On the next slide, the image on the left shows a typical segment of PAR main line in Maine at the town of Lincoln. The image on the right shows a typical main line on a CSX network located just south of Selkirk. Again, these photos provide another example of the difference in rail, tie, and surface conditions of the two railroads. In addition to infrastructure improvements, both rail operations and the environment will benefit from our replacement of high maintenance, older and less fuel efficient Springfield terminal locomotives to the more modern, fuel efficient, and powerful CSX fleet. Better and cleaner locomotives will result in operating reliability and environmental benefits to the PAR system. We will also implement our industry-leading operating practices to modernize operations, improve reliability, and introduce careful data measuring and management. Pan Am currently uses a manual combination of magnetic boards, paper forms, and spreadsheets to operate their system. The photo on the left shows a magnetic board which tracks locomotive movements on the Pan Am system. CSX's modern tool includes our real-time locomotive tracking and health system shown here in the screen on the right. We'll replace the outdated Pan Am approach with the CSX approach. On a daily basis, my operating team reviews detailed performance metrics regarding the CSX system, including charts and data on a wide range of issues, such as train velocity and on-time performance. We will apply that same approach to the PAR network. Additionally, we anticipate operating the PAR system on a scheduled basis to bring more reliability and consistency to PAR customers. I recognize that current rail operations are experiencing the effects of crew shortages caused by COVID, but we expect that to be short-lived. Over the longer term, the network will be improved by scheduled operations that will provide more reliable service. All of these efficiencies will result in safer, more efficient, and more environmentally friendly railroad operations that will benefit all users and the New England public at large. Finally, rail labor will be fully protected. CSX does not anticipate any reduction of the Springfield terminal workforce that is providing service today over the PAR system. In fact, we plan on hiring additional employees to work on that territory. And we will leverage our world-class Atlanta Training Center to develop current and future employees working on the PAR network. Moreover, the standard New York dock labor protective conditions will apply here. One of the strongest benefits of the proposed transaction for rail labor is the expected improvements in safety. Safety is a vital component of both our operating philosophy and goals. We have led the industry with the lowest FRA reportable injury rate in 2019 and 2020. Let me turn the microphone over to Kevin Boone, who will describe the customer benefits that will result from the infrastructure and operational improvements that I have identified.
Jamie,
Jamie, real quick.
Go ahead, Patrick.
No, Marty, you go.
Jamie, before you leave, I know you're not leaving, but before you turn it over, can we go back to the map of the overall capital infrastructure projects? There we go. Yeah. So what are you able to say here publicly? What is the total amount of capital you are budgeting for all these projects?
Yes, we're looking at this point in time, we've put together $100 million plan, 50 million of that being in our first year. So 50 million expected to spend this year and the additional capital over the next couple of years.
So that 100 million will be done within 3 years?
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, the 100 million will be over the next 3 years, and that number may even grow as we continue to analyze the railroad.
All right. And here's what I'm having trouble understanding about this overall transaction. And I'll direct it to you, but if anybody else on the team wants to weigh in, please do. I asked some of these questions of Jim at the outset. You're spending a significant sum to make this purchase. I'm not putting that in the record unless you want to. Plus at least 100 million on top of it. The projected growth of 2.3% for 3 years, and then an additional 1.5% for the next 2 years, assumes that most, if not all, of this capital expenditures will have been made to the extent it's necessary to serve the existing traffic and natural growth. I'm having trouble understanding how you are committing $100 million of more expenditure, and you say it may be more, on top of the purchase price to generate basically no new growth resulting from the merger, but only normal growth from growth in the economy. I still don't understand the economics of that. And and it troubles me because as it relates to the overall traffic on the national rail network, I don't see the pivot to growth in the numbers you actually sent to us. And I think it's crucial if we're going to have a healthy national rail network. So could you explain how you're going to pay back that $100 million in or more in capital investment with virtually no additional growth?
Before I turn it over to someone else, I will. This is a 100-year asset. We're purchasing something that is going to be with us, that we're bolting onto our network a lot longer than multi-generation as we sit and think about the people who are at this table. So the investments, no matter who takes it over, has got to be done. I've shown you a few photographs and pictures, but really, if nobody puts this money into this railroad at some point in time, I'm not sure what kind of a railroad's going to be left up there. So we're looking at it as an approach that 100 years, what's the business going to look like? The growth that Jim had explained, and I know Kevin will go through, may be minimal to start off with, but when we start to get up into that region and Kevin and his team starts working with the customers, we believe that there may be opportunities further years down the road. I mentioned to you the connection for us to be able to compete with the two Canadian Class 1s up in New Brunswick. We're hoping that over a period of time, we're going to be able to grow business up in that area as well, whether that's 5 years from now or 10 years from now. So the opportunities, as we continue to look at the investment that we're putting into this, we're doing this not necessarily for the next 2 or 3 years. We're doing this because it's the right thing to do. And we're doing it because we believe that the business over 50, 100 years is going to be providing more than enough to continue to pay for any of the capital that we've been putting up there.
Well, Jamie, I'm not an MBA, but I'm going to take a wild stab and say that I don't think your shareholders are looking to wait 100 years to recover this investment, both the purchase price and the 100 million. So I'm wondering if you could enlighten us, and maybe it's a different member of your team. What is the time period you're projecting on which these investments are worth making in terms of increased traffic and growth on the railroad? That's what I'm concerned about. Of course, railroads have long-term investments, but there's been a long period of time, in my view, since the railroads have not picked up their share of the increased freight generated by the growth in our economy. And 50 years is too long to wait, in my view. And you've only given us projections for 5 years, and we haven't seen the growth there. So how much longer than 5 years is this justifies this investment? That's really what I'm talking about. And I wonder if you have some numbers. You must have some numbers that would warrant making these expenditures.
I'll let Sean answer, but I just want to make one comment that I'll take it as a compliment that as a railroad who's always accused of doing everything for the shareholder, you're right. We believe that this is something that is the right thing to do for a lot more reasons than that. I'll turn it over to Sean.
Yeah, well, we haven't heard from the shareholders yet.
Thank you, Jamie. So look, we've got a rigorous financial model that we put in place as we went through this transaction. That financial model included the investments that Jamie just talked about. It also included the traffic projections that we provided to the Surface Transportation Board. In addition to that, it included the fact that we expect to run a much more efficient railroad than what the Pan Am is able to run today, simply because of the infrastructure that's in place. When you've got infrastructure that looks like that, and you're running at 10 miles an hour as opposed to 25 or 40 miles an hour, you're going to have more crew changes. You're going to have more overtime. You're going to be less fuel efficient. You're going to have locomotives that break down on the line of road. There's going to be significant additional cost, and that additional cost prevents Pan Am today from generating the kind of profitability they would need to make the kind of investments that we are going to make in that railroad. Do we expect growth above and beyond the projections that we set forward in the transaction? We are going to fight vigorously to try to win new business over from the trucks. And the investments that we're making in the rail infrastructure give us confidence, and our service product that we're going to bring forward give us confidence in our ability to beat those projections. I think, as Jamie said, with these investments, we will have the capacity to be able to do that. So Kevin will give you a lot more in terms of the types of customer acquisition efforts that we'll have, and a few of the opportunities that we may get into. But it is absolutely our goal, whether it's 3 years or 5 years or 7 years, I don't know. But what I can tell you is that we wouldn't be doing our job if we didn't invest at a purchase price that generated a return in excess of our cost of capital. And that's what we fully expect.
Hey,
Well,
Sean.
I appreciate that. Just one follow-up, Patrick. But, you know, as a sophisticated business operation, I just have to assume that there are some more concrete projections here. And I'm wondering if you would be comfortable sharing those with us on a proprietary, confidential basis, because I am, as you know, laser focused on the growth of the national rail network. So it would be very enlightening for us to measure how this envelops over the next ensuing years, and when we can expect to see that growth based on your expertise. You have more than we do, and you're the ones investing the money. You've got the skin in the game, so I assume you're not doing it just on a wing and a prayer. Would you be willing to share those kinds of projections with us on traffic growth to justify these investments?
Well, Mr. Oberman, we're focused on growth too. And we invest $1.8, $1.7 billion each year in CSX. So, we do a vigorous analysis to justify that level of investment back into our private company. And if the
Jim, I assume you've done a rigorous analysis. I'm just wondering if we can see it.
Mr. Chairman, we submitted the forecasts to you, and they're quite detailed. I would point out that your concern about rail traffic not tracking the national economy is directly addressed. The baseline we assume is that we will keep up with the growth of the economy. That's something far better than you can say about the current Pan Am Railway right now. We will keep up with and after year 3, we have forecasted growth once we start implementing a more consistent scheduled system that can attract shippers and see that they have opportunities to compete with trucks. And it's at that point that we see the beginning of a pivot toward a growth that actually exceeds economic forecasts.
Well, what you submitted to us is that after year 3 for the next 2 years, an addition of 1.5%. Is that all you need to justify this investment? That's what I'm trying to get at.
I think it's 1.5 on top of GDP.
Yes, but it's an additional 1.5. It's hard. Listen, I'm not making the investment, Jim. It's hard for me to imagine that you're making both the purchase price and capital investments here just to keep up with GDP. That doesn't make sense to me for merging your railroad, but maybe it does in the railroad business. I'm just trying to find out what traffic numbers we can look forward to over the long haul, and are we going to see this general movement of freight?
Well, I would say that again, there's not this is not a huge intermodal franchise. Based on my 45 years of freight railroad experience, anybody that can grow their freight railroad carload business at 1.5 times plus GDP would be off the charts rock stars. Hasn't been done since deregulation. The freight railroad system has been shrinking. That's just the facts.
Yes,
So it's the facts. So we're saying that we're going to outgrow historical rates of growth. We're comfortable with the internal rate of return on that investment. And we've presented to you the required information to make your determination.
Yeah, Joe, we found your application complete, so I agree with you. You don't have to commit to it here if you don't want to, but I am requesting, if you are comfortable, of sharing with us what kind of long-term growth we can expect up here. Obviously, it can be kept under a confidential basis, so you don't have to answer that now if you don't want to. Patrick had a follow-up question.
Yeah, I think first of all, I want to say that I obviously share the chairman's priority in terms of wanting to see the freight network grow, and I think the essential question here is what will happen to Pan Am before and after the transaction. So to me, the relevant comparison is what I think Jamie, Jim, and Tony alluded to, which is what would happen in the absence of the transaction. So as you are evaluating your capital improvements, and I think Jim, you referenced your internal rate of return, you're taking a look at what additional would be gained on top of what's to be expected. So maybe could you provide to us or summarize what you would expect the growth numbers to look like if CSX were not to take over the lines?
Well, I think I stated earlier that we don't think that the existing infrastructure could keep up with GDP growth.
Would you expect the traffic to decline in absolute terms?
I don't know if I can make that
Uh,
assumption.
Commissioner Fuchs, Patrick, the supplemental verified statement that sets out our traffic assumptions includes a kind of range of possible growth in traffic without the transaction. And and that's all we can do. We really don't know what would happen. I think there certainly is the possibility that there would be no growth or even a decline given the current state of the rail network. But we assumed that there would be, at least we assumed for purposes of just modeling this, which is all we can really do when you're looking into the uncertain future, we assumed that a range of possible growth scenarios for the Pan Am network, but starting with a kind of minimal growth to correspond with economic growth, extending to a somewhat healthier growth. And I think that's about all we can really do at this point in terms of forecasting what would happen without the transaction.
And if you could provide anything publicly in terms of, you mentioned that some of these capital investments have offsetting cost savings. I think, Sean, you mentioned it, and I think you did a very good job at the revenue adequacy hearing explaining what goes into a capital investment decision for CSX. Can you put numbers around what you would expect, maybe percentage-wise or in absolute terms, what you'd expect the cost savings operationally or otherwise from some of the capital investment decisions, the $100 million that Jamie alluded to?
Yeah, so I think it would probably not be appropriate on a public mic to give you kind of exactly what that looks like, but I can give you in general terms. I think there's two things to think about. The first is these capital investments are supportive of growth. So it's not simply I'm looking for cost trade-offs that are going to support and give me a return on a standalone basis on $100 million of capital. That being said, look, the Pan Am Railways today operates at an operating ratio that's significantly worse than any Class 1 carrier operates at, regardless of where that carrier operates. It's a lower density line. Is it going to end up becoming as efficient as our main lines due to the density of traffic? Probably not, but we do think there are significant opportunities from an expense standpoint to generate a lot more efficiency than what Pan Am is at today. I can't give you a specific number, but hopefully that gives you a general idea.
And they're directly related to that 100 million as well. Not just from the single line service and general CSX operating practices, but I think I heard you correct to say that the 100 million itself, generates some offsetting cost savings as well.
That's right, and we've seen it here within our own network. Simply, focusing on the investments in the yard and the mainline track that Jim and Jamie talked about. We've seen a significant decrease in track caused derailments, best in the industry. And that has real cost savings associated with it. We expect to see the same thing at Pan Am.
And I just have one last question for Jamie. I know he's handing it over, but you mentioned that you believe that the totality of CSX's actions would lead to better service and more reliable service. When you wake up in 5 years, what numbers are you going to look at to judge whether or not CSX was successful in what it set out to do?
Growth.
What will tell you? What are your thresholds from a service metric standpoint?
The basic service metrics, obviously, of our dwell, speed, any other type of velocity metrics that's out there. But I think the real success of this is growth. Right? We're not purchasing a railroad just to keep it at status quo. We're going to grow, and to Jim's point, the amount of growth that we've committed to is more than probably anybody else has done in a very long time. So, when we see that we're able to grow this railroad because the service metrics are where they are, and we've been able to improve the fluidity of that network, we're able to move traffic better for our customers. We have a better connection into the national rail network. That's our success in 5 years from now.
Got it. Thank you.
Commissioner Fuchs, this is Peter. I would just add briefly on the cost savings. Take a look at the record, page 57 of the operating plan.
Not able to hear that person.
Peter, you're not coming through.
Who's up here? Peter? Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So Commissioner Fuchs, I just wanted to direct you to a point in the record where we do quantify some of the cost savings, specifically with respect to locomotive improvements and the better locomotives that Jamie talked about. Dr. Reichus calculated a savings of $2 million on just on fuel levels alone. He also calculated annual locomotive cost savings of $800,000, not including fuel. So that's at page 57 of the operating plan, if you'd like to look at that in closer detail. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so if we're ready, we'll move over to Mr. Boone now.
Well, I'm sorry. I thought someone else had a question. This is.
No, well, actually, yeah, Robert, and then Karen had a question as well. Why don't you go ahead, Robert?
Okay, thanks. Hey, Jamie, before we let you go, I got a few more questions. So in terms of this growth over the next 5 years, I know we mentioned it briefly before. As you're improving the tracks, are you planning to, with the growth that's expected, this 1.5 that's going to be coming up, are you expecting to add just the cars, or are you going to add more to that network?
Well, the growth that we're talking about really is something we can absorb with the current train plan that's out there. 3, 4, 5 years from now, or if something breaks loose that we don't expect at this point in time with the Port of St. John, then maybe we do talk with our stakeholders about another train start. But at this point in time, the growth will be absorbed with our current trains that are running out there.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Karen, you had a question?
No, I'll let her finish. I got a few more.
Robert, sorry.
That's okay. And thank you for indulging me, Karen. If the merger goes through, you're talking about also having a 50% stake in Pan-Am Southern, who actually, they're going to have part of that. They're going to have the northern route. You'll have 50% of that. Are you guys talking about any sort of improvements to the northern route at all?
Well, our plan is to continue along with all the great work that the NS and Pan Am has done together. They put 100 million plus, I believe, of capital up in that area, and we'll continue to work with them to continue to improve that line. So for us, it's on a contract basis. We said the B&E will run it, but we will be an equal partner with NS, and we absolutely will continue to make sure we contribute to make that line viable.
So no part of the $100 million, or is there any part of that $100 million in improvements going to go to northern?
No, that's separate. That's a separate. This year's capital has already been put together between Pan Am and Norfolk Southern, and as soon as the snow melts and everything the frost comes out of the ground, they've got a tie program and a rail program that they're getting onto. So no, this is separate.
The Pan Am Southern on the freight network, excluding the lines that the Amtrak or commuter trains operate over today, is by far the best conditioned line on the network, because it is a key and critical route, which you'll hear from later from Norfolk Southern for their business into and out of Boston. So it has been maintained at a higher standard than the rest of the network.
So Jim, so then is there any effort to increase growth or traffic on that line, since it's already, as you're saying, it's in much better shape?
It's our plan to try and grow the business on the entire network. And if the customers that are local to that line, originating or receiving traffic, can grow because of the.
I guess I'm saying, is that 1.5 that you guys are talking about? Is that included in that on that line?
That would be par.
Okay. Thank you. Hey, Jamie, moving over to, are you familiar with the Springfield master plan, which includes, the Union Station?
No, I'm not myself.
Okay, I know MDOT had put it in into their submission, talking about a 950-foot long shoe fly track. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am familiar with that at Springfield. Yes.
Okay. Do you guys have any opinion on that? Their concern is whether or not we're able to would like to keep that and not have it go away.
We don't have any plans to remove it at this point in time. The
Okay.
request was made. I wasn't even aware of the shoe fly until the request was made. I had spoken with my head of engineering, and we have no plans to remove that. It's not. There's no plans to remove that shoe fly.
Okay. Okay. And you said you're not familiar with the master plan?
I am not familiar with the master plan, no, sir.
Okay. Just saying that that's an important part for MDOT, and hopefully your folks can in your discussions can talk about that.
I will make sure that personally this afternoon or tomorrow I will be up to date on that.
Great. Thank you.
Commissioner-
Question goes back. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Primus, can you hear me now, Peter?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, I just want to be clear. We have committed to work on the Springfield master plan. We have a long history, CSX, of working with Springfield and the Union Station project, and the Springfield master plan we see as something that we're going to continue to work on. This is not, we're not pushing back against working with MassDOT on these issues in Springfield and elsewhere.
No, I didn't suggest that you guys are pushing back. Just want to make sure that you guys are aware of it, and that and what your stance is on that shoe fly track, and sort of working with them on the project. Last question. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Primus, Tony LaRocca again. I want to go back to your question about infrastructure on pass.
Okay.
And I'll refer you to the Vermont settlement agreement that we
Right.
recently filed. There's section 16 talks about investments that are ongoing in the Hoosick Junction area, which is a very important point on the line to the west of the Hoosac Tunnel, which is an important interchange point for traffic going to the Vermont rail system.
Right.
And that is an infrastructure project that the settlement agreement, the parties have pledged to continue supporting.
Okay.
That's one concrete, and we'll have, it's a one concrete project that is underway, and we'll have clear benefits for transportation on pass and for the Vermont shippers.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Last question, Jamie. I brought it up earlier with Jim, so about operations, and I'd like for you to comment on CSX position with MBTA and their requests for the right to dispatch on MBTA and MassDOT owned rail.
This is something that we thought about extensively, and we feel very, very comfortable with the way that we dispatch. We dispatch a very large number of commuter trains, VRE, Mark and others, and really ultimately we've committed to leaving the dispatch center indefinitely up in the New Hampshire area. And truly, we believe that we're the best at it, and we don't want to give up that piece of dispatching, because it's important for us to be able to live within the windows that are provided and to have control over those windows. So when it is our turn to get a train through, we've had past experiences where we didn't control certain sections, and it turned into some type of a battle day in and day out. We believe that we have proven that.
Are you talking about that? Are you talking about in the region?
No, not in that region at all. Total separate corner of the railroad. Ultimately, we would like to be able to maintain control of those trains that are moving in those areas that we run. And we're comfortable we can do it right. We commit
Well,
to moving those trains the way that their schedules call for them to move.
And Jamie, if I might add.
I got to say that VRE and Mark are a lot smaller than MBTA number one. I think a little bit, and MBTA is a little bit more complex. And now I've seen some of the problems in the past with Mark, especially in terms of on time, in terms of scheduling, in terms of that. So there is, for me, there is a concern there, and I think that when you're considering such an integral part in terms of what MBTA has to offer, in terms of what they're doing right now, I think, I really think that this, deserves more than just, I think we can do it better. I think it deserves it sort of sitting down and really, having that conversation as to how this can move forward. I mean, there's a lot at stake, as you well know, with the dispatch and what goes on coming out of Boston, coming in and out of Boston on a daily basis. And I think that's important that we look at it, I think, a little bit closer than has been looked at up to this point.
Yeah, Vice Chair Primus, I would just say that we've had multiple conversations with MassDOT about dispatching. We commit fully to cooperate with them. We will need to be partners with MassDOT going forward. We recognize the importance of MassDOT and MBTA service on those lines. I would also say that
when you say
CSX
partners, partners, what are you guys proposing as a partnership? Are you, in terms of sharing information, in terms of having people in the room? What is this? What does this entail?
Yeah, sure.
Well, with the new dispatch centers being built, they're all going to be together, right? So you're going to have the folks that dispatch both sides are going to be in the same room, the same building, the same area. And we've committed to providing the service that's required there. And today it's being done. It's being done really well. And we've committed to live up to whatever Pan Am's commitments are with passenger service. And we are going to fill their shoes. So whatever commitments they have made, we are right along with those commitments. We've fully stepped into those shoes if this goes through.
And I just want to add one other thing, which is that there is an existing agreement in place, which has protections. It's been worked out over the years. It was a negotiated arrangement between Pan Am and the local authorities, agencies, and it provides for remedies in the event of a problem. So we're stepping into the shoes of an existing contractual relationship, and we're not changing it. We're not moving the dispatching center. We're going to occupy the joint one that's being created, that's being constructed right now. And so there's really no reason to be concerned that anything is going to change.
Okay.
All right. Karen, you had a.
Yeah, I want to go back to Jamie with a question. As you analyzed what the capital needs are for upgrading the PAR system, when you looked at it, did you also take into account issues related to resiliency? You're buying a railroad that is in part a coastal railroad. It is going to be exposed to the results of climate change. Have you looked at portions of that railroad that are likely to be impacted by floods and sea level rise? The scientists are predicting we're going to have more hurricanes. What would happen if another Katrina, not to get into the South Coast issues, Gulf Coast issues, but hurricanes are going to be, they're saying, more frequent, potentially more severe. Sandy completely disrupted the Northeast corridor in flooding the Hudson River Tunnel. So have you looked at the sections of the Pan Am system that may be exposed to future climate change issues?
It's a great question. And if there's anybody or any railroad out there who knows hurricanes, I think we've got that one with respect to how to restore them and how to deal with them. But the areas of any concern of ours when we looked at the railroad was more of the Portland area with respect to some of the climate change you're talking about. It is elevated to a point where, we're comfortable for a period of time. Is there more work we're going to have to do? We probably have more issues on our railroad for climate change down in the south, down in Florida, and other places in the Gulf, as you mentioned, than our concerns are up north. I'm from the Great Big White North myself, so I understand snow conditions well and how to deal with rail conditions in cold weather and snow. So as that may ramp up in the future, we feel we have that taken care of, and we have a fantastic team who knows how to shore up rail lines for hurricanes. We do it every year, and we do a heck of a good job to restore the line, as we did this year when we lost up to 12 miles of our Gulf line and had it restored within 7 days. So we're constantly looking at those issues.
Yeah, I'm not asking about restoration. I'm asking about building resiliency into the network that you have so that you don't have the disruptions and don't have all the work to restore the railroad after an event occurs. That was really my focus. You're acquiring a 100-year asset. You want to know that it's going to be there in 100 years.
Right. I'm not sure what else I could add to that, but there are a lot of short lines that run around there. We talked a little bit about Vermont and others. We'd have to continue to work with some of our connections. If we lost a piece of our railroad like we do today, in some areas, we're able to work with ENS and the ENS vice versa with us to be able to move traffic around areas while you're restoring and repairing. So those are relationships that we would continue to build as we would move forward with this deal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Why don't you folks proceed where we cut you off? I think, Jamie, you were handing it off to Kevin. We lost Kevin.
Maybe let me start over. I apologize for that. My mic wasn't working. Well, good afternoon. I think maybe before I get into my prepared remarks, I'd like to talk a little bit about the growth discussion that we've been having, and I'm sure we'll have more of that over the next few minutes here. We've been very successful here recently in attracting new business to the railroad. You may have heard about the EV plants that have been announced, the Ford plant in Tennessee and the Rivian plant in Georgia. And just recently here yesterday, we got a new steel plant that was announced in West Virginia, all on our lines. These are 3-4 year projects for our customers. So not only do we have to invest in our rail network, we would expect the customers to have to make those decisions. And those can be multi-year decisions. And based on improved service, based on reliability, based on the opportunity to reach new markets, my expectation as we get into that with the customers is they're going to be more willing to make those investments over time. And so that's why we have the accelerating growth, and beyond 5 years, I would expect that to accelerate because these investments are long-term and really start to accelerate over times. And the other thing is, I would say, when you put it in a discounted cash flow model, even year 6, 7, 8 can have huge returns for the company as the growth accelerates. So I just wanted to make that point. I'm sure we'll get into it more. But now I'll move into the prepared remarks. My name is Kevin Boone. I'm CSX Executive Vice President of Sales and Marketing. I oversee the company's growth strategies, as well as the customer service, customer engagement, and business development activities. As you heard from Jim, we are excited about the incredible customer support. Not a single shipper has expressed opposition to the proposed transaction, and dozens of shippers have submitted support letters and written op-ed columns. And many of these shippers will appear at this hearing later today to tell their individual stories. During this presentation, I will focus on 4 broad points that cover the benefit to shippers. First, freight rail customers located on Pan Am will be able to better control their logistics through CSX's state-of-the-art customer support tools. Second, single line service between the Pan Am and CSX network will improve the ability of Pan Am shippers to access national markets and CSX shippers to access New England markets. Third, the proposed transaction should lead to the reduction of truck traffic from congested highways and deliver significant environmental benefits that come with it. And fourth, we anticipate commercial opportunities will become available as Pan Am customers can competitively access new markets. We will illustrate these opportunities by walking through a few specific markets. First, I will walk through and talk about customer support tools. Pan Am's customers will benefit from CSX's considerable investments in customer-facing technology, including Ship CSX, an industry-leading customer-facing tool that provides exceptional transparency into railcar shipments and management. Access to Ship CSX will be a major improvement for Pan Am customers who currently have limited insight into the status of their rail shipments. CSX will provide Pan Am customers with a suite of tools that integrates the ability to price rail shipments, ship and trace rail cars, track trip plan compliance, and pay for services, including account invoices and accessorial charges. Rail customers in New England will have increased transparency, allowing for improved pipeline management and asset utilization. Pan Am does not have the resources or scale of operations to implement the type of sophisticated operating systems and practices that customers are looking for. Expansion of CSX's integrated operations into New England will allow customers to schedule their supply chains more precisely, better manage inventory, and reduce costs. This slide shows how Ship CSX works seamlessly on mobile devices, allowing customers to access the tools from any location. The slide also depicts the trip plan performance dashboard within Ship CSX. Each shipment is assigned a trip plan with a number of expected days from origin to destination. The trip plan performance metric allows customers to monitor and measure performance over time. Additionally, Ship CSX offers a track and trace feature. This allows CSX customers to monitor specific rail cars or shipments, whether at the customer's facility, in the serving yard, or en route to the destination. Customers can create customized reports based on traffic types or events, along with reports to monitor inbound and outbound pipeline by location. Technology innovation is a core pillar of CSX's strategy, and we will continue to invest in these customer tools. A second major benefit for rail customers is expanded market access. The combination of CSX and Pan Am will create opportunities for New England customers to compete in new markets by leveraging efficient single line service. Customers will also have more direct and efficient access to New England markets. This will enhance their ability to reach new markets, increase speed to market, and improve asset utilization. One of our primary objectives in acquiring Pan Am is to support the growing New England economy by offering superior rail transportation service to customers. That growth in economic activity can be further promoted by expanding New England rail users' access to markets on the CSX network and to CSX interchange partners across the country. Customers utilizing port facilities across the Pan Am can expect expanded market opportunities due to the improved service and reliability that result from the proposed transaction. The merger will also expand customer choice by creating more efficient access to consumption points, warehouses, and distribution locations across the CSX network. Next, I would like to talk about truck diversion opportunities.
Kevin?
Trucks are railroad's largest competition in New England. We expect that a major benefit of the CSX Pan Am combination will be the movement of freight from trucks to rail as we improve service and reliability of rail transportation across the Pan Am network. We have seen that shippers often prefer rail service, but choose trucks when they do not have sufficiently reliable rail service and cannot manage their inventory easily as they can with trucks. By increasing the reliability of rail service and the ability of shippers to track their shipments, we can attract business from trucks and deliver environmental and infrastructure benefits by reducing congestion on the region's roads and highways.
Hey,
As shown in this map, sorry.
Sorry to jump in. I just want to quick ask on your previous point about fewer handlings and decreased mileage. And I know you provide detailed train information in the record, but maybe you could summarize in aggregate what you expect in terms of the decreased interchanges, maybe on a daily or weekly basis, as well as putting some numbers around the decreased mileage.
Yeah, maybe I'll hand that over to Jamie to discuss.
All of it. When you think about it, everything is interchange to us, which I'll say any interchange points you have across any of the rail networks, it's a 24-hour period that you have to plan on those cars taking a delay. So every one of the cars that come off of the Pan Am North, the PAR side of the business, will all get that 24-hour speed up. Again, you're going to see on the opposite direction the same type of deal with respect to the cars I explained that go to Portland to get switched. A lot of those cars are going to go more direct to the smaller yards that serve the customers. So every one of these cars are affected. They are all interchanged. Mileage, I wouldn't necessarily say there is backhaul mileage. There are cars that go up to Portland, as I explained, that get switched, that then head south. So there is a number of backhaul miles that will be saved also through our use of Selkirk Yard.
When you talk about the emission savings, you mean both what you're describing in this slide before us right now and the diversion of truck, but also just more efficient rail operations as well. The CO2 savings and other pollutants are on both fronts.
Yeah, absolutely. And utilizing the best in class fuel efficiency that we have as a railroad today. That's really important too. That, I think over the last 4 years, we've seen a 30% improvement in our fuel efficiency and really leveraging that to, additional volume. When you look at this map here, there's a lot of opportunity to gain traffic from long haul truck movements once we upgrade the Pan Am network. This map focuses on a few key commodities that move in and out of the New England region. The arrow represents the truck movements from the New England that are over 500 miles. We will be in a position to complete this freight with the improvements that we will be making. And most of these movements, approximately 75%, go into regions east of the Mississippi River, where we can offer customers more options. Truck conversion to rail has significant carbon emission savings, as we talked about. A CSX Pan Am combination will allow customers to leverage these environmental savings and deliver benefits to the consumer. We have seen a dramatic shift in the prioritization that customers have placed on the opportunities to improve their carbon footprint. Additionally, highway congestion in the New England region remains high. The opportunity to transition trucks to rail will help reduce the need for additional government investments in road infrastructure as well. Finally, let me give you some more detail on the types of commercial opportunities.
Kevin, could I just ask a question about the movement of trucks that you're seeking? Is there some way for us to be able to measure that as time goes on here?
We'll certainly be measuring it internally, and that's a key element to our commercial strategy.
Is there some way for you to keep us informed on that strategy? I mean, it is one of the major issues, I think, for the entire rail network. If CSX is going to show the way, I'd like to be able to know about it.
Yeah, I would tell you about 3 years ago, we started a team here, a commercial team within the sales and marketing team that's strictly focused on looking at all the truck movement throughout the US and solely focused on the over 500 miles. We think that can come down over time. Maybe it's 400 miles and really identifying those opportunities and going out to market and working with customers. There couldn't be a better environment to have those discussions right now. So not only are we going to do it for Pan Am, we're doing it across the whole network right now. We have a team really put up against it.
Well, I appreciate that. I'd like to
Yeah.
see the results of it, if there's a way to do that. So let me make that request of CSX to somehow supply that kind of information to us. I think it's key.
Yeah, Chairman Oberman, this is Peter Denton. CSX has committed to a 5-year oversight period with respect to this transaction. I think something like that sounds like an appropriate request for that oversight period, and we'd be pleased to evaluate it at that time.
All right, so are you saying, Peter, that the oversight can explicitly include some kind of regular reporting on transfer of your success in bringing truck onto rail?
For the PAR system, I think that sounds appropriate. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. As I mentioned, we have done extensive work looking at the freight movements in and out of the New England region and believe there are many opportunities that CSX and Pan Am the combination can deliver. This slide specifically shows 3 of those commodity types on Pan Am where new opportunities we believe will be available. Take, for example, forest products like printing paper and lumber moving from Pan Am's service territory into the greater New York metropolitan area, a consumption market of over 20 million people. We also know about the significant highway, tunnel, and bridge congestion in the region and the infrastructure challenges that come with it. As shown on the slide, much of this commodity moves today on Pan Am to air, where it is transloaded to trucks for movement to New York. The yellow arrow shows the truck movement. The CSX Pan Am combination will remove operational complexity in these shorter haul moves, a necessity to create a service product and cost profile that's competitive with trucks. Customers will benefit from an integrated network that improves reliability and service. In addition, Pan Am customers will have access to a larger fleet of rail car equipment, like boxcars and center beams, which will allow them to grow their rail business. We believe there is significant opportunity to convert these movements to single line rail into the New York area, as shown on the right. Another example is liquid propane gas or LPG opportunities. The New England region is heavily reliant on propane for home heating during the colder months. The CSX Pan Am combination will link low-cost sources of propane in the Appalachian region and Sarnia with large New England consumption areas on the Pan Am. This will provide a competitive alternative to overseas imports and Western Canadian sources. On this slide, you can see the improved routing and service options for the movement of energy products between the Port of St. John and U.S. customers. The new and efficient route from St. John over Pan Am will support new opportunities for propane and refining products into the United States. As you can see on the right, customers will have more options, allowing them to reach new markets with reliable rail service.
Kevin, on the propane traffic, do you anticipate an increase in the amount of propane traffic totally going into New England?
No, I think this one is more about giving them more options, the customer more options at a lower cost. And as you know, if there's more customers competing for the same business, that generally can be a good thing for the customer.
So what is the I'm trying to follow this, particularly on the propane. The propane is going to New England now via both you and NS, right, as well as CN and CP, to all 4?
That's right, right. But you don't see you can see on the right where there's a new route coming from the south that opens up new opportunities.
Yeah, I understand, but currently, currently, the current map, I'm not sure I understand in terms of the propane traffic. Is it all, oh, there you have it. So
yeah.
There you have some is coming from CSX, and isn't some coming from NS as well?
Yeah, you can see from CNCP with the red lines, and then the blue line is over, using the pass as well.
Right, but is part of that NS or is it all just CSX? That's what I'm.
I think that could be both. And this business is very transactional, and
Right.
so it can move around quite a bit.
So are we trying to suggest that you're going to compete with CNCP and have more of it move on your line rather than theirs? Is that what this is trying to suggest to us?
I think that would be, the customer has the option, more options going forward than they do today.
Well, I understand they have more options, but are you only showing us options, or are you showing us how the traffic's going to actually be projected to be divided up?
We would expect some of this, the new access to some of these markets to be very competitive with the current sources. So we would expect some more traffic moving from the southern
So
parts
you're
into that network.
expecting to win some of that traffic. That's what you're
We
trying
would.
to say. Yeah,
We
okay.
would.
I just wanted to make sure I understood, but we're not talking about a total growth in the amount of propane. You're just talking about me being competitive for it where PAR is not now. Is that the point?
Right. And this market will probably grow with GDP as consumption grows.
Okay, thank you.
Kevin, this is Robert. Sort of following up on that and sort of the questions that I think some of the members have been asking before. Do you see your growth going forward? Is it going to be in energy? I mean, I know the truck traffic as well. Do you see the majority of your immediate growth coming off of trucks, or is it going to be, once you finish this the improvements, would it be more energy? How are you looking to break that down sort of going forward in your targets?
Yeah. When you look at the division of the business today, energy represents 7% roughly of the carloads today. So that's not, this is one of the many examples, but it probably is not the larger growth driver. It's more of the truck conversion that we see over the longer term as the big opportunity.
Okay. Have you guys identified specific industries, from the paper or others, or is it yet, or is it to be determined?
Yeah, when you think about paper and packaging and the boom we've had in e-commerce in the corrugated boxes, this market, the Pan Am market is big in that particular market. And so that will continue to be a growth opportunity for them, and also for them to be able to reach new markets that they don't today with that business.
Okay.
Kevin, could I just go back to this map for a minute?
Sure.
The red arrows of CNCP, they're just left hanging in the air there. What rail line do they get to? Do they get?
Well, we're just showing that they're coming into that Pan Am network today. I know it's not showing the connection right now, but if we add a bunch of lines, it gets convoluted. So I think how you need to think about it is that the CN and CP markets today, the Canadian Western markets, reach into the Pan Am and serve that market. And now, post the transaction, we believe some of the other sources of energy could actually reach that market efficiently as well, as efficient as those markets reach it today.
Can you pinpoint the access points on PAR?
Let me defer to my colleague Jamie, who's an expert on that area.
Really, the only access points that you would have where they would connect across is either PAR or PASS that would then move up towards the northern parts of the PAR line.
Which junctions, Jamie? That's what I'm trying to get at.
So the Canadian stuff coming down and around the junction, I would say that the way it moves today would probably come down around through the Vermont Railroad, I would imagine, that would then connect across. I'm not sure the exact junction where they would come in. Up on the northern part, it would probably come down into Bangor, and then off of CP, which is an interchange point at this point in time in Maine. So some of that northern route would flow down through there and head south as well.
So you're talking not about the green PAS line on this map. You're talking about a Vermont line that's not shown on this map that would then go all the way south to PAS and then back up north.
Well, some of those lines do connect directly into some interchange points where they cross the current PAR railroad.
You see, Steve Righteous, you see LPG traffic going into Maine through CP on the CMQ, and then down from Canada into into Western New England, Vermont, New Hampshire, coming down off of the BRS and NECR.
Are you saying it's coming in by ocean into the port and then onto CP?
No, some of the CPs,
No,
it's coming from Canada west or possibly St. John's, but then in over the CMQ.
To where does it then interchange with PAR someplace from the CMQ?
Yeah, was it Bangor?
Bangor, Maine is where it would interchange from CP to PAR. And a lot of this traffic would come out of the Sarnia area. And that's where you would see this propane flow out of, which is where Kevin had those arrows heading up and around.
So you're saying once you have the merger, you can compete for those customers by bringing up propane from the south?
Yeah, bring it. So we own about a 15-mile piece of territory in Sarnia where we service customers. That traffic is routed then on a haulage agreement with CN, which would come around through Toledo and then could connect up south of the Great Lakes on our water line, heading to Pass and or PAR.
Got it. Okay. So then, yeah.
Just a follow-up question. I think you've indicated that the transaction could potentially increase competition for propane. Could the transaction also potentially compensate for what seems to be a lack of propane pipeline going into New England?
That's a great point. And the discussions I've had with David Fink and his team is a lot of commitments that governors have made with David to make sure that there is sufficient numbers of propane sitting around in some areas, waiting for cold snaps and other items and market conditions. But yes, this would open up not only to Kevin's point of competition, but also some better routing that might work for our customers in order to have more access to propane.
And let me add the resiliency. I mean, more options means more competition. It means a more resilient network that's able to deal with, climate change and other disruptions that are impossible to predict. So more options which are being created here improve both the competitive landscape and the service.
Right. And I think to Tony's point there, when the Canadian lines were dealing with the First Nations who were having blockades on their railroad, this would be another route in order for customers to be able to get that needed propane.
Let me ask a question. I'm sorry, Michelle, were you finished? I didn't mean to cut you.
Oh, yeah, I'm finished. Thanks, Marty.
Yeah. Let me just ask this question. I have a number of questions involving these access interchange points and the pricing that's talked about in the application. Are those questions appropriate for Kevin or for Jamie or for one other member of your team? Because I've been holding them for the moment.
It would probably be in my area. Sean might help me out as well, but yeah, that's probably
Kevin. You're
for me.
You're the tariff person.
And Marty, if the questions are involve the settlement agreements as well, maybe the lawyers will have could help clarify if that's
all right. Well, I have a number of questions which are going to take a few minutes, and I don't want to interrupt the flow at this point because I really want to get into it, but I will save them for when Kevin's done. But Robert, did you have a question?
Yeah, well, I can come back to. I had a question for Jamie. And I'm sorry, you guys are talking about sort of the access and how things were connected to PAS and PAR. I mean, I could wait until later if it's more appropriate to do it then as a wrap up. Kevin, if you want to keep
Well,
going.
I've only got one more slide to wrap up, so I can quickly do that, and then we can
Yeah, go ahead.
all the questions.
And
Go ahead.
Robert, I'm sorry, in the meantime, map 1E from our application is a detailed listing of all of the interchange locations on the system. If you'd like to. pull
I know,
that-
I'm aware of that. I'll wait until Kevin, I got a follow up on, it was basically a follow up on that, just one question, but thank you. Go ahead, Kevin, because I have questions for you too. So I'll let you go ahead.
Okay. All right. I think we're on slide 32 now. So finally, our last example focuses on the waste market. New England landfill capacity is limited and becoming scarcer with pronounced near-term challenges in Connecticut and Massachusetts. Shrinking local capacity will require municipalities to seek alternatives to dispose of construction and municipal waste, solid waste. The improved service and integrated operations of the combined CSX Pan Am network will support development and implementation of rail-based solutions for waste disposal in the New England region. CSX will bring its expertise as the largest hauler of waste by rail to support safe, compliant, and cost-effective rail service to the Pan Am communities. As you can see through these examples, a CSX Pan Am combination can deliver many new market opportunities to New England customers and consumers. We expect many other opportunities beyond these to develop as we work closely with customers and invest in the network. That kind of wraps up my prepared remarks, and maybe we'll get into the Q&A now.
I'm wondering if the assemblage is ready for a short break and then reconvene and then break again, maybe in an hour or so for lunch. That seem comfortable with everybody? We've been going for hour and a half since our last break.
So Marty, what time do you want to do lunch? Because it's a 1:45 Eastern time.
Well, would you rather break for lunch now on the East Coast? In the Midwest, we just finished breakfast. Would people prefer to just take the lunch? I think it's a good time to break. Would you like to break for half an hour for lunch now?
Yeah.
Everybody feel comfortable with that?
Yep. Works for
All
us.
right. Why don't we reconvene at 1:15 Eastern?
Thanks, Marty.
All right, gang. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. I assume everybody is refueled and refreshed. So we will keep going. So Kevin, were you done with your slide presentation?
Yes, I was. Yeah, I think we were going to move into Sean after there was any Q&A there.
And Chairman Overman, this is Peter Denton. I might suggest, it seemed like there were a couple of questions that might start coming up about Pan Am Southern. We think it would probably be best to let Mr. Pelkey and then Dr. Reichus provide their presentations, which go into some depth on that topic. And then
I actually had some questions dealing with the rest of the network, which I'd like to follow up with Kevin. And then if he needs to hand it off to Mr. Pelkey or Dr. Reichus, we can then defer those questions so they're finished. But I'd like to get back to the traffic flows that Kevin was describing, because this is an area of particular concern to me, I think to the board in general. So Kevin, when you showed us the flow of various commodities now versus the future, and I know we were focused on propane for the moment, or I was focused on it anyway. So I'd like to get back to that and ask you some questions about propane as an example, and then we might, see if I can get an understanding of how that applies to general movement of freight. So there's a couple aspects of the application which I want to read to you, and then I want to focus on what those actually mean. At page 12 of the application, it says that CSX has committed to keeping all gateways to other rail carriers open on commercially reasonable terms to ensure that PAR system shippers continue to have access to other carriers. It doesn't say receivers, but so that's one question I have. And then there's another statement at page 287, which says CSXT has committed to waive any rights CSXT might otherwise have under the board's rules to refuse requests by shippers to establish local separately challengeable rates for movements on the PAR system to interchange with another rail carrier. So I want to flush out what that means in terms of some specific examples of the shipments we've talking about. I just want to make sure I am clear on it and that it is clear on the record. So let's just take the propane that we were talking about, Kevin, that a reasonable, some amount of propane leaves Narnia, which is served by CSX, I'm sorry, Sarnia. Narnia may get us into another world here. Sorry about that. Sometimes I feel like I've gone through the wardrobe into Narnia since I've been at the board, but that's a different problem. So right now you have traffic that comes from Sarnia that is served by Sarnia is served by CSX, CN, and CP, as I understand it. And some of this propane comes from Sarnia and interchanges with PAR at Bangor, I think is what you told us. So the question I have is that after the merger, but for these commitments that you have, that I've just read from in the application, under the bottleneck rule, because CSX also serves that route, you would not have to quote or provide access to CN and CP to bring that same traffic in at Bangor, and that you're committing to waiving that right, and you will let them in at least for some period of time. Is that an accurate way to understand the commitments you're making?
Yeah, I'll let
Yeah, Tony, I think this is an appropriate one for you to jump in on.
Oh, great. I'm the bottleneck.
I think this is the bottleneck question, and I want to get it flushed out here.
Yeah, under the bottleneck rule, of course, if a carrier can provide service through service from an origin to a destination, it is not obligated to quote a Rule 11 rate for an interchange that would have the traffic move in interline service. It can simply quote a rate for its through service. That's what the bottleneck rule that's one of the principles underlying the bottleneck rule.
I understand that. That's my question. My question is now what happens?
So what happens now is we have said if a situation exists today where a shipper could ask for interline service for a particular movement where, say, the origin was provided by Pan Am with an interchange to another carrier, that we will not invoke that principle that I just described as to prevent or to refuse to quote a local rate for movement to that existing interline partner. That we will not invoke the principle that we would otherwise have to refuse to quote a local rate for interline. Therefore, that's one way of keeping the existing gateways open. That if a shipper wants a rate to an existing gateway, we'll give them a rate. That's basically the principle.
All right, Tony, let me stop you right there. We were talking about propane. What about a rate for a receiver getting the commodity in from someplace else into the PAR line? Is this gateway? Because you say there's a place where the application says you're going to keep all the gateways open at page 12. So it's got to be open in both directions as I read your application. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. I mean, the same rule would apply, that we could not refuse to quote an interline rate where we were the destination receiver simply because we could provide the through service without the interchange. Yeah.
Well, the reason I ask is because in your previous statement, you were talking about shippers, but it's fair to say you mean shippers and receivers, traffic in both directions.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Tony, this is Jim. Yeah, I guess in the railroad industry, we refer to, they're all shippers. I'm sorry if we were not clear.
Well, the reason I asked, Jim, is that there's not a lot of, as I understand it, in New England, not too many factories shipping stuff out anymore. It's more people who are receiving goods than shipping it out. But whatever the amount is, this commitment to keep the gateways open and not invoke whatever rights you have under the bottleneck rules applies to traffic going into New England and ending up on PAR, or starting on PAR and leaving New England. Is that?
Absolutely.
All right,
Absolutely.
so-
Whoever is, whether it's the receiver, the shipper, whoever's paying the freight, that's got the bill that gets the rate from us today or rate from them today, will get the same. They can get the same routing tomorrow.
All right. So just to be clear, to use the propane as an example, if CP is bringing propane gas from Sarnia to Bangor today, after the merger, you will give them a rate on PAR and keep that gateway open to bring that same propane gas in.
Yes.
All right. And does that commitment apply to every commodity? We were using propane because we've got the chart up here about those movements, without going through how every commodity under the sun moves to New England. Does this gateway not invoking, let me put it that way, the bottleneck rule apply to every commodity from every source that now goes into New England?
Yes.
All right, so that's very helpful. And so now let me get to the rates as I understand it. Presently, and I'm looking at PAR tariffs, I can give you the numbers if you'd like to follow along, one I'm looking at right now is 4127-L1, in which the same rate is provided to all interchange points. Well, this one is really a PAS, Mechanicville, Rotterdam, Hoosick, all have the same rate quoted for interchange regardless of the carrier that's coming in. It's an equalized treatment, as I understand the PAR pricing policy. Going forward, and again, we'll hold off for how long this commitment is, because I know you've got some limits there. But when we say you're gonna keep these gateways open, are you going to keep them open under the same equalized pricing policy to all comers?
Well, it's a tariff rate that they're saying from this origin point to any offline or any gateway. They have a rate in place that I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with every tariff that they might have, but if that's what their tariff says, that from this origin point to any of these gateways, here's what we charge per car, per ton, per mile, whatever it is that the rate is. Yeah, like I said, we'll honor it.
And that applies to every gateway or interchange point on the entire PAR system?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
All right. So, and these will be tariff rates you're going to offer, obviously not contract rates, right?
No, I think it's contract rates too. We're not just opening tariffs up. If somebody has the concept is, Mr. Chairman, if somebody has a rate today to move freight, there's two ways to physically close a gateway. One is to physically close the gateway. You don't go there anymore. And the other one is to do something with a price that financially closes the gateway. Our commitment is we are not going to do anything either physically or financially that is going to take away a competitive option that exists today.
All right. Well, that is precisely what I was going to get at. And I assume if somebody wants to negotiate a contract rate, you're not going to shy away from that. But but when you say challengeable rate, I assume you meant a tariff rate in the application. That's one of the reasons I asked the question. That's correct, right?
If that's what we said in the application and that's what we meant, yes. But I mean, again, most freight moves under contract. So we know, so everybody knows what the rate is. And the question is, we'll maintain the rate structure so that the gateway remains viable.
All right, so let's talk about time periods. Are these commitments time limited?
They're not.
These are permanent commitments?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Okay, because I know, and I think some of this may be confidential, so I have not wanted to mention year periods. You can tell us when we get to those parts of the case involving certain commitments for a period of years. But whatever those commitments are, what we've just been talking about keeping the gateways open and having equalized pricing, that is in perpetuity.
Yes.
Okay.
Open gateways. That's
Okay.
it is a concept that I developed along with a couple other people that don't work here when we did the Knit League. When we did the Knit League arrangement, when CM bought the Wisconsin Central, that's where this concept comes from. So I helped develop it. I know how it works. You can't close it off. If the customer has an option to go on an airline rate today, you keep it open.
Well, Jim, the philosophy of openness, I hope you will hold on to for 2 months so we can talk about it in another context at the reciprocal switching hearing, but I'll pass on that for the moment. But I am pleased to hear the way you have described it. I think it is the way it seems to me that CSX's commitment in this merger to not decrease competition will be carried out. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. That was all I had on this point. I don't know if anybody else had follow-up questions. Or should we move on to Mr. Pelkey? Did anybody else have a question, or should we move on to Mr. Pelkey?
Yeah, I mean, I had one question and
Go ahead, Robert.
Jim, since you're there, you had mentioned before that, no shippers are opposed to the proposed merger or filed anything, but you're right. No one has opposed it, but none of the big guys have endorsed it either. And as a matter of fact, ACC did file something that said a comment that asked us not to, if we're going to approve it, not to approve it before the B&E transaction has gone forth because of anti-competitive concerns. In your response, you guys said basically that you're going to go forward, hope to go forward and consummate this merger before that. And so what I'm asking is that still your intended plan of action, or are you guys going to wait until the B&E transaction is completed, until they take over PAS and then move forward?
Yeah, Vice Chairman Primus, this is Peter Denton. We kind of walk through in our application the various steps of the transactions, and the way we see it playing out is there's an immediate closing of the merger agreement with Pan Am Systems. We would then control Springfield Terminal. We would not merge Springfield Terminal with CSX at that time. That would occur at a later date. So it wasn't entirely clear to me which step in the process ACC was referring to, but again, it's laid out clearly.
Well, they're saying B&E, the B&E transaction has to be completed first.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think that is a necessary step the way we've laid it out, right? So the way we've laid it out is that we would acquire control of Springfield Terminal. We have certain protections in place to ensure that during any period between our control of Springfield Terminal and B&E taking over, that there would be no anti-competitive effects. That's all laid out in our application. But the way we've laid it out, I think is the best approach and the way we plan to proceed.
So that's the best approach for you guys, but overall, why wouldn't it be prudent to let B&E go ahead and get that transaction out of the way?
I just don't think it's necessary. I think the way we've laid it out, we will control Springfield Terminal. There's steps in place during the pendency of the B&E takeover, which requires some labor implementing agreements. And we believe that the way we've presented the transaction works.
Let me jump in also to add to that. The only reason that B&E will not operate day 2 is because they need to enter into implementing agreements with labor. That's it. And as soon as those are done, they're going to be operating PAS. We're hopeful that can be done quickly. We don't know, but it would be a problem for all of the stakeholders to leave everything up in the air until all of that's done. What's going to happen to all of these investments that we're planning along the reservoir line and everything else? In the meantime, there's adequate protection. Springfield Terminal will be run by the same people that are running it today. And we have committed to keep the rate structure and the operating arrangements static as they are today until B&E takes over, which shouldn't be more than a few months at the latest. So in the interim, there's no risk of competitive harm because nothing's going to change. But nevertheless, we will be able to move forward with our plan to modernize Pan Am right away, which is what we are very anxious to do. That's why we've structured it this way, with a very short period until B&E takes over, hopefully the shortest possible period, where everything stays the same and there would be no impact on competition.
Well, if it's such a short period, I don't see why you then have to put those in place. If it's relatively short, if it's a few months, why not just let it play itself out and then just go forward after the transaction's completed? Well,
a few months is a few months of deferral on the benefits that we're going to be bringing. And think about it, if
But
this is.
I mean, you guys say it's a generational, acquisition. So a few months versus a generational acquisition, that's not that long.
Who, I'm sorry, again, this is the ACC that's, the American Chemistry Council wants us to delay, they're protecting the labor agreements? They want to make sure if they want us to delay it, and we've explained that the reason for the delay is for them to enter into labor agreements and implement labor agreements. So the American Chemistry Council wants to delay to make sure that the labor agreements are correct, because that's the only reason.
Jim, I don't see it as necessarily a delay. I just see it as, look, it's looking at they're looking at it from an anti-competitive standpoint. And I get that. I understand that. And they're saying, let's just get that done and then we can move forward. No one's saying that they want to stop it. No one's saying that you can't go forward at the end. Just it's an important part to establish that, to get B&E on the record, get the transaction done, and then you can move forward. Again, no one's saying it's going to hold them up for a year or for a long period of time. I mean, even your book, Tony just said it should be quick.
Okay, well, as I said, we want to get to the public benefits. We want to get to the competitive advantages that the customers are going to realize, and the customers all want us to get going and to get this done. And I don't understand why the Chemistry Council wants to worry about the labor agreements with the B&E. So we've set forth that we think it's in the best interest of everybody to move forward.
And there are provisions that we discuss in confidential filings about the timing here and how delays in being able to consummate these transactions could create some severe problems for the negotiated arrangements. So the question really is, you're of course, a little bit of time isn't in the vast ocean of time isn't going to make that much difference, but it could have an impact because of the way these transactions have been put together. And the question really is, how much benefit do you get by taking that huge risk? We've committed to keeping everything stable during this time period. The risk is negligible.
I don't think it puts us in an unstable position. I mean, again, you're looking at B&E. They're going to be a neutral operator. I mean, if anything, it's about transparency and making sure this goes through, so people, like ACC, aren't worried about anti-competitive or any other sort of issues. You guys have stated that in your proceedings, in your notes as well. You and INS has said that B&E's operations are key protections, against those competitors. So I don't see what the big deal is over, a couple months of making sure this thing, B&E's transaction gets done.
Well, I don't think.
Yeah, we acknowledge those concerns, and that is the reason why we put in the protections that we stated in our application, and we think that solves the issue.
Well, I don't think you need the protections if you just let B&E just go ahead and get the transaction done. You don't need those protections. That's protection enough.
Let me just make one more point, and I hope I'm understanding this correctly, but two things. One, just to emphasize the point Tony made, this deal turns into a pumpkin at one point in time here. That's confidential in terms of the timeline, but I think it's important just to note that and emphasize it. So, hopefully that's not before whenever, everything that needs to fall in.
Who's speaking here? I'm sorry. Who's speaking?
I'm sorry. This is Sean Pelkey.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sean. I couldn't see you. Sorry. Go ahead.
No problem. So there is a timeline in terms of the transaction. The other thing is, remember the agreement to have B&E operate over Pan Am Southern is an agreement between the co-owners of Pan Am Southern, which right now are Norfolk Southern and Pan Am. CSX is not a co-owner until the transaction closes. And so I'm just trying to think through, and maybe from the legal side, you could help me, but how does Pan Am agree to B&E operating a line that it still owns? They're the operator today. So I think there's some complexity if we were to try to reorder things versus how it is currently structured.
Well, like I said, you guys are going around in circles. On one side, you got Tony saying, hey, we're going to get this done only a few months after. Now you're saying there's complexities involved in how we're going to get it done. And you're going to turn it into a pumpkin, if somehow it doesn't get done in that time frame.
Yeah, the complexity is simply that, Pan Am as the current owners, 50% owner of Pan Am Southern, I can't speak for them as to whether they would agree to have B&E take in and start operating the line prior to the sale. That's up to them to decide.
And this is all driven by the need for implementing agreements so that this all comes together without unnecessary disputes. The very limited concern about operations during the period where those implementing agreements are being hammered out is not worth jeopardizing all of the benefits that this deal brings.
So you're saying this whole thing hangs in the balance of B&E?
Not at all. No, I think, the other point is if we don't foresee any challenges getting B&E fully approved as the operator post closing, but we have a fallback. If that doesn't work, the agreement states that immediately CSX and NS would put out essentially an RFP to find another operator who could do what we envision B&E doing today. So I don't think there's any reason for concern here.
Okay. I'm done.
Okay, so what are we
For
going
now.
to?
Okay, so why don't I turn to the section of my presentation here. And I do want to thank the commissioners for the opportunity to describe why we think our acquisition of Pan Am will be a major step forward in the development of the rail network in New England. As you know, I'm Sean Pelkey, and I'm the Vice President and Acting Chief Financial Officer of CSX. As I explained in verified statements filed in support of CSX's application for authority to acquire Pan Am, I was heavily involved in the analysis and negotiation of the proposed acquisition since the beginning of the bid process. I was also directly involved in the negotiations with Norfolk Southern and Genesee and Wyoming. As such, I'm going to focus my comments this morning on those negotiations, which aim to realign the rail network in New England and ensure that rail users will have competitive and high quality rail service. When we learned that Pan Am was part of a sale process, we recognized a unique opportunity to extend our rail network into an important region of the country that is not directly served by Class I rail carriers today. Our network currently reaches the Boston area, but does not penetrate further into New England. We were excited to bring a proven level of rail service, investment, and technology to this important and growing region. As you can see on the map, our acquisition of Pan Am would be a straightforward end-to-end combination of the CSX rail network that currently ends in Worcester, Massachusetts, and the Pan Am Railways network that extends to the north of Worcester. There is virtually no overlap between the two networks, and there is undisputed, overwhelming public benefit associated with CSX's acquisition of this route. Pan Am also owns 50% of another independent rail carrier, the Pan Am Southern. NS owns the other 50%. Turning to the next slide, the map you now see shows the CSX and pass lines that run roughly parallel from upstate New York into the Boston area. The east-west line toward the north is Pass's Patriot Corridor. South of that line is CSX's Southern route. CSX uses both the Patriot Corridor and the Southern route to move traffic from upstate New York into Boston. In fact, most of the traffic that we move on Pass goes to or from Pass locations that we don't serve ourselves directly. Having these two routes available gives us tremendous flexibility. In acquiring Pan Am, CSX would become a 50% owner of Pass along with NS. As the board is aware, there are many examples of facilities jointly owned by railroads, including facilities jointly owned by CSX and NS that are highly effective providers of competitive rail service. Conrail is perhaps the most notable. CSX and NS co-own and utilize Conrail to provide competitive service to some of the most important markets on the East Coast. Since 2019, I have served on the Conrail Board of Directors. I can speak firsthand to the success of the structure. During my tenure on the Conrail Board, I've witnessed significantly improved safety performance, increased investment, and important changes to the operating plan designed to better serve customers. We've also worked together closely with NS to resolve key issues in a way that Conrail on its own would be challenged to do. When Conrail was created, the board saw the joint ownership structure as highly pro-competitive. And while it does require time and attention to ensure things are working properly, the joint ownership of Conrail has been a resounding success. We have proven this can work, and neither party has any doubt we can replicate this track record with PASS. Against this backdrop, we began discussions with NS to work out a structure for our joint ownership of PASS. Our discussions had two basic objectives. First, we wanted to make sure that the two routes into New England would continue to be viable, both operationally and financially. Second, given that CSX and NS contribute the lion's share of traffic across PASS today, we were jointly incented to create an agreement that resulted in significant service improvements. After lengthy discussions, we reached a settlement agreement with NS that will not only achieve these objectives, but will in fact improve the competitiveness of PASS. Let me now walk through the principal elements of that settlement. We agreed to several provisions that will preserve PASS as a competitive route. CSX will remove itself from all PASS competitive decisions and will have no say in rates or service offerings. In short, PASS will continue to operate as an entity that is independent of CSX. Second, we made a commitment on Pan Am rates that will ensure that rail carriers using PASS to reach locations on Pan Am railways will have the exact same access they have today. Third, PASS will be operated by an independent proven rail operator that will be responsible for setting PASS rates. We agreed to retain the Berkshire and Eastern, a G&W subsidiary. As I'll explain in a minute, we also agreed to a compensation arrangement for the rail operator that will create a strong incentive to grow the PASS business and continue to compete with CSX and other railroads. Finally, we agreed to allow NS or someone designated by NS to acquire our interest in PASS for a period of time at a predetermined valuation. With this agreement, there is no reason for the board to consider a forced divestiture. Our settlement agreement with NS also went beyond simply preserving competition in New England. It will result in substantial enhancements to competition. Most important is our grant of trackage rights to NS to move intermodal and automotive traffic over CSX's southern route. Intermodal accounts for the largest volume of rail traffic moving into and out of New England. The problem for NS is that PASS's Hoosac Tunnel has a height restriction that prevents NS from moving double stack intermodal cars on PASS into New England, a far more efficient form of intermodal traffic than single stack. By giving NS trackage rights for intermodal trains on CSX's southern route, competition for intermodal traffic into New England will be substantially improved. You heard earlier about the importance of air yard for competition in the region and about the meaningful improvements we've agreed to make to infrastructure and operations at air. As a result of these improvements, PASS and CSX will both be stronger competitors for traffic into and out of New England. Our agreement to retain B&E as PASS operator will result in improved rail service levels. This was important to both CSX and NS because between us, we have a significant majority of traffic on PASS. We need a strong and viable PASS to serve that business. Today, PASS is operated on a contract basis by a Pan Am carrier, the Springfield Terminal, that also operates all of the other Pan Am lines. In contrast, B&E will be exclusively responsible for operating PASS. We believe that the ability to focus only on the success of PASS will enable better service. We have also agreed to require B&E to establish non-discriminatory prices for PASS transportation so that all rail carriers seeking to use PASS to reach markets in New England will have equal access to those markets. The assurance of a neutral route into New England will encourage competition to serve New England shippers. Finally, we have agreed to include financial incentives in the operating agreement that will give B&E strong motivation to improve service and expand PASS's business. B&E, through a profit-sharing mechanism, participates in the upside and therefore has a significant incentive to grow the PASS business and to improve the financial viability of PASS. The incentive is based on the financial performance of PASS and could represent a meaningful share of B&E's total compensation. B&E is highly motivated to achieve the incentive, and the only way they get it is if they are able to help secure PASS's long-term financial viability. All parties are aligned to ensure PASS endures. We're confident this model will be successful. However, if at any point CSX and NS, as the owners of PASS, determine that B&E is not living up to its contractual obligations, we can terminate the contract and hire a new operator. There are two other competitive issues that our economist, Dr. Reiches, will address in more detail. First, the Vermont Transportation Department and Vermont Rail Systems, or VRS, originally expressed concerns about the retention of B&E to operate PASS. But we have reached a settlement agreement with the Vermont parties, and they have withdrawn their concerns about the transaction. In fact, there are elements of the settlement agreement that will significantly strengthen VRS in serving Vermont shippers. Second, CP raised concerns that the restructuring of PASS might jeopardize the viability of the Patriot Corridor route. These concerns are unfounded. As I have noted previously, CSX and NS together account for the vast majority of freight handled on PASS, and we as co-owners will have a strong incentive to keep PASS viable to handle this traffic. We have also agreed to implement safeguards regarding critical governance issues, such as future capital funding decisions. NS is the party with the most to lose if PASS's viability were to decline. But NS is clearly satisfied that the agreed upon structure is the best way to strengthen PASS as a viable and competitive route into New England. The restructuring of the rail network in New England through these settlement agreements was a difficult task, given the fragmented and complicated structure of the network in place today. But we have created a new structure that has resulted in tremendous support from the shippers and railroads that connect with PASS. Indeed, when it comes to the PASS structure, not one shipper has expressed concern. And if we turn to all the railroads in the region that connect to PASS, only one has expressed concern, CP. The strong support we have received from so many other rail stakeholders shows there is widespread confidence that we have created a stronger and more resilient structure for rail transportation in New England that will better serve rail stakeholders. Finally, I'd like to ask the board to be very careful in considering requests by some commenting parties for fundamental changes to the negotiated restructuring of PASS, particularly the DOJ's request that CSX be forced to divest its interest in PASS. The tri-party arrangements involve numerous commitments and trade-offs that could not easily be renegotiated if fundamental changes were required, particularly in light of the time constraints that I have described to the board in confidential pleadings. If fundamental changes were required, the entire interconnected set of proposed transactions could unravel, with the loss of public benefits described above that have generated such widespread support for the transaction. I thank you for your time.
And I think we would now send it over to Dr. Reiches.
Sure. I think Karen had a question. And I have a few questions about the arrangement with B&E. Karen, did you want to?
I have a question too.
Yeah, my question is this. Understanding that you're obviously not subject to public procurement rules, could you at least describe what methodology you used in the selection of B&E? Did you solicit proposals from other potential operators and so forth?
Thank you for the question. The process was one that was, it was critically important that we find the right operator, right? I think it's important to recognize that it was in the mutual best interest of both CSX and NS to find an operator who we were both confident could operate it efficiently and with better levels of service than what Springfield Terminal is providing today. The pool of potential operators who could do that in short order, that have the financial resources to mobilize quickly, and that, you know, given the timeline that we have on the closing of this Pan Am transaction, could do it in short order, was fairly small. We discussed several names between the two parties, and we narrowed in on Genesee and Wyoming, who has a tremendous presence in the area, has done this many times across North America, and has done it successfully. And we also needed a party that was interested in participating. This is a complicated situation to step into. When we began those negotiations with G&W, they not only expressed interest, but also excitement about that opportunity. And so we moved forward very quickly to begin to draft the terms of an agreement with G&W that would allow them through Berkshire and Eastern to operate Pan Am Southern.
So as I understand it, you didn't formally solicit letters of interest or proposals from other operators. You just discussed various potential operators among yourselves and decided that B&E was the right entity.
That's correct. Yeah, you've got to sort of go back to where we were in the transaction. You know, we had already announced that we were going to acquire Pan Am. We then needed to shift our attention to, you know, getting an agreement with Norfolk Southern around how this structure of 50-50 ownership of Pan Am Southern was going to work. Getting an operator was one piece of that. Had we gone to a full RFP, you know, that's a process that takes a fair amount of time. And I think both parties were very confident G&W could do this. If it fell apart, we were open to going forward and doing something different. And the agreement, like I mentioned already, stipulates, you know, if the B&E arrangement doesn't pan out, that's exactly what we would do as a next step, is go to an RFP process.
Thank you.
Sean, I have a few questions about the relationship between CSXT and how the PAS line is going to be operated on this question of independence. You know, we did get a fairly strong argument from DOJ that they think structural solutions are the way to go. Your contention is the structural solution is not needed here because of the protections. And I really like to explore those a little bit more at this point. I think you seem to be the person who was responsible for setting this up, but Tony or Peter may want to weigh in as well. As I understand the term sheet with B&E, according to your application, it says that NS and CSXT will agree on a suite of operating metrics and goals that B&E will measure and report on at certain intervals. So doesn't that and the LLC agreement provides that both CSX and NS will have representatives on the PAS management committee, quote, responsible for amending PAS's investment policy, setting the budget, incurring indebtedness, and making capital calls. That doesn't seem to me that you're removed from decisions about PAS.
Yeah, I think the way I would frame it is, I don't know if the right terminology is removed from decisions, but I think you know, the PAS will operate independently of CSX, right? We're not setting the rates. We're not setting the schedules. We're not setting the terms of service. Are we going to monitor it? Absolutely. Is it our investment? It's 50% our investment, 50% Norfolk Southern. So we'll monitor the budgets. We'll approve the budgets, both operating expense and capital. And I think everybody will be jointly incented to have a better run railroad.
Well, you know, but that's not a structural solution. That relies on the intentions of the human beings who are in place at any moment, and with no aspersions on any particular human beings. The reason we have conflict of interest rules and other kinds of rules is that we don't want to put human beings in positions where they have conflicting loyalties. And if the occasion were to arise where it was in CSX's best interest to devote resources to the southern route and to let the northern route deteriorate, if CSX has got veto rights over budgets and capital expenditures and so forth, how are we protected, we being the public, from such an outcome 2-3 years from now when the world will change, or 10 years from now?
I think there's two things I'd say, and lawyers may want to chime in too. The first is I brought up the example of Conrail for good reason here. The management committee as envisioned of Pan Am Southern is very similar to the board of directors as constructed at Conrail. I happen to sit on that board. We've got lively discussions and debates amongst both parties, as well as with Conrail, who's the operator, in a similar way that B&E would be the operator of Pan Am Southern here. Somehow we figure it out, right? When we create a capital plan, our engineering team goes in, Norfolk Southern's engineering team goes in, Conrail's engineering team weighs in, and we come up with a budget that's in the best interests of all parties, as well as of the customers who are on that line. So it's a structure that can work. I would also say, in terms of capital expenditure specifically on Pan Am Southern, while we do have a 50% vote, and while I do envision that reasonable parties across that management committee will come to a good agreement about what capital to invest in the line, we've agreed that in the event that there's any dispute that lingers over our view versus Norfolk Southern's, we would submit it to accelerated arbitration. And that arbitration would be using the standard of an independent investor in that line who wanted to maximize its return. We'd be subject to whatever that arbitration came out with, and that would be the capital budget that would be set.
Do you have an arbitration provision like that at Conrail?
I am not aware of that. I don't know if the legal team does. It's not something we've ever had to even envision using. Frankly,
well, maybe not.
Yeah.
It strikes me as an odd way to run a railroad, to have your business decisions being made by. You got to stop what you're doing and go into arbitration. A lot of these decisions are time sensitive. Obviously, right now, NS has an interest, for example, in raising the height of that Hoosick tunnel. CSX has a completely different motivation. I don't think that you can change that. The day could come. It could be a P3 with the state of Massachusetts or some other interest in investing in that Hoosick tunnel, and CSXT may have no interest at all in spending money on that. And everything has to stop while it goes into arbitrations.
Yeah, so we have agreed to support any kind of public funding proposals that Pan Am Southern agrees it's in the best interest of Pan Am Southern to put forward to that specific point. I don't know, Peter, is there anything you wanted to add?
I would like to add, I think we've set out in the record how CSX is incentivized to keep the Paz Patriot Corridor viable. So when you said that CSX wouldn't have an incentive to repair the tunnel or to I don't know.
Not to repair it, but to make it available for double stacks. It doesn't need it. It's got the southern route.
NS doesn't need it either now.
Well,
in light of that's really the beauty of this. When you think about it from a social policy, economic perspective, would it make sense to spend the magnitude of millions of dollars to double stack that several mile long tunnel, or to run those double stack trains over trackage rights? I think from a perspective of the public who ends up having to pay for all of these costs, the solution that we have come up with is a far more efficient one, and one that is going to benefit competition and the public far more than just spending more money on something that isn't needed.
Well, for the moment, it's not needed, but NS is topped out at 9,000 foot train each way. If intermodal grows, the day may come when they may need more. If the funds were available, they may well find it to their business advantage to deepen the Hoosick tunnel and not have to rely on trackage rights because they own half the railroad. So I just don't know in the long term. You can assume that the motivations will be the same. And that is the reason I think that the DOJ has urged divestiture. You avoid ever having to be put into that conflict. And I'm trying to ferret out here, how you come, if not equal to the incentives in a divestiture, at least close enough to satisfy the public interest. That's what I'm trying to explore here.
Well, in a balance, Mr. Chairman, think of the risk that you're contemplating here, and compare the risks. The risk here of an inappropriate decision by CSX to not fund an investment that would otherwise make sense. That's one risk on one hand. The risk on the other hand is that this whole deal goes away and all of the modernization that we're talking about goes away. You have to be considering the relative risks here. On the first risk, I don't even think that that's much of a risk, but if it were, that is that CSX would do something that is not economically rational. But if it were, the point is we have established a backstop. We have established a remedy that is not perfect, but it would be effective. And it would be a way of addressing that risk. And so I think it's important to weigh the relative benefits that you get by divestiture, which would be or the relative risks that you get if you were to require divestiture, compared to the relative risks that CSX, who uses this line for a substantial amount of traffic, is going to make an uneconomic decision. And I don't think that there's really much of a comparison there between those two concerns.
Well, Tony, I think the question is that I'm focused on is, given the fact that CSX has a parallel line which it owns 100% of, the day may come when it may well make economic sense for CSXT to not want to invest further in PAS. And that is what we're focused on here. So yeah, yes, I don't assume that CSX will shoot itself in the foot someday, but it may well be in CSX's selfish interest to not make the same commitments that NS might or some other independent owner. That's what I'm trying to get at. And the solutions, the structural solutions that have been proposed strike me as being somewhat awkward, either to stop what you're doing and go into arbitration, or the one you've suggested that you don't like, and that is to have a fiduciary come in and make these decisions. I, for one, am trying to figure out how you put a fiduciary in the same with, how you instill in a fiduciary the same incentives to make business decisions as an actual owner and entrepreneur would be. I mean, contrary to popular belief, I believe in the entrepreneurial system and the free market. And I think there's nothing like having an ownership interest in it to motivate you to make the best economic decisions. And so but yet we're trying to leave CSX in kind of a dual position, an owner, but the person who's going to make the decisions isn't an owner. I just find it problematic to figure out how this is actually going to protect the public interest in the long run. I'm not saying it can't, but I'm trying to explore it.
Well, I think that's why we don't favor the fiduciary. We think it would be a way of dealing with, if you really believed that the risk was untakeable, that CSX would do something irrational, then that's a solution. We don't like it. We don't think it's necessary. We think as an owner, CSX is going to make decisions in the interest of an owner of this line. And while you're absolutely right, we do have the Southern line. Most of the traffic that we use, that we run on pass, is local to pass. We don't serve most of that traffic is not served, cannot be served directly from the Southern line. So we will have the same incentives that an owner, an independent owner, would have to keep this line viable. And that's why we don't favor the fiduciary approach. It's one that we put out there if you really don't believe that we are capable of acting rationally, but we don't think that that's the right approach either. We think that we have the correct incentives to keep this line operational, viable, and indeed better served than it is today.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, there's a reason why
Sorry, go ahead.
traffic, CSX traffic runs on paths today. And that reason will remain post-transaction. This traffic isn't, we're not just moving it on paths for the, the good of paths right now. We're doing it because that's the most efficient way to run this traffic. And that's not going to change after the transaction. The traffic flows will remain the same.
How much traffic is CSX running on paths now?
If I can go ahead and say this, they account for a little over a quarter of it on the Patriot Corridor.
But that's a relatively small absolute number, though, isn't it?
Well, it's a relatively small absolute number on the Patriot Corridor as a whole.
Yeah, I understand. So a quarter of it is even smaller.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Chairman Oberman, with respect, I think Dr. Reich's presentation is discussion is going to touch on.
All right. Well, let's hold off that, because I wanted to get back to one other part in the application that I found a little bit concerning. Speaking of fiduciary duty, one of the representations that was made to the board is that another protection in terms of CSXT functioning in the best interest of PASS is a statement in your papers that says CSX representatives on the board of PAS would be bound by their fiduciary duties under corporate law to act in the best interests of PAS. Are you familiar with that? Is that, Peter, are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
We looked at the LLC in whose shoes you're going to step, and it appears that the LLC has exercised its rights under the Delaware Corporate Code to excuse all representatives at of CSX, quote, to the fullest extent permitted under Delaware law, to owe any duties at law or equity, including fiduciary duties to PAS. So that's really not much of a protection, is it? They don't have any fiduciary duties to PAS because you've exempted them from it. Not you have, but the LLC did.
It's a good question, Chairman. We'd have to take this back and look at the LLC agreement in order to present a good answer to you.
All right, well, maybe you can do that before the close tomorrow, because we read the LLC and maybe we're missing something, unless you've amended the LLC, but the current status of that LLC utilizes the Delaware law exemption from fiduciary obligations. So that's a little bit troublesome.
Right. Just for clarity, you're referring to the existing agreement, is that right, in place between Pan Am and Norfolk Southern, or are you referring to the revised version that we submitted to the board?
I think it's the one you submitted. But
okay,
I'll check with my staff. I'll check with check them both, and I'll check with my staff to make sure.
Sure.
But that's my understanding. And that's problematic. I mean, it'd be a little bit more comforting if they hadn't exempted themselves from their fiduciary duties, which are strong under Delaware law, if they're in place. If they're not in place, there's no protection at all. The other thing that I find a little quizzical about CSX's position in terms of the protections on the on the PAS is that in your papers you talk about the B&E contractual obligations in terms of its obligations of how to run PAS. You talk about the CSX fiduciary obligations, and you say that the public is protected because the STB stands there to enforce all these obligations. What you say in quoting is, an important function of the STB has historically been to provide efficient supervision of the implementation of rail transactions and ensure that commitments made in these transactions are carried out. I'm flattered. I do think that is what the Congress expects us to do. But I must say that in the 3 years I've been on the board, I have heard continuously from certainly the Class 1 community that the STB should keep its nose out of the Class 1's business. And you're now telling us that the best way to protect the public from, and you're keeping your commitments, is that the STB should stick its nose right into the business by making sure B&E operates the place the way it's supposed to be, and CSX doesn't act as an obstructionist in the best interest of PAS. So I'm a little confused, Peter, to be honest, about what you want the STB to do. You want us to keep our nose out or stick our nose in?
Well, from a policy perspective, Mr. Chairman, I think there's a big difference between enforcing a condition of a merger and any other activity. There's a well-trod process here. We've proposed a 5-year oversight period. Many other mergers, there are commitments made that are then subsequently enforced as necessary at the STB. I'm thinking of some UPSB conditions that have been in place for 25 years now and still come up from time to time when an enforcement decision is necessary. So, well, I think not speaking for the entire Class 1 community here, I think that people recognize that merger commitments are important and that the board serves an important role as a backstop to enforcing them. Well,
I don't disagree at all. It's one thing to enforce commitments for access or trackage rights and so forth. It's another thing to get in there and manage the business of B&E if we don't think they're managing it correctly. That's what I was talking about. That seems awfully intrusive request of the STB to, in lieu of divestiture, to step in there and make sure they're making the right business decisions and they're offering pricing strategies to not disadvantage NS. Those are pretty minute business decisions. That's really what I was focusing on. And to be honest, Peter, I don't feel particularly equipped to make those decisions. I don't run a railroad.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I believe those decisions, that's the reason we've set up a robust LLC agreement and other oversight from the owners of PAS. I mean, CSX and NS, as each one-half owners of PAS, are incentivized to make sure that B&E runs this the right way. Yeah, and we first will be the ones who see something like that, and frankly, to the extent it's necessary, we'll correct it. I think that is a very remote risk of something like that needing to come before the STB.
Well, maybe so. It's hardly perfect. We're right now engaged in a case in which CSX and Norfolk Southern are pretty much at each other's throats at the Norfolk and Portsmouth port issue. We're still sorting out the Lake Charles merger conditions. That case that's been pending for ages. It's not always so smooth, and I think that's why structural solutions are urged. It may not be appropriate in this case, but I really wanted to air out here that the solutions you are presenting as to how to ensure competition here, that's really what we're talking about, are not without meaningful risk. Tony talked about risk. To me, there is meaningful risk if the STB has to get in here and try to manage the situation. We don't want it, and I'm sure you don't want it, but that's what you're setting up as the backstop.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would offer that I think most mergers don't, the two scenarios you described are kind of a very tip of the iceberg, right? I think most issues get resolved on a commercial basis. They are not required to be brought before the board. And, merger conditions are dealt with by the Class 1 community, every day. Every Class 1 is basically living on the backs of their prior mergers. And I really don't see this as any different than those other issues.
Well, I hope you're right.
And I would also add, Mr. Chairman, that my experience is we don't want to get brought before the board. We resolve things so that we don't have to. And the fact that this is an available remedy likely ends up resolving the problems before they are forced to be resolved by you. I mean, that goes more broadly than I don't want to get into it. We've got enough to talk about here, but I mean, that truly is a dynamic that is very important in the railroad industry. The fact that you're there means we resolve an awful lot of stuff because we don't want to have to litigate.
Well, Tony, I appreciate that. And I think we're on exactly the same wavelength. I have said many times in public statements, and particularly since I've become chairman, that the best solutions are ones where the industry resolves these issues themselves. You've done that in this case with some of your settlement agreements so far, but I am just felt it was very important to air out these backstops that you're asserting as a reason to avoid what DOJ has urged, and they're not pain-free. That's all I'm suggesting, and we have to weigh that.
And I think, and I fully understand what you're saying, and I agree. And I think the precedent, though, is relevant here. I mean, these issues have come up in the past, and the agency has recognized that they're not risk-free, some of these solutions, but they also recognize that the risks associated with forced structural changes are far greater.
Yeah, well, that is an issue we have to decide. So, but I hear what you're saying. I think, Robert, I think you had a question.
Defer to Patrick. I think Patrick wants to follow up. I'll come back.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Robert. I think my follow-up is actually, it's a great, what Tony said is a great segue. In terms of comparing whatever analysis of the competitive effect to the overall benefits of the transaction, which you all spent a good bit of the morning presenting. CP, DOJ, the two parties that took issue with the current arrangement on the Northern Route, has either party, to your eyes, made a showing that the claims to anti-competitive effects outweigh the benefits of the transaction?
No. And moreover, I don't think either has made a showing that the claims are likely or substantial, which is the statutory standard that you must first grapple with.
And the second question is, did either party contemplate, let me ask you this, does Norfolk Southern's grant of trackage rights on the Southern Route, your negotiation with Norfolk Southern, the 50% ownership stake that you're going to have in the Northern Route was important. It was an important reason for why you gave them trackage rights over the Southern Route. Is that a fair thing to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Did either CP or DOJ analyze the effects of some sort of condition, the effects that some sort of condition would have on the benefits of NS trackage rights?
No,
not
neither
to my
did.
understanding. Yeah.
No, and indeed, I mean, I would not to be critical of the DOJ, but I don't believe they understood how trackage rights work and how extensive they are in the railroad industry and how effective they are in railroad industry and how relatively free from dispute they are. But I don't think that, so I don't think that the Justice Department really understood the benefits side of that deal as it relates to the trackage rites.
And
Tony, I would also add just briefly that the kind of the quasi-structural nature of trackage rights. I mean, this is not just a contract that can go away tomorrow. Trackage rights are regulatory entry exit authority. It would be a condition to the merger. This is not some kind of transitory system that could disappear, at a whim.
And, Norfolk Southern, as a result of getting trackage rights on the Southern Route, it's going to be automotive and intermodal. In a global sense, that is traffic that would compete with the CP. Perhaps that's a question for Norfolk Southern, hey?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
That statement would be incorrect. CP doesn't move any, they don't move any intermodal in that territory.
Do you think that the origination points for Norfolk Southern in terms of whatever that they are originating for intermodal or automotive would compete with CP somewhere else on CP's network? for example, are there shippers that they would have in common that if Norfolk Southern offers a better intermodal or automotive product, would somehow have any negative effect on CP?
Well, we all compete with one another in various different lanes, and I'm sure NS does compete with CP in some lane or another. But today CP doesn't move any traffic into Boston.
Okay, and then kind of switching back to what I think Peter and Tony alluded to in terms of the standard. When Congress added subsection D, D1 being likely substantial lessening of competition, restraint on trade, or monopoly, is it fair to say that that language was drawn from Section 7 of the Clayton Act?
I'm not.
I need to brush up on my legislative history there.
Well, the language pretty much mirrors Section 7, does it not?
Honestly, I just don't have the Clayton Act in front of me. But
well, the only reason I mention it is because in DOJ's brief, they extensively quote the remedies manual of the DOJ, which, as I understand it, is meant to implement Section 7. And the D1 criteria is very similar to the Section 7 standard. But what's, I think, relevant, and which kind of circling back to my first question, is the Congress didn't stop at that standard. The Congress added a provision that said that not only is there likely substantial lessening of competition, but those effects have to outweigh the benefits. And I think a review of the record of the time is actually on point for what we're discussing right now, which is there was a concern. DOJ, the Carter administration, proposed that we just go under Clayton. Everything goes under Clayton except for coordination would have a two-part standard. And the Congress deliberately decided not to just put it under a Clayton standard, which is what DOJ is referring to in its remedies manual, but to also consider the broader public benefits of the transaction, which is why we have D2. And so not only did it reside with the board as an expert agency, but the standard was different than what could be brought under an antitrust case. And I only put that forward to say whether or not, if we're only looking at conditions through the prism of a remedies manual, we're ignoring a key criterion that the Congress added deliberately to avoid being treated like we're under Clayton. And I think you all have any commentary on that.
It's a great point, Patrick. And I'm going to get into this in my kind of prepared remarks a little bit later, but what we see as the key here is that under either of the approaches that have kind of been debated amongst board members, it seems like in recent decisions, there's a threshold issue. It's whether or not there are substantial and likely anti-competitive effects that would flow from the transaction. And we believe that we've established here that that is simply not the case. So regardless of whether you need to evaluate public benefits, we don't believe any of the conditions that have been requested even get past that initial D1 standard that you talked about for likely and substantial.
And to your point, Peter, neither party made an attempt to show substantiality.
That's absolutely correct. Yes.
Well, and Dr. Rice has, in fact, focused much of his analysis on showing that there is not, that the substantiality factor is not met, or the likelihood factor.
And Tony and Peter, it's fair. Last question for me, and Robert, thank you for your indulgence very much. It's also true that the board denied conditions in BLNE decision 4 by citing the lack of substantiality, and that the board denied conditions actually in this very area in the CMQ transaction by citing the lack of substantiality, and has done so repeatedly throughout its history. So it's would you say that the bulk of precedent is that the board doesn't give conditions unless substantiality is established, and no party in this case has made an attempt to do so?
Likelihood and substantiality, and I completely agree, Commissioner Peaks.
All right. Thank you.
I want to follow up on that, Patrick, because you raised, as always, important points. And by the way, Peter, I can't answer any of those questions either. No one knows the statutes and the history better than Patrick. And if he weren't here, we'd all be lesser for it. So, but it adds to the discussion. But I just want to be clear here. You recall the exchange that I just had with Jim and others about keeping these access points open on equalized tariff rates going forward into perpetuity. That is being done by CSX to avoid diminishing competition. So whether we weigh it as likely or substantial, if it eliminates a diminution in competition, we don't have to get to the likely and substantial part. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. Yes.
Right. So it's an important commitment by CSX that it's going to keep those access points open for all these other carriers on equalized tariff rates going forward in perpetuity. You may raise them, but they have to be equal to everybody. Correct? That's the commitment, and that avoids
yes, that's the open gateway
competition. What?
That's the gist of the open gateway commitment. Yes.
Yeah. So I think that's important, because if we were to conclude that that's one way of avoiding a diminution in competition, then we don't have to get to this weighing part under the D1 and D2. Correct?
That's exactly what we offer. Yes, Mr. Chairman, is that essentially if you don't get past D1, you don't have to even consider the weighing of
right.
D1.
But these facts that we've been going into, we were just talking about, particularly the gateways, which I find important, is one of the ways that you would argue anyway that we don't get to D1 in the first place.
Absolutely.
And that is true. That is really the ideal scenario, right, Marty? That we don't have to get past either.
Well, if the goal here is to have as much competition in the railroad world as possible, which, as you all know, is one of my goals, then I agree, Patrick, that is ideal. The only other thing I wanted to explore a little bit on what Patrick asked at the outset here about the motivation for giving the trackage rights to NS. There's something that caught my attention, Peter. I don't know if you're the right person or Tony. As I understand the agreement between NS and PAS, when NS bought in its 50% ownership interest, whatever it was, 12 years ago, their agreement provides that if the PAR system is sold, as is being proposed here, NS immediately takes control of the management of PAS. So the new owner coming in who succeeds that 50% ownership basically has no control over PAS.
Right.
That right. And
well, it's a right. It's a right that they have.
It's
right.
It's a right that they have, and it's unclear exactly how it would get triggered or implemented. But
well, I thought the sale itself is what triggers the right to take over the management. And I have been assuming, and I'd like to, so I'm glad Patrick asked the question, because I wanted to get some enlightenment in this, that CSX would be highly motivated if it was going to, you've all said you didn't want to buy PAS in the first place, but it's the only way that Mr. Mellon would make the deal. That's the way we understand it. At least that we understand that's what you've told us. CSX, I assume, would very much like not to have a situation where it's stuck owning 50% of a railroad over which it has no control. So I've been assuming that the motivation to make a deal with NS was for NS to say, okay, we will give up our right to take control. What do we get in return? And what they got were the double stack trains on the southern route. Is that a fair understanding?
There are many levers. I mean, Chairman Oberman, there are so many different moving pieces with respect to the NS settlement agreement. I don't think you can identify one particular one as a,
Would
give
that
for
be
a
part, is that part of it at least?
Yes, I mean, that we've committed that both parties and CSX and NS has basically said that they're not going to exercise their change of control rights under.
Right.
the
Well,
past.
and they got something. They didn't give that away for nothing.
Sure.
Fair.
Yeah, that's the essence of the settlement agreement.
Yeah,
Yes,
no,
is
no,
that there are
I'm not criticizing it. I'm just trying to get it aired out. Seems like
Sure.
a normal business trade-off, in this context. So
I think each side got things and each side gave things in the settlement agreement, honestly. And I think it came out in a good place, market commercially.
the best of all worlds.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Okay. I think that
Mr. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, 1 second.
Go ahead.
I don't want there to be a misunderstanding on this topic.
That's what he's, that's the conclusion. Part of the settlement was that NS agreed not to exercise the change of control rights.
We did not.
Hey, you guys should mute your mics here.
Okay, it's not super secret.
I mean, it's all, my point is that it's all part of one,
That's right. But I think we should make sure we correct the record.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, just to be clear, so as I was saying, Chairman Overman, there was not one particular quid pro quo in that agreement. There's, each party gave certain things, each party got certain things. NS agreeing to not exercise its change of control rights was not the trigger for, the trackage rights that we gave NS or any other part of the, settlement agreement. So.
Not by itself, but it was part of the pro quo. Is that a fair statement?
Again, we all decided that the terms of the settlement agreement made sense based on all the various pieces. Yes.
All right, I'll end the psychoanalysis. All right, I think Robert, you had a question.
I appreciate it. And it's always tough following Patrick. I'll tell you, whether this or any place else. Great statement. Questions, Patrick. Mine'll be quick. Will any of PAR traffic move to connect at Rotterdam Junction over PAS following this transaction? Is it the plan of CSX to connect at Rotterdam Junction?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Can you just elaborate on what you see at that junction, sort of increase in traffic in that type of traffic? Is that going to be a substantial move?
Should stay the same as it is today. It's local traffic originating or terminating on that line, and that traffic, that's what we've said all along. We have a vested interest in making sure we keep that business, and so that business will stay, and then along with earlier conversations, grow over time.
Okay.
Yeah, Rotterdam is the entry today for CSX's traffic onto Pass, and it will remain the same tomorrow. And it'll go through Rotterdam as it does today.
Okay. So the PAR traffic will continue to be connected there.
No, the Pass traffic, the traffic that CSX.
That was my question. Is any PAR traffic going to be connected at Rotterdam?
Oh, you mean overhead traffic that goes overhead on Pass to PAR on the eastern end?
I mean, some like Pass hands off some CSX traffic right now at Rotterdam, which includes some freight from PAR. And what I'm saying is, will PAR traffic, will that continue to be
Yes.
and connected there?
Yes.
It is my understanding that much of that traffic would still go over Pass and Rotterdam following the transaction based on existing operational reasons is what I understand.
Yeah. So to get into some detail here, the traffic moves over PAS today from CSX for a reason, right? That was kind of one of the principles I laid out earlier. And the traffic that moves up to Par over the PAS line right now, over the northern corridor, does so because it's easier for it to come off of Par at Air and then get routed into certain Par locations like New Hampshire, near the Boston area. Otherwise, if we had taken it up the southern route, and Jamie can feel free to elaborate on this, we would need to take it past Air all the way up to Portland and then back down to Air to get shunted off into various Par locations. So the same principles that, there are reasons why traffic moves on PAS today, and those reasons aren't going away as a result.
And I'm just saying from the Par side of the world, you're going to increase a lot of that traffic there at Rotterdam. Do you see that increasing?
I think that we've described kind of the traffic growth forecasts, and I think that's, consistent.
Yeah, I'm just saying, is that a yes or no? Do you see it increasing?
Yes, consistent with our traffic growth forecasts, yes.
Okay.
I wanted to circle back to Robert. I'm sorry, were you finished?
Okay, I'll let you go.
Are you sure? All right. Anyway, back to the issue of divestiture, and propose a possible scenario, and that is if the board ordered divestiture and there wasn't a buyer that could run PAS successfully, what would be the impact to the network and the customers?
Well, I think one of the issues with divestiture, one of the big issues, is that there are a lot of unknowns and a large amount of risks that come up if the board were to take that extreme step to order divestiture. So we would have to, if the board made such an order, we would have to reevaluate our agreement with Norfolk Southern. We would have to essentially consider a restructuring of the entire deal. And I think we've described in the record how we have serious concerns that this transaction could unravel to the extent that such an extreme measure were ordered.
Well, I think that make sure I understand your question is B&E can't be the operator. Go find somebody else to operate. We can't find anybody to operate. I guess we shut the railroad down. It's bad, doesn't I guess the railroad stops running. There's nobody to move freight from. It's done. The railroad's done. Shut it off, turn it out, turn out the lights. There's no operator.
Well, I would add as well that the uncertainty that would prevail while all of this is playing out in the market. I mean, these things take a long time, as we have seen here in this transaction itself. A forced divestiture or something radical like that could take years to play out. And so think if you're a shipper and you rely on service from the railroad, or you're a connecting carrier, or you're Vermont and you rely on VRS shipments of propane that come over pass, you're going to be living with some extreme uncertainty for a long time while this plays out. And I think that really is why it's a much better approach to allow the market to let these things work the way the market is calling for them, rather than try to inject tremendous uncertainty that would ultimately harm shippers.
Yeah, Tony, let me just add 1 point, please, here. One is, in a forced divestiture, there's going to be a buyer, right? It's a matter of at what price. And, they're going to know there's a fire sale going on. You may end up with a financial party that steps in that doesn't have the same interest that we do in preserving the viability of that line long term. It could be a very challenging scenario that would not necessarily result in that line getting the attention that it's going to get under this structure. The other thing I'd add is, think about the employees of Springfield Terminal today who are operating every day that line across Pan Am Southern, that know today, each and every one of them, if they were listening today, they heard they will have a job when this transaction closes. If you've got a financial buyer coming in, it's going to be a rock bottom fire sale. Who knows what happens? That puts those employees who've already been waiting a very long time to see this transaction close in a even more precarious situation.
Are you all aware of any scenario in a subsection D transaction where the board has issued a divestiture without even knowing who the operator was? Would be?
No, absolutely not. I mean, to be clear, this is a significant transaction, not a major transaction. And Patrick, I think you're referring to that with respect to subsection D. This is a different legal standard that the board would consider in a, for example, a class 1 versus class 1 merger.
And typically, even when we would order trackage rights or something of the sort, you would expect to see an application where the board could evaluate the relative merits, and we have nothing here, right?
Correct. There would be a responsive application where someone would bring the transaction before the board and say, we prefer this solution. To be clear, even in a merge, major merger scenario, divestiture, the board has very explicitly declined to impose divestiture remedies.
I have a follow-up to my question earlier. So, would it be fair to say that that CSXT's interest in PASS is primarily north-south traffic, not east-west traffic?
I don't think that's necessarily fair. I think CSX, like we've discussed, is a major user of the PASS Patriot Corridor, the east-west. Along with Norfolk Southern, I think we're the second largest user. And when Dr. Reiches makes his presentation, we'll go into the more details about the incentives of CSX to move that east-west traffic.
I mean, when you look at that east-west, as he said, it's a quarter of the traffic, and that traffic is not as big if you measure it compared to the southern route. I mean, it may be equal up to maybe 20 to 30% of CSX's traffic. So then you're taking a quarter of that. So it stands to reason that I mean, in terms of what you're looking for in growth and looking at that line, and that's one of the reasons why I was asking that other question about the junction. It seems that it appears to be that it's going to be a north-south.
Yeah, I can see why that would make sense in the abstract, but once you really dig into the details on the traffic flows, and again, Dr. Reiches can speak to this, but there are reasons why CSX moves traffic east-west on PASS. I mean, today, if it made sense, we would be moving that on the southern corridor on our route. But
well, you're about to own it, so it does. I mean, I understand today, but if it goes through and you get the southern route, then it makes perfect.
No, to be clear, we own the southern route now. I mean,
right.
So all the more reason after the transaction why we will be even more incentivized to keep the northern route viable as a 50% owner.
It kind of goes into the argument that Marty made before, but I'll wait for David to go into that further.
Let me say, nearly all of the traffic on PASS runs on the Patriot Corridor. Not all of it runs the full length of the Patriot Corridor, but virtually all of it uses the corridor to one extent or the other. And
I guess my question is, do you still see that existing after this deal goes through?
Yes, because
and to the same level.
Most of the revenue and most of the revenue of PASS will remain, and most of CSX's traffic that uses the corridor uses it now because the southern corridor is not a competitive option. If it were already a competitive option for that traffic, it would be doing it today. This is that the traffic that CSX is running over PASS is for the most part incremental traffic that it wouldn't otherwise have.
Okay.
One thing I think is important to mention that we haven't at this point is the PASS line has got better grade and less mileage. So the PASS line, if we route any type of traffic, like a grain train as an example, onto the CSX line, it takes extra locomotives and another crew. So it is more cost effective to continue to utilize the PASS line
compared to our current CSX route that goes via Worcester. And I apologize we haven't brought that up yet, but that's a real important point as to why that line is so viable. It's cheaper to use, and it just makes more sense. Less assets to get across.
Okay, can we move to our next presenter then?
Yeah, Dr. Reiches, I think, is up next, David.
Okay, thank you. I'm my own IT guy here, so give me a second. Thank you. My remarks originally said good morning, but I'll say good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about the competitive effects of this transaction. My name is David Reiches. I'm an economist at Compass Lexicon, an economic consulting company. I have conducted a thorough analysis of the competitive impacts of the proposed transaction, including the associated commitments and settlements that have been entered into by and among CSX, NS, GW, and the other interested parties. I should point out that much of the analysis uses confidential data regarding existing New England rail traffic and confidential information on the structure of the transaction and its associated agreements. So I provide in this hearing a high-level public overview of the findings, but I encourage the members and staff to refer to the reports that have been filed under seal for more specific and detailed results. I have three main findings to share with you today. First, the transaction is overwhelmingly pro-competitive. It will enhance competition and rationalize and improve the New England rail network. The transaction extends the benefit of single line service by a Class I railroad to portions of New England that lack such service. You've heard CSX witnesses describe the anticipated pro-competitive investments and operating improvements, and the benefits of integrated single line service to PAR shippers that will result from the transaction. The transaction introduces, for the first time, competing double stack intermodal service into the heart of New England. The transaction achieves this now and does not depend on uncertain market forces to otherwise induce the required investments in the future. The various agreements to improve Paz's yard in Ayer, Massachusetts will enhance competition by making Paz more efficient. Similarly, the transaction and associated agreements preserve existing competition and introduce new competitive alternatives. Second, as structured, the acquisition by CSX of PAR and a 50% interest in Paz poses no risk of significant competitive harms. Any risk has been eliminated by the various commitments and agreements. The transaction imposes no competitive harm on shippers. The handful of jointly served shippers between CSX and PAR, as well as between Paz and the GW-owned railroad, have been provided conditions that preserve the benefit of existing competition. I was unable to identify any other reasonable risk of horizontal competitive harm to shippers. I am also unaware of any shipper that opposes the transaction. The non-shipper parties have raised two competitive issues. One involving the GW-owned railroad operating Paz over the Connecticut River North line, and the second involving CSX's 50% ownership interest in Paz's Patriot Corridor. I know that these parties have not continued to raise these issues in recent briefs or in this hearing. In either case, even if there was a valid basis for a theoretical competitive concern, there's virtually no traffic that could have been harmed by the proposed transaction. I've created a couple of figures that try to illustrate this point. The figures summarize the proportion of traffic on each of these corridors that was exposed to a risk of reduction in competitive options from the transaction. The potentially competitive traffic that could be affected by the transaction is identified by the blue sliver at the bottom of the bars. And I should point out that since, again, this is derived from highly confidential data, I've only identified relative proportions without including any units on the figures. In the case of the Connecticut River North line, This competitive traffic represents a small volume and a small share of the total traffic on the line. Since the time I originally performed the analysis for the Conn River North Line reflected in this figure, the parties have reached agreements that eliminate any risk of competitive harm for even the small portion of interline traffic, and instead enhances competitive options that did not exist before this transaction. And if we turn to the Patriot Corridor, an analysis of the east-west Patriot Corridor shows similar results. The figure indicates that little of the traffic could be subject to potential diversion or competitive harm by CSX. The transaction is structured, however, eliminates CSX's ability to affect pricing on the Patriot Corridor. Instead, pricing for traffic on the corridor is determined by existing haulage arrangements with NS or by the new operator who has the incentives to retain and attract traffic over the Patriot Corridor. Moreover, the transaction provides open gateway and pricing commitments that preserve the existing benefits of competition and the ability of paths to compete for traffic from CSX-owned PAR lines. Third, I addressed the concerns that have been raised by Canadian Pacific regarding the potential ongoing viability of the Patriot Corridor to be used as a competitive option available for interchanging traffic with CP. These concerns are misplaced. As I just showed, most of the carload traffic on the Patriot Corridor is not currently competitive with the CSX main line. NS and CSX each have the incentive for the Patriot Corridor to remain a viable and effective rail option. This figure shows the proportion of traffic on the Patriot Corridor that NS and CSX will participate in. The figure accounts for the intermodal trackage rights the transaction will provide to NS, so therefore it assumes no NS intermodal traffic overpass. Collectively, CSX and NS account for most of the traffic on the Patriot Corridor, both before and after the transaction.
Doctor, can you break that down between NS and CSX? How much, what percentage either one has of that traffic?
Yeah, NS is number one, CSX number two. I think of that.
I wouldn't go too far into detail on that. Public, these are confidential waybill data, not STB waybill
Not
data,
STB waybill,
but data from past waybill.
If you look, I give some page numbers at the bottom of the source, and the highly confidential version identifies the traffic numbers that lists the NS and CSX T shares. NS is clearly bigger than CSX, but CSX is not a small percentage of that. It's not a quarter of that bar.
So staying on my line of questioning before, can CSX exist in the northern route without going the entire route? For example, maybe transferring to PS at Springfield instead of Deerfield. I mean, would that be something that's more competitive, or I should say just more to their advantage doing something like that?
Well, right now they interchange virtually no traffic on Springfield for reasons that you could have to. CSX might have to go into more detail, but I believe they virtually.
I'm just saying, would it make more sense, if this goes through, that they could do it much more efficiently, doing that at Springfield rather than Deerfield?
For purposes of feeding traffic over the Patriot Corridor, my understanding would be no. But
anybody else?
All right, can you repeat your question?
No, I just said that, the CSX have to use the entire northern route. I mean, can't they, if this merger goes through, you can actually be more efficient if you're transferring at Springfield and Deerfield.
Jamie, any thoughts?
I wouldn't say it would be.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, sir. I wouldn't say it would be any more efficient at all. Up that knowledge corridor, you're dealing with a whole lot of different type of traffic as you're trying to get a window to go up that way. For us, it would make more sense to continue to go around the other way, as well as the great issues.
Different type of traffic. When you say different type of traffic, what do you mean?
With passenger operations and things like that run up and down the knowledge corridor, you get in the way of each other. For us, we'd have to tiptoe our way around that. We could do it if We needed to at some point in time because of an outage, which we have in the past. But it makes more sense for us to continue to go around through Rotterdam. Again, the grade is better. We can move more traffic with less locomotives. The cost is less, and it just makes more sense.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, so NS, as the 50% owner and largest ongoing interline partner of PAS for carload traffic, retains substantial economic interest in the ongoing viability of PAS, even with a shift to more efficient double stack intermodal service on the CSX main line. The Patriot Corridor remains NS's independent routing for carload traffic to and from New England. With a large portion of NS carload traffic moving under haulage with terms struck under its initial investments into PAS, NS retains a significant economic interest in the continuing viability of PAS and the Patriot Corridor. NS, as CSX's primary competitor across the eastern US, has no interest in allowing service on the Patriot Corridor to degrade. B&E, as operator of PAS, will have the incentive and opportunity to provide pricing and service that can attract additional traffic to PAS independent of CSX's other interests. CSX also has the incentive to keep the Patriot Corridor viable. A large portion of CSX's traffic using the corridor goes to locales effectively served only by PAS. CSX has also proposed a mechanism by which potential disputes between NS and CSX about future capital investments could be resolved by an accelerated arbitration process. CSX lacks both the incentive and ability to block economically efficient future investments in PAS. It's unreasonable to conclude that the Patriot Corridor would not continue to be a viable, economically efficient option for traffic to and from New England as a result of this transaction. Thank you. I think Peter has some concluding remarks, but I'll take questions.
Thank you, David. So we have talked a bit about the legal standards here in the last round of Q&As, but I wanted to cover a few different things here, and then Tony's going to talk about some of the transportation policy implications.
I thought you were going to elaborate more on Dr. Rice's. I just had a couple of questions for him.
Sure.
I didn't want to interrupt the train of thought here. You know, you've talked, I just want to be clear on something. You've talked about the incentives that CSX will have to, to keep PAS viable. But wouldn't it be accurate to understand what happened here this way? CSX has told us in their briefs, I'm just looking at the reply, PAS is a low density line with marginal financial performance. And CSX sought to exclude PAS from the purchase, didn't want it at all. So would it be, just for our understanding, you're not trying to suggest that CSX saw PAS as a good business investment. They didn't have any choice but to buy it. Now that they own it, maybe they have an incentive to keep it up. But they didn't go into this with the idea that PAS was a desirable line to buy 50% of. Wouldn't that be an accurate way to understand it?
Well, I leave it to CSX to tell us what they were thinking, but yes, my understanding is that, they wanted Pan Am Systems and they wanted PAR, and, the 50% interest in PAS as part of that deal.
Yeah, but their desire, if they have one, which you say they do, to maintain it, is because they were backed into owning it, not because they saw it as a good business opportunity up front. That's all I'm trying to get at. But based on their own paper.
I would say, as I understand the incentives, they have the incentive for PAS to remain viable, whether they have the incentive to want to own it or not. It's part of the deal.
Well, they told us they didn't want to own it. I'm just going by what CSX has told us. So I assume they didn't want, if they thought it was a good business opportunity, they would have wanted to own it. I mean, Am I missing something here?
It's
Mr.
a different question about whether you'd want to own it and whether you'd want it to remain a viable line.
Exactly. Mr. Chairman, I think you're conflating our desire to keep this as a viable line, which would be the case regardless of ownership, given the traffic profile that we have over the line, versus our desire to own paths. Once we become the 50% owner, though, the viability reasons why we have to keep paths viable will certainly remain the case, and even become more so, given our 50% ownership.
I guess I would ask this, Peter. If it was important for CSX to keep it viable, the best way for CSX to protect itself would be to own half of it, which was being offered for sale. So, because if CSX succeeded in convincing Mr. Mellon to sell it to a hedge fund or somebody else, then CSX is not in much of a position to keep it as viable as it would be if CSX owned half of it. Just stands to reason that the importance of the 50, I guess all I'm trying to measure is the importance of the 50% ownership that CSX is now going to have if this deal goes through, can be measured in connection with CSX's desire or lack thereof to buy it in the first place.
Mr. Chairman, the history is history. I mean, we have a transaction before you where we were seeking to own 50%, and we've described to you why we want to keep the line viable and why that 50% ownership will only help in wanting to keep that line viable.
Well, I understand, but one of the things that is being argued by CP, at least, is a lack of desire to keep it viable. And I'm just trying to measure what we're hearing, that there is a desire, and I'm trying to measure it against a lack of desire to buy it in the first place. I mean, it is a factor just in terms of human behavior in my mind, but unless I'm missing something here.
Yeah, I think those are just two different issues that are being kind of put into one, and unnecessarily so. I think we will have a independent incentive to want to keep this line viable, whether or not the transaction ever was even contemplated, given our traffic profile there, and given our 50% stake that we're going to have now, we'll have all the more incentive to do so.
Well, that may be, yes, but never. I think we've covered it. So go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, unless there are any other questions for Dr. Reichus, I'll make a few remarks on the legal standards here. Okay, so we got into this a little bit in my back and forth with Commissioner Fuchs earlier. But I'd like us for a few minutes here just to focus on the relevant legal standards at issue here. And the first is approval or disapproval. Under the statute that applies to non-major mergers like this one, section 11324D, the board must approve a transaction unless there would be adverse competitive impacts that are both likely or substantial. Even if the board were to find that there would be likely and substantial anti-competitive impacts, the board may not disapprove the transaction unless the anti-competitive impacts outweigh the benefits and cannot be mitigated through conditions. As we have described throughout this hearing and in the record, we have worked diligently since announcing our proposed acquisition of Pan Am to satisfy the reasonable concerns of all stakeholders. This hard work has resulted in a number of settlement agreements and conditions that applicants have requested the board impose on its approval of the transactions. In short, we've clearly established in our submissions that with those requested conditions, it's unlikely there would be any adverse competitive impacts arising from the transactions, let alone substantial ones. Under the board's legal framework for approval or disapproval, the analysis can stop there. The board should approve the transaction. However, we've gone further to show that the merger will result in overwhelming public benefits to New England rail customers and stakeholders. So even if the board does find that some anti-competitive effects may occur, the public benefits would clearly outweigh those concerns. Second, the imposition of additional conditions. As we talked about a bit earlier with Commissioner Fuchs, there has been some debate clearly amongst board members in recent non-major merger proceedings about whether the board's authority to impose conditions in non-major mergers is constrained by each of the two approval criteria in section 11324D. In one view, for competition-related conditions, the board must only find that the first criteria is met, that the issue to be addressed would likely cause anti-competitive effects. In the other view, the board must also find that those anti-competitive effects would outweigh the public benefits of the transaction. This would clearly impose a higher hurdle to the imposition of conditions in non-major mergers. As I discussed earlier, we respectfully offer that under either analysis, no additional conditions are necessary or warranted. Under each approach, in order to impose a requested competition-related condition, the threshold requirement is that the transaction is likely to result in substantial anti-competitive effects. And that simply will not be the case here. Additionally, the board has been clear that there must be some sufficient nexus between a requested condition and the transaction before the agency. In our filings, we've established that certain conditions requested by parties simply do not meet this threshold. I'd now like to turn it over to Tony to talk about some rail transportation policy issues.
Peter, I just have one question for you.
Sure.
And Patrick has one too, but when we look at this transaction, CSX has described many facets of what it is willing to agree to in its papers, and over the last few days, including as late as last night, agreements it has reached with various parties. And it has answered a number of questions today very concretely. I think it's been a good exchange. Would you not agree that as the board evaluates the transaction and applies D1 and 2, that the only sensible way for us to evaluate whether the standards have been met is to look at the transaction that's in front of us? In other words, CSX has said we agree to condition A or B or C. That becomes part of the transaction that we're evaluating. So I would find it intellectually almost impossible to say, well, if I didn't have this condition, then maybe the anti-competitive effects outweigh the benefits. To me, our job, once CSX has made it clear what the transaction is and what you're willing to agree to as part of the transaction, holistically, everything we've talked about.
Yes, right.
That is what we should weigh under D1 and D2. That be the way you look at it?
I agree with that. We are presenting a package, Mr. Chairman, and we spent a lot of time preparing that package. And, this could have gone many different ways. And, when we announced acquisition of Pan Am Systems, we didn't have all this together yet. Yeah. And we spent the time, we spent months putting this together and bringing something before you that addresses each of the concerns.
And the package is a dynamic, at least up until this moment. It's changed as of last night with the Amtrak agreement and with some of the specificity of the answers to questions today, all of which is good. I'm not only not criticizing it, I think it's been constructive. But it's the package when the record closes that we're going to look at. Not a fair way to look at it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to be clear, because you could argue that some of the things you agreed to, you didn't have to agree to. But rather than our aching our brains over whether you would have had to agree to it or not, if you've agreed to it, it's part of the package. Fair enough?
I think that's a fair way to think about it. Yes. I mean, we've made that, consideration for each of these conditions that we've asked you to impose. And we think the package as a whole presents a great transaction that has zero anti-competitive effects.
Yeah. By the way, since there is an opportunity to keep the record open here for a few days, if you make any other deals between now and then, I don't want to discourage you if you think they're constructive.
You're the first who will know, Mr. Chairman.
I'm guessing that's true. Thank you, Peter. Patrick?
Marty, I think you made the point perfectly, and also say myself with your remarks. I think that we couldn't do our jobs if we couldn't have people adhere themselves to their representations. And obviously, we also want to encourage people coming to voluntary settlement. And your view of looking at voluntary settlements and adherences as part of the overall transaction, I think is one that I share.
We've been working together for too long. All right, Peter, I'm sorry to have interrupted. Go ahead.
No problem. I was going to throw it over to Tony next for a few brief remarks, and I think that will conclude our prepared remarks.
By the way, let me interject here. I'm sorry. I was aiming for a break right about now, but if Tony's remarks aren't long, maybe we should let him finish, and then that would be a more convenient time to break, but I don't want to cut him off.
I think that's appropriate. Tony's.
I think people can hold off for my very brief.
Okay.
My very brief remarks that I will try to present even more rapidly than I otherwise would have presented them.
Well, I don't want to truncate your moment in the sun. So
no sunshine, I'm not sure, but I will say that Congress has tasked the board with making sure that market forces work properly in rail transactions. And the way markets work is through negotiations and bargaining, and that's what you have here. This transaction, the related transactions, and all of the various settlement agreements that you referred to, Mr. Chairman, that we're presenting to you are the product of lengthy, careful, detailed negotiations with numerous rail stakeholders in New England. We've spent months and months negotiating with many different parties, working out the terms of a restructured rail network that will serve the interests of New England's rail stakeholders. The economy of this important region needs a modernized rail network, and this transaction will bring it to New England. It's strongly in the public interest and the interest of New England's economic development that you allow these market-produced transactions to go forward. And we thank you very much for your time today.
that was concise, Peter. Let's take a recess for 10 minutes. And during the recess, so that will bring us back here at 3:26. We will endeavor to figure out the remaining, how many more panels we can get here and what an ending time might be today, or at least we'll make a stab at it. All right. Thank you all. We'll see you in 10 minutes. There we go. All right, are we back? Can everybody hear me? Okay. Thank you all. So I want to just talk a little bit about scheduling. And this is perhaps somewhat ambitious, but what would be good, what I'd like to aim for is that we finish the first panel, which includes the folks from B&E and Norfolk Southern, and that we also then, because the requested times are very small, try to finish panels 2, 3, and 4. It all depends on the questioning, and wrap up tonight by 6:30 Eastern so that we have an excellent chance of finishing tomorrow at a reasonable hour. So let's make that our goal, but I do not want to sacrifice anybody's need to talk to us or for us to ask questions just to reach the goal. But I think that is reasonable based on the progress we've made today. So if that makes sense, let's continue on. I think we're at the point of bringing on the folks from B&E, are we not? So
We had concluded our remarks.
Yeah,
Mr.
okay.
Chairman, so, yeah.
All right, thank you, Peter. So that is Mr. Miller, Mr. Walsh, Wagner, and Hockey.
Great. And I believe Eric Hockey is going to kick us off. Is that right, Eric? Are you on?
Yes, I'm going to start. Thank you to the board for this opportunity to speak with you this afternoon now regarding the petition of Berkshire and Eastern Railroad for an exemption to enter into the contracts required to enable B&E to become the contract operator of the lines of Pan Am Southern. My name is Eric Hockey. I'm a member of Clark Hill and am outside counsel for B&E. Appearing with me this afternoon to speak on behalf of B&E and to respond to your questions are Michael Miller, President of North American Operations for Genesee and Wyoming, Matthew Walsh, G&W's Executive Vice President for Global Corporate Development, and Leonard Wagner, Regional Senior Vice President of G&W's Northern Region and President of B&E. In its amended petition as supplemented, B&E is seeking an exemption under 49 U.S.C. section 10502 to allow B&E to enter into contracts for the operation of the PAS lines. In decision number 4, the board ruled that B&E's use of an exemption was permitted, as was its filing in a separate subdocument. Under the statute, the board is directed to grant an exemption from regulation if regulation is not necessary to carry out the rail transportation policy of Title 49, and regulation is not needed to protect shippers from abuse of market power. In analyzing whether regulation is necessary to carry out the RTP, the focus in this proceeding for an exemption for a rail carrier to enter into a contract to operate the property of another carrier is whether the transaction would have a substantial adverse impact on competition. As the transaction is structured, there will be no anti-competitive effects. PAS will remain an independent railroad owned and controlled by CSXT and Norfolk Southern. B&E will be the contract operator of the PAS lines and will operate for and on behalf of PAS. No shippers or connecting railroads will see any reduction in the number of serving railroads. Whether the transaction as initially proposed would have had any anti-competitive effects, it is clear now that with the voluntary conditions proposed by the owners of PAS and G&W and B&E, including in the settlement with VRS and Vermont Agency of Transportation, anti-competitive effects would be neither likely nor substantial. Significantly, at this time, no connecting railroads or shippers are objecting to B&E becoming the contract operator of the PAS lines. In a prior proceeding, the board noted that a lack of shipper opposition suggests that the transaction will not cause substantial competitive harm. The only remaining party that has raised objections to the B&E exemption is the Department of Justice. B&E's responses to the department's concerns are set forth at length in our response to comments filed in October and in our final brief filed on January 3rd. Additionally, we note that the department's objections were raised prior to the Vermont settlement, which addresses issues of concern to the department, including the independence of B&E and the protection of confidential information. Since the department has elected not to file a final brief or to appear at this hearing, we do not know the department's current position, but we do believe that its concerns have been fully addressed. Finally, it is significant to note that based on B&E's agreement to the imposition of New York Dock protective conditions, including the obligation to negotiate implementing agreements, none of the commenting labor unions oppose B&E becoming the contract operator of the PAS lines. I would now like to turn the panel over to Matt Walsh to continue our presentation of how and why B&E is the best independent operator for the PAS lines.
Great. Thanks very much, Eric. And good afternoon, board members, Chairman Oberman and Vice Chairman Primus. My name is Matt Walsh. I'm the Executive Vice President for Corporate Development here at Genesee, Wyoming, a company I joined 21 years ago, and I'm based out of our Connecticut office. While Eric, our legal counsel, has just introduced our goals here today with a focus on the procedural and regulatory position of our application, I and some of my other colleagues are focused on highlighting the significant benefits we are confident we bring to the proposed transaction and to answer any questions that you have clearly in a straightforward manner as we can. First, as Eric laid out, the role of Berkshire and Eastern is to be the contract operator, which I know is well spelled out in our filings and briefs to the board. This is a role at G&W that we're used to performing throughout the United States. However, in this specific case, we clearly believe we are uniquely qualified to be the operator of the Pan Am Southern. Second, Pan Am Southern, as operated by B&E, would continue to be independent and serve customers just as it does today, as well as all connecting carriers. But through the proposed operating agreement and the facts and circumstances of the proposed transaction, as operated by B&E, PAS will be even more independently operated than it is currently. This increased independence under the B&E operation, we feel, is a very important distinction, and one we'll talk a little bit about more on the forthcoming slides. Finally, we want to make sure it's clear that not only is the B&E contractually obligated to operate PAS for the sole benefit of its owners, but that, as we will discuss today, will have full alignment with the PAS owners and its stakeholders to maximize the full potential of the railroad. This alignment includes operational alignment, as PAS is a key competitive corridor for New England, but also for G&W's other railroads, particularly our Providence and Worcester Railroad, which PAS provides a very important competitive link, and my colleague Michael Miller will speak to in just a bit. Economic alignment, and I know CSX spent a lot of time on this, but as the operator of PAS, we are eligible to earn an operating management bonus, which is effectively works as a profit share. So in very simplistic terms, obviously the better PAS does, the better we will do as operator. This is very material to us and one of the big reasons for us wanting to be the operator of PAS. And finally, reputational alignment, both with the PAS owners and with all of the New England stakeholders. So this includes all the local communities, the passenger operators, including Amtrak, whose Vermonter service traverses both PAS as well as our New England Central in a very coordinated fashion, a large number of the same customers, and then the unions and employees that they represent. So we're all very familiar with this territory, and reputationally, it's very important to us that we do as good a job here as we can do. I think for all of these reasons, we have very, very broad support. I think as you've heard, nearly 100 customers are proactively supporting the overall transaction. This includes Cushman Lumber, who you'll hear from hopefully later today or tomorrow, which is one of the two customers that is served both by PAS and by G&W's New England Central. And they're proactively speaking today in support of the transaction and as our role as operator. Not one customer has raised a concern with the proposal for B&E to operate PAS. And finally, no connecting railroad or state opposes B&E's operation of PAS. And some are here today to once again support the transaction, and we thank them for their time. For those Vermont parties that raised initial concerns, although we believe without merit, we have worked cooperatively with them on an agreement to address these concerns, and we ask the board to impose them as a condition. As it is currently for Springfield Terminal, one of B&E's roles as operator will be to market PAS and set rates. Under the B&E, this will be done with the sole focus of benefiting PAS and PAS only, with every incentive and obligation to do so, contractually and otherwise. These include very specific language and obligations where, first, B&E is specifically prohibited from providing any advantage to any PAS owner, other than those that currently exist, or to any G&W affiliate. Rates must be set to make PAS sustainable and for the benefit of PAS. Open gateways are a key component of this and one that we look forward to enforcing for the benefit of PAS and for growing traffic on PAS. B&E is prohibited from sharing any existing rates with any G&W affiliate with strict protocols in place. And fourthly, B&E is limited to making rates on that traffic where it can actually make rates. As the board would be aware through the review of this transaction, a significant amount of traffic that does move or will move does so under set rates and haulage agreements that are either pre-existing or have been offered as part of the transaction, in which rates will only change by reference to an index or general market reference. All of these obligations around rates and all services are clearly defined, and there's considerable oversight and far more independent oversight than currently exists with Springfield Terminal as operator. As part of this, if B&E fails in these obligations, PAS can terminate the agreement. And if B&E can't operate PAS profitably, PAS can once again terminate the agreement. Conversely, as B&E improves operations, it will be increasingly rewarded. As the management bonus increases, not only in absolute terms will it be more profitable for the B&E, but as actually the profit margins increase, so does B&E's share of profits. So under the proposed operation of PAS by the B&E, I'd like to emphasize again that we are increasing the independence of this key railroad, simplifying its operations, and adding not only increased oversight from an independent joint operating committee, but also providing a direct line of communication to the joint operating committee regarding PAS performance as laid out in the Vermont settlement. To illustrate some of these points and benefits, we've sort of created a before and after slide, assuming that the transaction would be approved. So currently, as you've heard from CSX in their presentation, Springfield Terminal's employees manage both their 50% owned Pan Am Southern as well as a 100% owned PAR system. And currently there's no incentive compensation scheme in place. Under the operation by B&E, all employees will be totally dedicated to PAS, and there'll be in place a full incentive compensation scheme that's based solely on PAS performance and not related to anything else. There will be a dedicated commercial function with specific protections that we talked to before. So currently today, the same Springfield Terminal commercial team that handles Pan Am Railways also handles Pan Am Southern, handles their rates and industrial development. There's no contractual restrictions on rate sharing between PAR and PAS. Going forward, under B&E, the commercial team will be purely dedicated to PAS. The sales director of B&E will report only to the B&E general manager. And B&E obviously has those contractual protections that we talked about that limits their ability to set rates for the good of all parties and to establish information barriers with other affiliated railroads. In terms of independent oversight of the PAS operator, which is a very important point, I know one that was discussed previously. Right now, Springfield Terminal is obviously, as a 50% owner of PAS, is a member of JOC. So in other words, they are one of those who are supervising their own performance. Going forward, obviously, if CSX is approved as part of this transaction, becomes an owner of PAS along with Norfolk Southern, they'll be fully independent over, providing oversight of the operating agreement and at B&E as the operator. The B&E general manager will be accountable to the joint operating committee. Another important component, I think probably one of the benefits of having an independent provider of service here as a contract operator is currently overhead costs, which are an important and material cost for Pan Am Southern, are basically allocated between PAR and PAS. So in this case, there's just a general allocation between those two railroads. And as you would imagine, there would be potential and incentive for Springfield Terminal to push more overhead costs to PAS versus their 100% owned PAR. Going forward, instead of a loose sort of allocation of overhead, which may not be related to PAS activity, there will be a fixed overhead charge made by B&E to PAS with no linkage to any other relative performance by how PAR is doing and purely related to the activities of B&E. And then finally, with the Vermont settlement agreement, currently, obviously, this is not something that exists. There's no trackage or operating rights available to VRS in the state of Vermont over PAS or NECR. Going forward, as part of this, we have offered through the Vermont settlement agreement to provide permanent overhead trackage rights for VRS over the NECR between Bellows Falls and White River Junction. And we've also offered service-related pop-up overhead trackage rights to East Deerfield, and then as well as the other price stability, which are all part of that agreement concerning certain rates. So I think through these, hopefully this is a decent illustration of the benefits that we believe will be enjoyed by the stakeholders of PAS. But to further talk about why we feel we're uniquely positioned to be the best operator here, I'm going to turn it over to Michael Miller. Michael. Do we lose? If we just give Michael one moment. He was here. Oh, apologies. He just said his computer locked up and he's rebooting. All right. Can we, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, maybe just 1 minute?
Matt, why don't I have a few questions?
Oh, sure. If you have questions, that's a great use.
Why
Okay.
don't I, and others may
Sure.
as well. So the way this is set up, B&E is going to establish the pricing on PAS, right?
We are, to the extent that those rates are not already in place through haulage or otherwise, offered as CSX has discussed, sort of, to PAR destinations, to existing VRS shippers. Right. So the whole litany of items that have been offered to various shippers as part of that. So for some of them, yes, the B&E would be establishing rates, but there's a whole slew of traffic, obviously, that has to do with haulage and or pre-existing.
What agreements which you would inherit, the ones that
exactly.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You heard the discussion at some length that I engaged in with the various CSX officials, including, well, everybody jumped in on it at some point, including Jim Foote, about their commitment to keep the gateways open and to keep the pricing of the tariff rates equalized among all gateways and among all comers. So is that something that binds B&E when it comes to set the pricing, that commitment?
I believe some of their commitments, and please maybe Eric correct me, relate to certainly open gateway commitments 100% related as much to traffic on what is now PAR, but in terms of providing rates on PAS, I believe, yeah, we have the same incentive to do that. And obviously we're very focused on growing his volumes as much as possible on Pan Am Southern.
More than incentive, do you have the same commitment that you will equalize rates at each for each carrier at each interchange point?
I believe our commitment on the gateways, those are primarily made by connecting carriers for NS and for CSX traffic across the line. When you say, I guess I'm trying to understand. Obviously, we want to run the Berkshire and Eastern to maximize volumes. I'm trying to think. We obviously are very committed to making sure that traffic moves and has every advantage to move on that. So obviously, VRS, as you see in the Vermont settlement agreement, has been provided with effectively fixed rates to reach NS and CSX at Hoosick Junction and East Deerfield, and then for further connection to what is currently Pan Am on the northern route. So those are all in place. But otherwise, as the operator of PAS and operating for the benefit of PAS, we are only operating that east, the east, west, north, south line. We want to put as much traffic on that as possible. So we wouldn't we don't have gateways. In other words, we only have one railroad to operate and to maximize traffic on that. So I don't, hopefully that.
Mr. Chairman, if I could
Yes,
interject. It's PAS that makes the open gateway commitments and creates and maintains those connections. And B&E as the operator would be obligated to keep, to follow the direction of PAS in keeping those gateways open. In terms of the pricing, that would similarly, be in place. The operating agreement itself requires that B&E set non-discriminatory rates. So
does that mean equal rates for all comers at the same interchange?
For the same traffic in the same service, there are.
Regardless
it's not just for going from A to B, but so all propane traffic would have the same rates to the same areas if they're traveling in the same size.
Once they get to pass, regardless of the origin, is that right?
Yes, it should.
And the same for traffic that's going outbound. The rate on pass will be the same wherever the traffic's going, whether it's going to Atlanta on CSX or Detroit on NS, doesn't make any difference.
No.
And is that a in perpetuity commitment, as Jim Foote said?
It's in the operating agreement, so it has the it lasts as long as the operating agreement.
I guess your agreement is not in perpetuity.
We're not the owner, so ours is not in perpetuity. We hope it will be for a very long time.
So and it's in the agreement. Sorry, one of the points that are very specifically in there is that we certainly can't set any rates to benefit one owner or for any other G&W railroad. Obviously, our focus is on growing traffic for PAS and for B&E, and we're indifferent to whose traffic that is. Effectively, in this case, the way that the B&E is most successful is effectively being Switzerland in this situation and just driving as much traffic across it and has every incentive to do so. So hopefully that's the. I think, Mr. Chairman, you're on mute.
I got muted. I didn't do it. And not only not discriminating against or in favor of CSX and NS, but not against CP or any other carrier that might interchange.
Absolutely, that's right, and that's it's very much what I would call a short line model. Your pure focus is on growing volumes, and you're not dealing with a much larger national network. You're very much open to all comers.
I think one of the pluses, as I understand it, of PAR and PAS is that it was non-discriminatory to all comers, and basically you're standing in those shoes in that respect. Is that right?
I think that's fair. I would say even more so, just because of the dedication of the workforce and just in all honesty, all the the additional oversight that there is, that separation between the JOC and the operator.
All right, I have two other areas that I wanted to cover. Your bonus agreement is based on, in part, on the OR that you will generate. And would you agree with me that you can increase the OR by lowering expenses, even if revenues don't go up?
I would suggest that's mathematically possible, certainly. I think that's not
possible. It's not only possible, it's going on all over the entire Class 1 network.
It is absolutely, and I appreciate that, and certainly, and I know maybe I'd even ask my colleague Len Wagner, who runs our northern region, to address this a bit. Right. But from a short line railroad perspective, we're often the shock absorbers of precision schedule railroading is often how we define it, and I don't mean it to be about that, but the success of a regional railroad or a short line railroad that's not operating a large network is to grow volumes, because you're dealing with a much more fixed cost base, and you don't really have the opportunity to cut costs in that same way. Your focus really is on driving the top line, but Len, I think you're probably well positioned to maybe.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I certainly understand the question, and you're absolutely right. I did in my 38 years, came previously from a Class 1 environment. I understand exactly where you're coming from. However, in the short line regional model, that's not the way we ultimately want to grow our business or influence the operating ratio. We survive on providing, as you know, that first and last mile of customer service. And the only way that we can do that is to take the shipper's needs into consideration, do what will benefit them, ultimately for them to grow their business and for us to grow ours. When you're dealing with a smaller operation, it's not that easy to take, let's say, 3 crews and cut them down to a crew and a half, or 5 locomotives and now we're going to go to 2.5. It just doesn't work in this model. It's not the model that we want to go forward with this entity. I think that we have a very strong operating ethic that will help this railroad to grow and grow it through the top line on the OR.
Well, thank you for saying that. You know, I generally, and I've said it before, I am a fan of the short line industry because I think it's more entrepreneurial, more aggressive, quite frankly. So I share that impression about what motivates short lines, but we're being presented with a structure here in which you're not the owner. Where you're the owner, there's little doubt of the motivations you've just described, but you're in here as just the operator with a set sort of contractual financial incentive. And I am wondering whether it would not be better for all concerned if your bonus was expressly tied to growth in revenue or growth in carloads, growth in volume, however you want to measure it, without the incentive to be cutting expenses. Not that people don't want you to run efficiently. Of course, everybody wants that.
Yes, sir. I may add something unique to the Genesee and Wyoming is that while the agreement is not structured exactly the way you said or would like it to be, one of the unique positions of G&W is that we have a outside third party that ultimately surveys all of our customers across the United States and is measured against not only the, and you'll see this a little bit later in the presentation, not only against the trucking and the railroad industry, but the trucking industry as well. I think that we take those numbers very, very seriously. In the New England market, they are above 8, which is world-class as far as service is concerned. We intend to provide that on this railroad and ultimately grow it through that. We take those numbers very, very seriously. Our owners do, and it will be implemented as well on the B&E.
But wouldn't we all be better off if the idea was to grow traffic, if your incentive was tied only to growing traffic in some way and not, I understand that, and G&W has a reputation, a good one. No, there's no doubt about that. But, you know, once this transaction's approved, we got to rely on the contractual documents that are in place. And you may not be there tomorrow, or there may be a different business philosophy someday. Wouldn't it be better just to tie it to growth in revenues or growth in volume? Leave out the OR part.
Yeah, I guess the you know, one of the advantages are that we are stepping into the existing contract in many ways, and I think that we are comfortable to do that at you know, so we are replicating in many ways what existed as the way that the operating bonus worked. I would suggest, you know, looking at some of the traffic density on the line, you know, that you have your hands on, and the discussion about, you know, train length, and I mean there just aren't enough for us to make this as viable and as successful as possible, and we know it can be. I think that there's real limitations on the ability to be successful by cutting costs here. I mean, so what we want to do is running, you know, longer, you know, there's definitely excess capacity on the trains that are being run today. And the way that we'll be successful is not to cut a train service, but really to put more cars on the back of that train at much higher incremental margin to be able to just create a, you know, more successful railroad. I do know that our president, Michael Miller, has rejoined. I know Michael spends a lot of time thinking about this and obviously preaching this to our operations. So Michael, is there anything you want to add to that?
I would just say I was previously the chief commercial officer, and if all I was held accountable for was growth, that would be nice from a commercial standpoint, but bad from a business standpoint. So I do believe, I've been around this business a long time, both at a class one and a short line. We will be successful here through growth, but we're also going to be accountable for really operating an efficient operation. So the owners generate enough returns so we can continue to invest in this business. Because you can grow carloads a lot and make no money and put your railroad out of business because you can't reinvest in it. So it certainly is, obviously I'd love to just go out here and sell, but we also have to run a very safe and efficient operation. And there's probably some level of balance between what your operating ratio should be and what your carload growth should be. But I think both of my teammates here have mentioned growth on the short line world. That incremental carload is where you create the advantages here, because there's only so many levers you can pull on the call side running a short line operation. We can be creative, try to be efficient, but ultimately carload growth is really what ultimately leads to success.
Well, I appreciate what you're saying, and I don't disagree. Everybody wants you to run as efficiently as possible. But as you may know from remarks I have been making all year, the cult of the OR seems to be undermining the class one networks, and I didn't want it to infiltrate the very robust short line operations, particularly at G&W. Let me ask one other question. I am not sure who to direct it to, but it has caused some curiosity on my part since I saw the documents. I won't mention the number unless you tell me it's a public number, because I can't remember. But CSX told us this morning about all the modern locomotives that it's going to replace on the PAR system. But I noted that B&E is committed to buying 33 locomotives at a price. I know the price. I'm not sure you want to say it publicly. Maybe you can. But when I saw the price, I wondered if these were Lionel trains or what we were talking about. I've never seen locomotives at that price before, and I wonder if somebody could tell me what kind of locomotives you're going to have to operate this system.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's public on the pricing side, but I will tell you there's really two types of locomotives here. There's the switching locomotives and there's the line haul locomotives. We are actually we'll be acquiring the vast majority of the locomotives that are dedicated to the Pan Am Southern operation today. And they're typical short line locomotives. I would say in some cases, their line haul locomotives are better. They're GE locomotives, a little more newer as it relates to the short line world, probably better maintained because they were running intermodal automotive service, which was a premium service on that railroad. So we feel pretty comfortable with the locomotive fleet that they have. It's very similar to the locomotive fleets we operate today in that general geography. And if you don't know what the typical locomotive cost for a short line is, usually about 9 times less than what a class one buys a locomotive for. So that's kind of the delta between us buying a used locomotive versus a class one going out buying a brand new locomotive.
All right. Well, that helps. Just for the record, I didn't say line haul. I said Lionel. But it's okay.
I would also,
it won't be HO gauge.
I would say that please, when you view that number, it's also part of the holistic offer, as part of the transaction. So,
all right. Let me, Karen Hedlund had some questions, and then Patrick.
Pardon me if this information is in the record. As you may know, I've just very recently joined the board, and I've tried to read as much of the record as I can, but I haven't committed it all to memory. What is the relationship between G&W and B&E? Is it a special purpose subsidiary that was just created for this transaction, or does it have other businesses? And if it's not confidential, to what extent does Genesee and Wyoming stand behind the contract commitments of B&E?
I'll try and answer that from the legal perspective.
Yeah.
So B&E is a fictitious name that was registered to operate the PAS lines.
Okay.
But it is an existing Class 3 railroad by virtue of its ownership of rail lines in Western Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So as the Pittsburgh and Chalma Railroad, it owns rail lines and leases them, or they're operated by another affiliated railroad. So it's a non-operating entity currently.
So currently does not operate any of its own railroads or railroads owned by anybody else.
Correct. So this would be its initial operations. And, you know, we're using it because it's an existing railroad and therefore qualifies for certain things or triggers certain, you know, regulatory reviews. And G&W is the ultimate parent company, so it stands behind it in the same way as it stands behind any of its subsidiaries, but it is not the direct operator. But it does provide certain resources and that it can provide to its, you know, in terms of safety training and IT and things like that. So it's there. It's been involved in the negotiations because it is the parent company. So.
No, I understand that. One sort of related question. Can you just generally describe the insurance arrangements with respect to B&E?
Sure. So go ahead, Eric.
Go ahead, Matt. No.
I was going to say, so yeah, so the B&E will go out and purchase its own insurance and have its own policy. It may, to be honest, this is something that we will work out with the owners in terms of what levels of insurance, but it will be substantially similar to what we carry at Genesee, Wyoming. And, you know, I would imagine no less than certainly what they have today. And my expectation will be significantly more. But.
Thank you.
Are there other questions, or maybe I think Michael had a couple slides he was going to walk the board through.
Pat, did you have a question?
I was actually just going to make an observation, which is that I think Mike Miller's point was essential, Marty, on your previous line of questioning, in that, you know, first the board's objective in these cases is not necessarily, while I believe that there is large public benefits from growth of volume by rail, that is not the board's standard for evaluating the transactions or imposing a condition as the maximization of growth. And the other is, I think, if not only, you know, would anything with management incentives be a blunt way to address competitive harm, which is the board's focus in these proceedings, but it also would undermine the rail transportation policy objective, which is, I think, what Mike Miller alluded to in terms of revenue adequacy and ensuring that you can invest in your network. And so I view a little bit of a tension between going too far in the maximization of growth, and there is a viability question that we're also exploring with this line. And I think it's important that carriers be able to make sufficient profits to reinvest back in their lines. And I think over focus on just the pure maximization of growth undermines that objective to some extent. So I just wanted to make that observation.
Thank you.
All right.
I got a question, Marty. And,
yeah, go ahead, Robert.
And following up on what you said, and you know, and the notes provided from the staff, based on B&E's comments previously, that they said, that they'd be able to operate and maintain past properties with 25% fewer positions. Are you guys looking to reduce when you take over by 25%? Is there any talk of reduction in staff?
Vice Chairman, that's a great question, and let me address that initially here. The biggest component of that was, as was talked about with CSX a little bit earlier today, a contingency of maintenance away folks that did capital work. That capital work will now be done by the owners of the railroad. And thus that was where the reductions that were seen from an MOW standpoint. From a transportation standpoint, it's probably a guess at this point. I don't think those are hard numbers. I think we could certainly go up as opposed to standing on them. It is reflective again of what CSX acknowledged today of NS's investment in the PAS line that has actually taken the slow orders and the other impediments to velocity away. And literally the railroad has gone from 10 miles an hour up to 25 miles an hour on average. So 2.5 times improvement. But really, I think, and then that only represents, I think, a 10% reduction of people. If it ultimately came to that, we have no intent of cutting for anything other than that was just an estimate. We don't know for sure, but the railroad is going to be operating more efficiently. I think a little bit higher velocity. We're going to bring some technology into the railroad as well. I think you saw a few slides from CSX demonstrating where there's a little bit of a lack of IT that will certainly allow us to run where they're doing mostly paper today. We can certainly have some efficiencies there as well. But again, I think those are, I wouldn't call those hard, fast numbers.
Okay, and I appreciate that. So that, let's just say it hovers around 10%. Would that 10% would not be sort of T&E, would it be the maintainers, or were you saying the inefficiencies of that paper or of sort of an older system?
I think it's that and the velocity of the railroad. Literally the velocity of the railroad going up 2.5 times. But again, without having our hands on the steering wheel, it is a paper look. It is not hard and fast.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I mean, I kind of look at it that if they're promising to upgrade and improve those tracks, you're going to need some folks, at least in the interim, to actually, put the new tracks in and, fix it up, not necessarily, reduce those maintenance away folks and others. So that's why I was asking sort of where you may see those cuts happening. If they were to happen, again, it would be sort of the maybe redundancy or maybe the inefficiencies of, like I said, the paper, stuff being transferred digitally instead of paper or otherwise.
Well, having the responsibility of running this line is the last thing I want to do is to go in there and not have sufficient resources. So I would much rather err on excess than less.
Let me ask one last question, and I do appreciate your answers. Would PAS put pressure on you to make those decisions since they're the owners? Would they influence that decision making?
I don't believe that the structure is set up for that at all. I think we're going to be a very independent operator that is going to operate that to the best of our ability, ultimately for efficiencies and for customer service.
Okay, so you guys would be the ultimate maintainers of that track.
As far as capital work goes, the class ones will be, or the owners will be responsible for the capital. The maintenance, yes, we would have the maintenance, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
All right.
Who's next?
Okay. Sorry about my technical difficulty. After being on for 8 hours, my computer decided to lock right when it was about time for me to speak, believe it or not. Anyway, as noted earlier, I'm Michael Miller, president of G&W's North American operations. I'd like to cover really 3 primary areas today. First, why B&E is uniquely positioned to operate PAS. Second, why the B&E was selected by NS and CSX. And then third, why the long-term success of PAS is so important to G&W. First, the transition of the PAS operation is a material undertaking. It is not an easy transition. It's more complex than people may think, and it's certainly more complex than a normal short line startup. G&W has more experience acquiring, starting up, and integrating regional and short line railroads than anyone else, which we believe minimizes the startup risk and it helps to ensure the customer service levels are maintained during the integration and startup period. As an example, I would point to G&W's acquisition and startup of the Rapid City Pier and Eastern Railroad in 2014. A similar transaction, which was an asset purchase from Canadian Pacific. The RCP&E startup was larger and more complex than the Pan Am Southern is expected to be, as it included the hiring of over 180 employees, including the implementing agreement, procuring 50 locomotives and 2,500 rail cars. In addition, you have to transition the inventory as well as the traffic over into a new transportation management system. So this is a very similar transaction, a little bit larger in scale, but really representative of the complexity of the integration. And I would encourage the board to feel free to reach out to any of the key stakeholders of South Dakota to get feedback on our startup of that operation. Second, as the largest owner of short line railroads in New England, G&W is very familiar with and has positive relationships with PAS's key stakeholders, all of whom should benefit from the B&E operations. First, it obviously starts with our customers, and G&W understands the New England market and customer base very well. As Lynn noted, every 2 years, G&W conducts a global customer satisfaction survey led by an industry-leading third party. Based upon the results of the last survey, which was conducted at the end of 2021, the customers of our New England railroads scored us 8.5 out of a possible score of 10, with 8.0 or higher being considered a satisfied customer. This was better than the rail industry as a whole, which scored at 6.9, and believe it or not, was better than the trucking industry as well, which scored at a 6.7. And I think Matt pointed this out, that there is no customer opposition, which is a reflection of our strong relationship with the customers in the New England marketplace. As we look at the second point here, the next key stakeholder for us is the employees. And this will be a unionized operation, and all of G&W's New England railroads are unionized and operate with substantially the same labor unions as the ST operates today. We have a close working relationship with the unions, and this should be very helpful as we develop the implementing agreement and bring employees over into our work environment. Third, the government entities. G&W railroads in New England have a long and successful history working with both the state departments of transportation and other rail agencies in the region. And we have grown and developed key strategic relationships in this area for over 20 years. Passenger operations is the final bullet point here, and G&W in New England both host and operate passenger operations. We have close relationships with both Amtrak and Metro North, and we feel like those strong relationships will help us here with this integration. And we're certainly focused on ensuring that passenger rail service meets the needs of the public. As we turn to the next slide, you can see here is G&W is a recognized safety leader. I think Mr. Foote pointed this out. We're both a regional short line and national rail leader in the industry with regards to safety. And this is our #1 priority in any operation we have, and certainly a focus that we will have. G&W has a demonstrated record of operating expertise and financial strength, which is important for an operation of this size and this complexity. Genesee Wyoming railroads, as noted, have significant presence in this geography. Beyond the relational benefits of us being in this marketplace, we also had managerial and operational capabilities located nearby. We have physical resources in close proximity to the paths, and these resources create redundancy and resiliency, whether needed during the startup period or when there's challenging times such as a polar vortex, a major snowstorm, or a derailment. These will come in handy and create a better service product, ultimately with more redundancy and more reliability for our customers. And the last point on the page is NS and CSX are very confident that G&W's ability to provide the most competitive independent solution and are confident in the ability for us to integrate and operate the Pan Am Southern as the B&E as we go forward. The next slide will highlight how important the Pan Am Southern is to Genesee, Wyoming. If you look at this map, the Pan Am Southern line is highlighted here in blue. The existing G&W rail properties are in orange. And one of the things that makes short line railroads very attractive to customers, very attractive to our partners, is our ability to connect with multiple Class I railroads. When you look at our Providence and Worcester, we ship thousands of carloads annually across the Pan Am Southern. So we are certainly incented and aligned to make sure that the Pan Am Southern is a competitive alternative and a competitive gateway to both NS and CP to the east, as well as traffic that may want to flow to CSX at Rotterdam Junction. But we also have the ability on the Providence and Worcester to interchange traffic to CSX and Worcester as well. Similar story for the NECR. We have traffic that flows across the NECR that wants to move across the Pan Am Southern and across CSX, ultimately being able to keep these gateways open, to keep these gateways competitive, and to keep the service product is definitely in the best interest of Genesee, Wyoming's Providence and Worcester Railroad and all of our New England customers. And we view this as a key alignment feature of us being the operator of the B&E. In conclusion, I'd just like to highlight the public benefits for the B&E as the operator PAS. The B&E will be focused only on operating and growing PAS as an independent railroad. We've talked a little bit about the structure of the agreement and how important it is and how alignment is built into that operating agreement. The B&E's sole responsibility is to operate PAS as efficiently, as safely, and as successfully as possible. The B&E will participate and benefit fully as a subsidiary of G&W, where we will have the best-in-class safety and service culture. We'll also get significant rail management expertise and resources to apply to the B&E, and we'll be able to deploy both company and industry standard technology to enhance the efficiency of the B&E operation, as well as to improve the customer experience for all customers that use the Pan Am Southern line. G&W and B&E are fully incentivized and aligned with improving Pan Am service. We're certainly incentivized to increase Pan Am's rail volumes and lower its operating costs to make it a more sustainable and viable and investable rail line. G&W is committed to PAS's success and anticipates investing approximately $20 million directly into the B&E, in addition to thousands of man hours as we bring this line on, as we develop the implementing plan, and as we transition to us operating the PAS operation. The B&E contract and G&W's approach to this operation of PAS on behalf of PAS's shareholders and owners is similar to many of the rail contracts that we operate successfully today. Matt noted some of these. We have joint facility agreements, port operating agreements, entities with states where we operate rail lines that are very similar to these operating agreements, and we're comfortable operating in this environment. And all of the stakeholders we have our agreements with would be proud to represent that we do a fine job running their railroads and growing business on those properties. So with that, I'll turn it over and we'll open it up to questions for the group.
All right, does anyone have any further questions? Mike, we're questioned out on your presentation.
We're super lucky then.
Well, look, G&W comes in with a very good image, I think, for most of us. So I am tempted to say, after listening to the presentation, maybe we'd all be better off if G&W ran the whole PAR, not just this part of it, but I won't say that.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Marty, can
Robert, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, thanks. I appreciate the presentation. It was very informative. I have a question about the Hoosac Tunnel. Do you any concerns on that? And even about the idea, it's had its problems in the past. Do you have any sort of insight in terms of repairs to the tunnel, and how would you want the owners to respond, and sort of for your operations? I mean, what is that a concern for you?
I would say the collapse of the Hoosick Tunnel last year probably shed a lot of light on the ability to get that track back in service. And I would say the owners, Pan Am and NS, has spent a tremendous amount of time, money, and effort to put that tunnel back into good state of repair. We have not inspected the tunnel, but we've had actually multiple conversations with NS around the tunnel. They have really high engineering standards, and we feel very comfortable that as they made these repairs, they made them for the long term. So we feel good about it. Obviously, when we are hopefully awarded the operator of this operation, we will go across every stitch of this rail line to make sure we're comfortable that it's safe and it meets the needs of the customers. But right now, I would say, based upon what we're hearing and what we're seeing, that they continue to invest, and the track speed itself has actually improved over the last couple of months. So we know they're continuing to put money into the property, which is good. It's an asset that NS is very focused on in maintaining that connectivity to New England.
And how how much of a influence do you hope to be in terms of maintaining the track and even the tunnel? I mean, and again, they own it, you operate it, but again, it's your people who are on the line, and your reputation for delivering those goods and services. So, do you feel that you guys have a significant sort of seat at the table for that, and for some of the other issues? Again, it's kind of hard just running it, and not being the owner, because again, there are things that are going to come up, and you may think one thing, they may think another. I mean, the hope is that doesn't happen. But again, you got to think that way in a real world. Everyone's singing the same page right now because, deal has to happen. But, 5-10 years from now, you don't want to be in a position where, you're pleading for someone to fix a track and having to deal with it. So do you feel comfortable being in that position?
We have a really strong relationship with all of our Class 1 partners. And I would say, at least on the engineering front, Vice Chairman Primus, I feel very comfortable because the standards of engineering are very clear. If there is a safety concern, we're not operating, and that's going to impact the shareholders, the owners of the property. It's going to impact our customers, and we're not going to want to deal with that. So if there's a safety concern, an operating concern, I feel very comfortable, based upon engineering standards across our industry, that if we brought those to the owners, they would quickly react and do what's in the best interest of Pan Am Southern and the customers and our employees. I think Jim started out his presentation talking about safety. The one thing that I think goes through with everybody involved in this transaction is we're not going to jeopardize safety of any employee or anybody who traverses our railroad. So I think that gives us a lot of credibility and a big seat at the table. And almost all of our engineering practices, we coordinate with our Class 1s and our stakeholders as we develop engineering plans. So I feel pretty comfortable about that. To say it's going to be perfect and we're not going to disagree, I will definitely tell you we'll probably have some disagreements, but I don't think we'll get to a point where safety is concerned or long-term viability of the line is ever a concern, because it will get to a point where we'll have to raise our hand and say we can't operate on this from a safety standpoint.
Yeah, and I certainly know. I totally agree with you from that standpoint. I have to say that my concern, honestly, long term is allowing you guys to grow and get that and get the business you need. I mean, of course, some of the talk amongst board members is that the competition between the southern route and the more open that becomes, and whether it's allowing double stacks or others. How the attention is going to turn from serving both to maybe serving one more than the other. And so for us, the idea of having two viable lines, is very important and critical to us. And so we know you're there because you've got, that focus. Your focus is on pass. But at the same time, you got the other two, even though they're in it and they're 50-50, the idea is, how much they're in it versus focusing on the southern route as well. So, that's one of the reasons why, because I think you deserve a stronger seat and a stronger voice, because I think, again, you guys are investing heavily into that and the success and growth on that line. So that wasn't a question, just a comment at that last part. So no need to answer. I'm done, Marty. Thanks a lot.
All right. Any further questions for B&E? All right. Thanks, folks. Bill Mullins is up next.
Well, thank you, Chairman Overton, Vice Chairman Primus, members Fuchs, Schultz, and Hedlund. My name is Bill Mullins, and I'm a partner at Baker & Miller PLLC.
Bill, I can't see your video.
You can't see my video. Okay.
Not sure why that is, but I don't see it.
I can see you. I don't know, maybe it's something.
Maybe it's something on my.
See my video? Yeah.
No. Oh, there you are. I got it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So I appear today on behalf of Norfolk Southern. NS respectfully submits that the transaction should be approved without conditions except the standard labor protective conditions and those commitments voluntarily made by the applicants. It is important to put this proceeding in context from NS's perspective and how the various pieces fit together in a way that we believe protects not only NS's interests, but preserves and enhances access and competition. A comprehensive analysis requires a bit of a look back before we do a look forward. After the split of Conrail and before the creation of Pan Am Southern, NS had a difficult time providing a cost-efficient and effective competitive alternative to CSX for shippers in the New England market. I'm going to share a map. Hopefully you'll be able to see that. As you can see, NS had very little presence. NS is the black line. We had trackage rights from Binghamton up to Schenectady over the D&H, which is a CP line. We had very little presence and in fact relied on two other railroads to actually serve the area. As a result, NS was disadvantaged in competing with CSX into the Northeast markets. NS and Pan Am desired to change that. So in 2008, Pan Am and NS created Pan Am Southern as a 50-50 joint venture. PS was to serve as a vehicle for NS and Pan Am to create intermodal and automotive services into New England and to compete with CSX in the Northeast markets. This map is a map after the formation of Pan Am Southern. The key was the NS Orange Line, the Patriot Corridor between Mechanicsville and Air, which is the NS landing zone for competition into the entire New England region. NS spent over $165 million to execute the Pan Am Southern transaction, including over $114 million in initial capital outlays and line upgrades, entirely on or along that orange route. NS has invested millions more since. And in 2015, NS purchased the Delaware and Hudson line from CP for $214.5 million to even better able to serve New England shippers in competition with CSX. Overall, NS has committed over $400 million in investments in this area to more effectively compete.
Bill, where on the map is the Delaware and Hudson?
This was the former Delaware and Hudson that we used to have trackage rights over that.
Okay.
Now we own it.
Got it.
So this is sort of a zoomed in map. This map focuses on Massachusetts and the greater Boston area. As the map shows, the creation of PAS and the purchase of D&H provided New England shippers with a stronger NS presence and the ability to compete. NS is now a major interchange partner with PAS. While CP interchanges with PAS to serve New England, it can also serve New England markets via its own lines, something NS does not have the ability to do. Various existing G&W railroads, New England Central, Providence and Worcester, Connecticut Southern, also depend upon the Pan Am Southern as a competitive alternative or as a competitive supplement to CSX. CSX itself uses Pan Am Southern for shippers that CSX cannot serve directly. In terms of rail competition, for shippers in the area, a strong and independent Pan Am Southern is important. And in the context I have just laid out, no other railroad party has more to lose than Norfolk Southern if Pan Am ceased to be a viable independent alternative to CSX. Given NS's significant investments in Pan Am Southern and the D&H, its dependence upon interchange with the PAS for access to New England, and the substantial investments that NS has made over the years, Pan Am Southern must remain viable for NS to compete. When NS first learned of CSX proposed acquisition of Pan Am, and with it Pan Am's 50% interest in Pan Am Southern, NS had significant concerns. In this sense, when the CSX proposed acquisition was initially announced, NS shared some of the same concerns that have more recently been expressed by even DOJ. Because of these concerns, CSX and NS had lengthy negotiations to create a solution set that would ensure that CSX's purchase of Pan Am would not reduce the vitality and the independence of Pan Am Southern. The outcome of those discussions was the NS-CSX settlement agreement and a series of other agreements. As a result of these agreements, NS, the rail carrier with the most to lose, is convinced that the proposed transaction, as presently modeled, maintains the viability, financial strength, and independence of PAS. The agreements ensure that NS can continue to provide a competitive alternative for New England shippers. The agreements are complex and carefully balanced. Any changes or disruptions in their structure and wording risk cratering the entire transaction and the loss of public benefits. Indeed, with the agreements, NS now believes the transaction not only preserves competition, but enhances it in ways that could not occur without the transaction. Of course, an important element in preserving competition is the use of B&E as a neutral operator of PAS. First and foremost, B&E will not be a standalone rail carrier moving traffic over the PAS lines in B&E's name and revenue waybill. B&E will be the contract operator of PAS, moving traffic for PAS, maintaining PAS's lines, and managing operations for PAS. B&E will be contractually obligated to set PAS rates in a non-discriminatory, competitively neutral fashion. There are various financial incentives for B&E to not only maintain service and neutrality, but to grow the traffic. In order for B&E to flourish financially under the agreements, B&E must maintain PAS's access to NS, CP, and CSX, and to each of the short lines that connect to the PSA lines, including those in the Vermont rail systems and G&W systems. Further, there are numerous protections in place to ensure that CSX cannot interfere with B&E's pricing and service levels, and to ensure that CSX can't block needed capital improvements. Perhaps the most important check on CSX is that NS has the right to purchase CSX's 50% in PAS if NS at any time does not believe CSX and B&E are abiding by their contractual commitments. NS is convinced that the various agreements ensure that competition will be preserved, even with CSX owning 50% of PAS. Even more than simply preserving competition, the proposed transaction actually creates a more competitive environment than exists today. From NS's perspective, the most significant of these pro-competitive enhancements is the grant of trackage rights over CSX's southern route to NS for 2 intermodal automotive stack trains a day. This eliminates NS's need to use the Hoosac Tunnel, which is a 4.7-mile tunnel that was built nearly 150 years ago. We've had a lot of discussion about the tunnel today, but I don't believe that anyone's actually shown a picture of it. So there is a picture of the Hoosac Tunnel. And as you can see, the tunnel cannot accommodate intermodal double stack train. So the grant of trackage rights over CSX's southern route to NS will permit the creation of a double stacked cleared route for NS into the greater Boston market area, further strengthening NS's competitive foothold in the region. Further, moving the NS intermodal automotive traffic to the CSX line frees up a significant amount of capacity on the Patriot corridor that can be used by merchandise traffic, to which for PAS is more valuable. Even CP recognizes the value of NS's ability to compete against CSX using the trackage rights. But rather than seeing those rights as a positive force and a pro-competitive measure, CP uses those rights as a basis to seek conditions that merely benefit CP and at the expense of NS and Pan Am Southern, and thus at the expense of competition. More on CP later, but the point is that all parties recognize that the transaction, and only the transaction, gives NS the ability to provide New England shippers with a new and enhanced competitive alternative intermodal service. This can only be achieved if the transaction is approved as currently presented, without changes in the agreements, disruptive divestiture proposals, or market constraining conditions such as those proposed by CP. The transaction as currently presented and with the voluntary agreed upon conditions is unopposed by the short line community, the vast majority of public bodies, and most importantly, the shipping community. Indeed, not one shipper or shipper association actually opposes the transaction. Over 80 shipper statements have been submitted in support. Several of those shippers have taken time to appear at this hearing and express their unequivocal support, and NS thanks those shippers for their support and their testimony. There are now few critics of the transaction left. Other than theoretical conjectures, none of those critics have provided actual evidence to show that as a result of the transaction, there is likely to be a substantial lessening of competition, creation of monopoly, or restraint of trade in freight surface transportation in any region of the United States, which is the legal standard applicable to this transaction. Absent such a showing, Section 11324D states that the board shall approve the transaction. As relevant to the statutory standard, DOJ submitted comments, but no evidence. DOJ expressed some concerns about parallel pricing and CSX's 50% ownership of Pan Am Southern, yet NS and the shipper community, the parties who are most impacted, do not share DOJ's views. DOJ did not submit a reply brief and did not appear at this hearing. The proposal submitted by DOJ that CSX is required to divest its stake in Pan Am Southern, or that B&E be replaced as a Pan Am Southern operator, is not only entirely unnecessary, it would be counterproductive by prolonging the transaction review, adding unknowns and uncertainty into a market solution that can and will work. And if we are wrong, though, that contingency has also been considered and provided for. NS can take either or both of those actions. NS can force CSX to divest its stake or to replace B&E as an operator, though it's provided for under the agreements. As for CP, it too has not presented any evidence. No shipper statements, no expert testimony, no rate analysis, no diversion analysis, not even a verified statement. Mere speculation. And what philosophical conjectures they do make do not show a substantial lessening of competition, creation of monopoly, or restraint of trade. The comments submitted by CP concentrate on the need to ensure the PAS remains a long-term viable rail carrier for competitive rail service in New England. But what CP doesn't fully acknowledge is that NS shares that exact precise goal. CP expresses concern that the rerouting of NS's intermodal traffic will leave PAS financially harmed, and the two future owners of PAS may not keep PAS viable over the long term. But NS is the last party who would want to see an erosion of PAS's viability. NS does not have the option to route traffic away from an NS-PAS routing, except for the two intermodal automotive trains on CSX's east-west line. As such, NS must maintain PAS's viability if NS is to maintain a competitive balance with CSX with respect to the remaining merchandise business. Indeed, the entire point of the various agreements is to maintain PAS as a viable entity so that NS can remain a competitive balance to CSX. Further, NS, as an owner of PAS, has every incentive to keep PAS viable over the long term. NS has 2 major intermodal facilities, 2 major automotive facilities, and the largest share of interchange merchandise traffic moving on PAS. NS will continue to have every economic incentive, a strong incentive, to keep PAS viable to ensure NS's continued access to this traffic. If CP were truly concerned, CP could have taken measures to protect it. Indeed, when Pan Am Southern was created, NS reached out to CP to offer them to partner with NS in creating Pan Am Southern. That offer was rejected. Here today, CP could have bid on Pan Am, but instead of acting in the marketplace, CP wants to use this agency to grant it conditions that may be in CP's interest, but certainly are not in the public interest. CP wants this agency to impose service and investment standards on PAS, conditions that have no precedent in any merger proceeding in recent memory and are not supported by any other party, including DOJ, and certainly not by the shipper community. CP wants such standards without any volume or rate commitments to route traffic over PAS. CP wants to impose cost upon the Pan Am system and to hamstring PAS's and NS's ability to react to ever-changing market conditions. Such conditions harm competition, not preserve it or enhance it. Certainly, CP will have no government-imposed service or investment standards on its lines serving the Northeast markets. CP concerns are misplaced. NS, B&E, other G&D railroads, and even CSX itself have every economic incentive to route as much traffic as possible, including CP traffic, over the PAS system. For some unforeseen reason, PAS's service declines, the necessary capital is not being invested, or NS is not benefiting from B&E's operations, NS has a remedy to fix that. NS can buy CSX's 50% interest or work with others to do so in partnership and competition. Finally, the transaction as currently presented not only preserves competition, but enhances it. NS, CSX, CP, G&W, Vermont Rail all have the continued ability to use a neutral PAS. NS has new premium routings over the CSX lines. The agreement with Vermont Rail gives them new routes and opportunities that they have never had before. And if for some reason none of the complex and carefully negotiated agreements work as intended, NS has a market-based remedy. In the end, the shippers and the railroads, indeed competition itself, are all much better with the transaction than without it, and NS urges its approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. I have a couple of questions, and I'm sure I will too. You present NS's interest in PAS with a considerable intensity, befitting of your skills. But I wonder why NS didn't send any of its operating or sales or marketing people to this hearing to talk from a business point of view why this is important. Not that your arguments aren't persuasive, but it did strike me that I saw that you were the only person coming here.
Well, and I appreciate that question. It is not our transaction, obviously. We're not the applicant. We're in effect a third-party innovator. And the fact that we don't have an NS person here is not an indication of the lack of influence or importance that NS sees on this. NS's position on the record is very clear. NS's testimony is very clear. Our evidence is very clear. I'm fully authorized to speak for NS, and if I can't answer one of your questions, I'm happy to go back to the client and ask it. So we thought that given that we were not an applicant, and given the tradition of non-applicants not having business persons, that and I was fully authorized that is the reason. And hopefully I can address your questions.
Yeah, I'm sure you can. I'd only say as a general principle, I've tried to dispense with a lot of STB traditions in the past and going forward. So let me ask the key question. if PAS is so important, and I don't doubt what you've suggested here, why didn't NS just buy it?
Well, we didn't need to. And the reason why we didn't need to is when we first went to speak with CSX about our concerns, we started to enter into these negotiations. And it became clear as these negotiations went on that we could maintain the structure of having a 50-50 joint venture by basically replacing one partner with another, and another partner that has a strong financial position, that has the ability to provide capital that wasn't always available by our previous partner. And so we decided, after the agreements were all negotiated, that our interests would be protected. And sometimes a joint venture is better than having just one party. You can share the costs of capital. You can, especially in this case where we've hired an independent neutral operator to operate it neutrally in a non-discriminatory fashion. So in that sense, there wasn't a need to buy it. And we've also negotiated the right to buy it if all of this fails. So we pretty much got everything we needed, plus enhanced competition, infrastructure improvements, 2 new trains on the CSX line. All of that would have not have been possible without this agreement.
Well, it strikes me that if we accept what CSX has told us, that A, they didn't want to buy it, B, they felt some compulsion not to buy it for fear that we might not like it. You were in a better position then. Once this deal goes through, if it does, your bargaining power to buy it will have changed, it strikes me.
Well, Chairman Oberman, actually in the agreement with our ability to buy it, the price is already set, there's parameters, so we actually do not lose our bargaining power because we've already put that contingency in place in the existing agreement.
So I don't know that this is in the public record, so I won't mention the time period, but your right to buy it at these predetermined limitations on the price expires, does it not?
I believe it does. Yes, you're correct.
Yeah. So then what happens?
Well, if we haven't exercised our right, and then we presumably at that point we haven't exercised our right because we're happy with our partner and we're happy with B&E. We have the ability to replace B&E at that point. And at that point, hopefully we would have had a period of time to work with our partner and work these things out. And if I think by that time, Chairman Oberman, we will know whether or not we need to buy this or continue as joint venture partners.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about, I believe it's the same time period. The agreement you have with CSX provides that they will keep the, I'm just quoting from their submission, to keep PAR system rates to connection with PAS at current levels with cost escalation for 7 years. Then what happens?
Well, then the marketplace will govern. And, again, we invested $400 million into this system. We have every incentive to put traffic over there. B&E has every incentive. You can't freeze marketplace conditions forever. And presumably, again, at that point, we will have either bought it or we're comfortable with the way that it is operating. So, it's not a permanent right, but it certainly gives us enough time to decide whether this is working or not.
One other area I just wanted to ask about, and then I'll turn it over to the others. As I understand the numbers, it's not, I don't think we have them with precision. The amount of intermodal traffic that you're running now on PAS would not fill up to a 9,000 foot train each way. So you've got some room to grow.
That's
a 9,000 foot double stack, correct?
Correct. That's a positive enhancement transaction.
But what happens when you've used up your capacity and you've filled up your 9,000 foot train each way? Then what are you going to do for intermodal?
Well, let's hope that happens, because at that point we can start working and looking at the Hoosac Tunnel and trying to improve the Hoosac Tunnel in sort of a public-private partnership. Of course, you're not going to do that unless that's in the public interest and unless the traffic is there. So that's what would happen. I mean, that would be a positive thing. Let's hope that happens because we're taking trucks off the road.
I didn't suggest it as a negative. I hope you fill up the 9,000 foot train too. I want every one of those containers off the highway. So we're on the same page there, but I'm just wondering where you go from there. Or do you go back to, what is it, filet and toupee?
That's true. Or we can continue to run, depending on the market conditions, we can also continue to run single stack at that point. You know, we don't have to, you know, and the Hoosac Tunnel, that route's not going away. So if there's additional additive service there, we can run single stack. And if that's not working and the market demands it, we'll work on improving that Hoosac Tunnel.
Well, that brings into play the your need to engage CSX to come in with their not veto capital improvements. And they may not, I can't see where they'll ever have the same interest that you will in spending money on the Hoosac Tunnel.
Well, you never know with public-private partnership available and the infrastructure money and funding. It's hard to gauge what type of percentage ownership or improvements or the cost of that would be. How much would be paid by NS, CSX, how much would be done by government. So, and again, if the market conditions actually justify that type of investment, you know, we do have some remedies. And then our ultimate check is if the market justifies that, you know, we can always buy the Pan Am Southern and alleviate that problem.
Right, and you're also subjecting yourself to the decision of an arbitrator as to whether it's worth investing in that tunnel. That's not the same decision as an entrepreneur would make necessarily if NS own the line. I mean, I just find you're putting yourself at some risk there as to the future that you don't control.
Yeah, that's why we had to reserve the right at a certain price to buy it, Chairman Orman. We look, we understand what you're saying, and we negotiated for that.
Yeah. Let me ask this question. I haven't seen any. I've been searching for it. Are there any estimates on what it would cost to do what needs into the Hoosac Tunnel to run double stack trains through there?
I don't know the answer to that, Chairman, but I'd be happy to get back with you.
I don't know that it's central to this trend, you know, to our decision making here, but it has been a puzzle to me as to just how costly that would be, what's prevented it from happening up to now. If there is even a ballpark estimate, and I've seen reference to the state of Massachusetts having some interest in participating in that decision. Obviously, there is potential for new federal infrastructure money made available for that kind of a P3 project. But it would be interesting, I think, for us to know what at least the ballpark estimate is for that work.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Could supply that to us.
Sure.
That's all I had for now, Bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick?
Hey, Bill, wondering if you could summarize kind of in practical terms what the service impact is of routing those intermodal automotive trains over to the southern route. What does that mean for customers, especially in light of supply chain issues we have going on?
Well, it certainly cuts transit times. It cuts we don't have to do the filet toupee operation. It's more efficient. It's on a mainline CSX route that is, kept at the highest standards. We can run it at faster speeds. We don't, as we've discussed, even the Pan Am Southern route is still pretty dang good, but it's this would improve the efficiencies and add densities to the operation. So it improves.
Do you have numbers around the transit time, Bill?
I can provide that. I don't believe that's in the record, but I can provide that.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Anyone else? Questions for Bill?
I have a couple. Hey, Bill, thanks for hanging in there. It was late in the afternoon. Appreciate that. Would it be fair to say that without access to the southern route, you guys maybe would rethink, moving forward on this merger agreement?
It's fair to say that if any part of the merger agreement is changed, we would reconsider moving forward with this transaction. That's how important the entire package is.
Right, but the southern route is pretty significant, though.
It is a significant part.
Okay. How, given the fact that, it's gonna enable you guys to move those, that 9,000 foot trains, and as you said, it's on a better track, and so you talk about reliability and improved efficiencies. What do you see going forward on the northern route? I mean, how much are you guys, now that you're taking that off and looking at the future of the northern route? I mean, what's your vision going forward for the northern route?
Well, we hope B&E as the operator who can operate this efficiently, plus with improvements in some of the infrastructure and air and other places, that the route now has, with taking off the intermodal train, it's going to have a lot of capacity. So everybody has an incentive now to put traffic over there and to focus on merchandise traffic. So that's the bread and butter. That's where Pan Am Southern makes most of its money. So there's complete economic incentive to focus on that.
So you guys don't really have any sort of vision to sort of go out and create business for Norfolk Southern on that line?
Well, we've invested $400 million, so we have every incentive to put traffic over that line. But B&E is really, as the contract operator with the pricing and the service, it all depends. It's all, so yes, we do have a economic incentive to move traffic over the line, just as we do today.
Right. So are you expecting more growth to happen on the northern route or the southern route, given this deal?
We're hoping for both. I mean, we haven't done a strategic study to, how much growth would be on the north or how much would be on the south. Certainly this southern route, since that's new service with double stack, we're expecting that to grow certainly over the long term if we're successful with our plan to move more trucks off the highways. We'd like to see growth in both.
Okay. So given that you're seeing growth in both, and given the access to the southern route, what's your timeline for the reestablishment of that connection in Voorheesville? It's not up and running now. You got to get that up set up. I mean, what's the process? Walk me through the process of getting that up and operational. Because again, nothing goes through there until that gets fixed.
That is correct, Vice Chairman, and we think we can get that done in the time period while the labor negotiations are taking place, while the implementing agreements are put in place, and so that by the time there is a changeover to the B&E operations, that will be in place. It's hard to say exact time, but we don't see that taking any longer than it would take to get the B&E out there to get that done.
Yeah. And last question. So how long do you expect it to take? I know there has to be other work on the southern line before you can start putting those double stacks up. I mean, when do you guys expect to be fully operational on the southern route?
It's hard to estimate. We've heard anywhere from 6 months to a year. It just kind of depends on when all of the infrastructure improvements are done and when the trains can start running. Certainly we have every economic incentive to do it as soon as possible, but I don't think we have we can't give you an exact time frame, exact deadline.
Right. I'm not asking. I'm just, what's the optimum time that you guys are hoping to get? Because again, you got to get Voorheesville up and running. You got to get a couple other things. So what's on that? What's that timeline?
I mean, we'd like to get it done in 6 months, but that's our hope.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions for Bill?
I have since for the board members and Mr. Chairman, I've been told that it would be an estimate of $300 million for the tunnel.
Okay. Thank you.
Still owe you the transit times.
Yeah. All right, Bill, I think you've escaped.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
All right, it's getting late, it's 5 o'clock. I would, can you think we can get through panel 2 and then take a short break, everybody? Comfortable with that? All right, I would like to call up panel 2. And just because it's taken most of the day doesn't mean that I don't have a soft spot in my heart for local elected representatives, because I once was that. Greatly respect your interest and desire to participate and give us your views. So let me call up State Senator Adam Hines, the former Connecticut Deputy Speaker and State Representative David McCluskey, Massachusetts State Rep John Barrett III, New Hampshire State Senator Regina Birdsell, and another Massachusetts State Senator Patrick O'Connor. Is everybody, are all 5 of you there? I see Mr. Hines, Mr. McCluskey, Mr. Barrett. That's 3. Who am I missing? Ms. Birdsell and Mr. O'Connor. Are you on?
I'll text Senator O'Connor and find out where he is.
Okay. He may have lost patience with us. I wouldn't blame him. But in order to move along, if you don't mind, why don't we start, Senator Hines, with you?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the board. I appreciate the process that you're undertaking, and I appreciate you giving us the space to contribute to it. So good evening to all of you. I'm currently the Massachusetts State Senator representing the 52 westernmost municipalities in the State Senate. And I'm here to relay the perspective that there is a genuine resurgence in rail, in passenger rail in Western Massachusetts at the moment, elevating the importance of this decision and our attention to it. And right now in our small corner of the country, where Representative Barrett is as well, we have 4 new passenger rail services in the works, 1 underway, and 3 more under study or ready to begin. And so I would say that this resurgence in passenger rail is viewed with considerable excitement and urgency here. Not least of which is because we view this and rail as a part of how we adapt to a changing economy in a new COVID reality, where people can live and work from anywhere. And so in a region like mine, for it to survive, and this is a region characterized by population decline and recent census counts, we need investments in basic infrastructure, and we need to put in place the basic infrastructure like internet and like transportation, and namely rail connections with economic centers. These allow people to enjoy lower cost of living outside of urban areas, a high quality of life, and much more. So importantly, we are on the cusp, as you've heard today, of one significant service in particular that I wanted to come to talk about that will contribute to making such a regional economic connection. And that's the Berkshire Flyer passenger rail service from New York City to Pittsfield, Massachusetts in Berkshire County, here in Western Massachusetts. It's ready to start this summer as a result of years of study and preparation by Amtrak, by the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, and in coordination with CSX. The pilot would start as seasonal weekend service, i.e. incredibly limited in scope, and it would cover about 35 miles from Albany to Pittsfield in an effort to connect the rail from Manhattan up to Albany and over to Pittsfield. Now, as I have previously testified, and I know others have as well, in written form for myself, that we've been concerned about the level of cooperation encountered by CSX in the process of promoting critical passenger rail lines. I'm here now as someone who is changing my perspective on that. Recently, as has been noted today, CSX has conditionally made a commitment to the Berkshire Flyer, and we hope that this commitment truly continues to move forward in the positive direction that it is today. It's that type of positive relationship to meet regional economic needs in both the movement of goods and people that will strengthen CSX, in my view, and its customers because entire regions of the country will be able to flourish. I should note that, of course, this includes not only the Berkshire Flyer, but also the proposed east-west passenger rail from Pittsfield to Springfield to Boston, which is just so critical for connecting our Commonwealth. This is my vision for how CSX can engage positively with the communities it serves. And I'm grateful that this is what I'm experiencing, this positive interaction and engagement in the most recent period. For that reason, I look forward to continued close work with CSX, and I look forward to them continuing to meet necessary conditions as they work to expand their footprint in providing critical rail services through our region. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time and consideration.
Senator Hines, just one question. I assume I know the answer, but I take it you're pleased with the commitment that CSX filed with us just last night with Amtrak.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think with the understanding that any kind of capital investment would be contingent on the outcomes of the pilot. So we're hoping that this pilot is at least 2 years, in large part, so that we can see the numbers outside of an Omicron surge and outside of maybe a COVID moment. And so, and also we're trying to market into a New York market, which takes some time and effort given the size. And so this is a multi-year effort, and then working through how we make sure that we're not interfering with critical freight coverage into Worcester and beyond is something that we're all on board with, and we understand its importance of working together here.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative McCluskey.
Good evening, Chairman Oberman. First of all, for full disclosure, I want to say that I was at the University of Chicago with the College Democrats when you were the alderman on the north side. And I want to say for the record that serving in the Chicago City Council, especially during the council wars with Abe Radoliak and Harold Washington, is far more difficult than being a member of the Connecticut General Assembly. So I just want to say that for the record.
But David, not more difficult than being chairman of the STB.
That may be, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Just for the record, to the members of the Surface Transportation Board, I am David McCluskey, the former Deputy Speaker for the Connecticut House of Representatives. I was a longtime member of the Transportation Committee, and I was co-chair of the Transportation Bonding Subcommittee. In that last position, I worked on a landmark transportation funding bill, which dedicated monies for freight railroads for the first time in many years, as well as revitalizing the Hartford line for commuter service and the purchase of new passenger cars for the New Haven line. Since I left the legislature, I've maintained my advocacy for freight rail. In particular, I've communicated with both state and local public officials about the importance of freight rail, including this proposed purchase of Pan Am by CSX. Why do I care about freight rail? I believe it serves, I believe this merger and freight rail in general serve many important public policy goals, in particular, reducing highway congestion, reducing damage to roads and bridges, improving air quality, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. I also want to say I can confirm the representations of Mr. Boychuk earlier regarding the quality of Pan Am Southern in Connecticut. I actually have high railed the line that Pan Am Southern owns in Connecticut from Berlin, Connecticut to Waterbury, and it is in a state of poor repair. I actually toured it as recently as April of 2021 because of an interest I had. There was a development going on in Plainville, Connecticut, which was very near the remnants of a rail line that's still in operation. It's called the Canal Route, and I was very disappointed on the quality. And in contrast, and I will say there have been numerous derailments on that route, and there have been numerous complaints of a lack of responsiveness of Pan Am regarding those derailments, and some complaints by some of the shippers that Pan Am interfaces with. In contrast,
I have worked with Genesee, Wyoming. As you know, they represent they have 3 other lines in Connecticut, and I've not received any of the complaints that regarding the lines that they have in Connecticut. In contrast to the complaints I've heard about Pan Am, I know that the G&W has worked with not only state officials but federal officials in improving the Palmer line. And one other thing I did want to say is that prior to the state of Massachusetts buying the Connecticut River route from Springfield to the Vermont border, that line was in such poor condition that the Amtrak Vermonter had to get off the route at Springfield and take a G&W route, the Palmer line, north. When the state of Massachusetts bought it, they brought it into a state of good repair, but under Pan Am Southern at the time, it was in a real poor condition. So I think G&W works well in Connecticut. They are a great partner to work with, and I think bringing another Class 1 railroad into the state of Connecticut, a much more active presence, will only serve to increase the likelihood that more freight gets diverted to rail in Connecticut. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, David. Any questions? All right. Thank you very much. And you obviously had great success in Connecticut politics, having gotten schooled at the University of Chicago.
Thank you.
I'm sure. All right. Representative Barrett.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if I'm at the wrong hearing after what I just heard about the Hoosick Tunnel, but before I get into my formal testimony here, I'd like to encourage the members that maybe you've already read it and go back and read about the construction of the Hoosick Tunnel and what a masterful feat it was some 145, 150 years ago, and why I will say in this testimony beforehand, if they don't do more than what I just heard, there will be a new revolution in the state of Massachusetts. But that being said, let me first of all thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to talk about the proposed acquisition of the Pan Am Railways by CX. As a state representative from the 1st Berkshire District of Massachusetts, I feel compelled to offer testimony today regarding this acquisition of Pan Am by CSX. The testimony I'm giving today is based upon what I have observed in my previous experience as mayor of the city of North Adams for 26 years and my 4+ years as state representative from the 1st Berkshire District. During my time as mayor and representative, I had a unique and interesting perspective as I saw firsthand how Pan Am operated during my time as mayor and later as state representative. I can say quite honestly that I can never recall anything remotely nice about my dealings with them. In my interactions with officials from that company, Pan Am I found them to be most uncooperative in most situations. When making any type of request to them, their favorite word was usually no. Whether it was getting them to slow trains down in certain stretches along the route, getting approval to build a railroad crossing for a new industrial park, even getting them to stop the practice of running engines of a parked train in a neighborhood for over 24 hours in duration was ignored. They didn't seem to care about it being a nuisance or the impact those emissions were going to have on the surrounding environment. They didn't care about the people it impacted or the pollution that they were spreading. The arrogance displayed by the company officials was something I had never experienced before, nor have I experienced since. All I heard from them say from every time that I spoke with them that the federal and state laws have given us a lot of power and there isn't much a local community or state can do about it. While certainly this may be true, this condescending approach is unacceptable and of critical importance to me. Our railroads must be operated efficiently and also in the best interest of the abutters as well as the users. I have heard much in today's testimony about how protecting the public Yet I have not seen over the past 30 years that happening, the real public that is out there. I want a company that not only makes good business decisions, but also acts in the best interest of the communities they are in. When I hear the words protect the public, just who is this public? I've tried my hardest to forget those prior experiences with Pan Am, but they just sit with me. And I have tried to be objective. It, however, all comes back around to how railroads deal with people and communities and with the public in general, how they interact with their neighbors. Pan Am never cared about building relationships. The question before this board is whether the acquisition by CSX of Pan Am will be in the best interest of the region they will interact with, and as well as their users. Will there be an improvement if CSX requires Pan Am? Will they protect the real public who they interact with every day? It is all about business and making money, and we understand that, and I'm all for it. But it is the greater public, is the greater public being served? I would like to address an issue which is of great importance to those who live in the rural areas of Massachusetts and other places in New England. That I represent one of the greatest concerns I have about CSX acquiring Pan Am is that of passenger service from Boston to Albany, New York. Since the last census 10 years ago, only 2 counties in Massachusetts have lost population, Franklin County and Berkshire County. These 2 counties are contiguous and they are both served by rail, which is owned by Pan Am and is often referred to as the Northern Tier Rail Line. Due to the persistence of my colleagues in the legislature, the Mass Department of Transportation has begun a study to determine the feasibility of whether commuter service between Boston and North Adams is doable. Pan Am has never shown any interest in passenger service along the Northern Tier. If the Northern Berkshires and Franklin County hopes to see any significant growth over the next decade, it must have 2 things happen: improve broadband, which is being addressed in Congress with the ARPA money and in the state of Massachusetts, and passenger service from Boston to North Adams at least. People are moving west and workplaces are changing. With adequate passenger service, the benefits to these counties will be enormous. When I met with CSX officials, they assured me that they would take a serious look at commuter service along the Northern Tier. I'm now questioning whether I met with the correct people. Passenger service along the stretch of railroad is critical to the economic growth of Northern Berkshire County. And I was very direct in letting them know that they better be serious in honoring their commitment to explore commuter service on the Northern Tier. I also told them if they didn't follow through on their commitment, I would become their worst nightmare. While I can't be sure that it will happen, my statement originally said, I am confident. I was confident the CSX will honor their commitment. The involvement of Genesee and Wyoming in this transaction will provide the experience and expertise in bringing commuter service to the Northern Tier if it is done right. As a Class 1 railroad, CSX will have more resources available to make the necessary investments needed. And there are many safety issues which must be addressed. The Hoosick Tunnel, which was previously referenced, was closed nearly 2 months in 2020 due to structural wear and tear, according to the words of a spokesman from Pan Am. CSX will have the necessary resources to not only maintain this historic tunnel, but also to begin upgrading the tunnel itself. As stated today, double stack freight trains will not be able to use this historic tunnel. And it also should be noted that when I reference reading about the history of this and how it was built and the lives that were lost in building it, and then they tell me in the year of 2022 that it can't be fixed and made available at a reasonable price, it's almost laughable. When I first learned of the potential acquisition by CSX, I was unsure as to whether it would be in the best interest of the region I represent. I don't like everything associated with a merger, but the positives far outweigh the negatives. I hope that if this acquisition is approved, the CSX will live up to their commitments they have made and provide us with the best railroad possible. It's what we deserve, and we should take nothing less. And I hope that the board will work to ensure that these rail companies keep their promises and commitments, especially ensuring that the commitments and statements made today by the representatives from the interests here will be kept. As public officials, this type of hearing is usually our first and last chance we may have an influence how rail service is provided. I would ask that the board consider, I can no longer support this when the information that I received in this testimony today about the Hoosick Tunnel and the lack of commitment to the northern tier. It is a must, and it has to be looked at very carefully. We're no different than anybody else, and we deserve to have the same attention paid to us. Mr. Chairman, I thank you and the board today for allowing me to testify here. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Barrett. I just have one question. Have you submitted any of your comments in writing to us?
No, but I certainly will.
Well, I would like to, you referenced commitments in your discussions with CSX, and without, extending the hearing because it's late in the day.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just interrupt, I've been here since 9:30 this morning too. So I'm willing to stay a few extra minutes.
All right, well, I appreciate that. What I'd like to do is, so that it's clear, is if you would submit to us, perhaps in a written comment, if you had the time, what you understand the commitments that CSX made in your discussions with them. They may not be the same commitments they're willing to make to us. That has different legal consequences. But I'd at least like to know what you understand CSX and B&E, if you've talked to them about it, what kind of commitments they have made, at least to you and to your community. That would be important for us to know.
I certainly will, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and with precision, because we're dealing with, a legal decision that we have to make one way or the other.
Well, I'd like to make it clear the commitment, and I can say this verbally today, that they would take a long, hard look at it. But I will put that in writing or anything that you would like.
And are you specifically referring to a commuter type service to North Adams as distinguished from another Amtrak train?
The commuter service would going from Boston, basically along the northern tier, of which the state of Massachusetts has now begun a feasibility study on to address.
All right. So, well, I much appreciate that. Precision in language is the key for us. So that's why I wanted you to be specific. Patrick.
Robert, please. No, I just real quick, John, I want to tell you, I appreciate your comments. I hope I speak for everyone on the board. I've been here a little over a year, but I can tell you that the public interest weighs very heavily on the minds of folks, members here on the board. We discussed this quite a bit, and we fully recognize how much public interest plays in this decision as well. And so, I take your comments very seriously, and just wanted you to know that I believe the board does too, moving forward.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I very much appreciate the comments as well. I just want to ask a quick clarifying question. Representative Barrett, would you say that your concerns about the commitment to the Hoosick Tunnel are caused or exacerbated by the transaction, or is it that it's just not the parties to the transaction haven't made the commitment that you would like to see?
No, they made a commitment that they would look at it. They didn't make a commitment they build or do anything, but they made a commitment. But I'm hearing testimony from the speaker on the Northern Southern, his name I can't even think of right now, but you know I'm referring to, that basically they don't even know if they're going to go ahead with this deal and things like that concerning the Hoosick Tunnel. I should have been speaking to them.
Yeah, what I'm asking though is, given your past interactions with Pan Am and the Norfolk Southern is a joint owner already, as it stands today, absent any transaction, there would still be this very serious concern you're raising.
Yes.
In fact, it would probably be greater than post-transaction.
Yes, yes, absolutely. They had to close it down. I don't know what's inside that tunnel, but from what I'm told, it's in a dangerous situation. Immediate work, it should be addressed immediately. I mean, they closed down for 2 months I believe back in April of 2020. There's been other concerns. There's been washouts. It's a serious situation which has to be addressed. But I'm listening to the money transactions from the Southern Railroad and of what they're going to talk. It's going to take a lot of money, and I'm assuming that because of the Class 1 designation be given to CSX, they would be addressing that. Because one thing that I've known, and I'm not a railroad authority by any stretch, was I did know that double stack cars weren't going to be able to get through there. And I said, my God, that's going to be perfect for more rail transportation. So if that doesn't happen and they can't fix that and what's going to happen now? That throws something into this that I think has to be taken into consideration. Who's going to pay for it?
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Barrett.
Thank you.
And if there are no other questions, we will go to Senator Birdsall. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to say good afternoon or good evening at this point. And thank you for allowing me to weigh in on this critical transaction to enhance freight rail operations in New England that's pending before you today. My name, for the record, is Senator Regina Birdsall. I have proudly served my state since 2010, representing Hampstead and Kingston in the House of Representatives for 4 years and the State Senate now for almost 8 years. In my current capacity, I also serve as chair of the New Hampshire State Senate Transportation Committee. So therefore, I have a vested interest in seeing our transportation system managed most safely and efficiently. As a dedicated public servant with a deep knowledge of the ways and means of transportation in New Hampshire and the greater New England region, I'd like to express my complete support for the proposed merger between CSX and Pan Am Railways. I believe this merger will bring forth numerous benefits to New England by improving our infrastructure and our environment and the economy. CSX has made it clear it is committed to investing heavily in Pan Am's rail infrastructure, which is in dire need of increased maintenance and modernization. The necessary repairs and upgrades are simply not feasible for Pan Am financially, but they are for CSX, a Class 1 railroad with a stellar reputation, which is in part why I stand behind the deal. By implementing its best-in-class operations and elevating the current infrastructure to the company's high operational and service standards, freight and passenger rail operations in New England will significantly improve. This will bring with it many benefits to freight rail and to the businesses that depend on it, as well as the passenger rail companies that rely on the shared infrastructure. Excuse me. Furthermore, this would bring additional Class 1 rail service into New England. The infrastructure improvements that will be made possible by CSX's investment will advance the Pan Am network capabilities far beyond what they are currently, which will lead to improved safety and enhanced maintenance. This transaction will be a benefit for my constituents as CSX's investment will make both passenger and freight services far more safe and efficient. The environmental benefits are also significant given CSX's record of investing in and implementing new technologies to make rail operations more effective and sustainable. CSX is the most fuel-efficient freight rail operator in the United States, moving 1 ton of freight, 533 miles on a single gallon of fuel, something I wish my car would do. Expanded train capacity will greatly reduce the number of trucks operating in the New England region, which means that there will be less congestion on the road, fewer pollutants in the air, including emissions of greenhouse gases. Their commitment to efficiency and sustainability is extremely encouraging, and I believe that New England stands to benefit for decades to become one of the company's strategic forward thinking. It is my duty as a representative and a senator of the people of New Hampshire to advocate for and support opportunities that foster economic development, increase the quality of life, and benefit the communities that we serve. It is for these reasons that I fully support CSX's proposed acquisition of Pan Am Railways. And I'm open to any questions if I can.
Senator, thank you so much for staying with us throughout this long day. Much appreciated.
I got some of my Christmas decorations down. So
I hope everybody was productive while they were listening. Any questions for Senator Birdsell? All right, thank you all. Senator O'Connor apparently had another commitment. So I would like to somehow, if we can communicate to him, to let him know we will hear him tomorrow if he can appear. Perhaps Senator Hines, I don't mean to get involved with the local political relationships, but I'm taking it that you know him well enough that maybe you can let him know to contact our people, either Scott Zimmerman or Valerie Quinn, and we'll arrange for him to speak when he's available tomorrow if he still wants to.
Will do. Thanks.
Yeah, would much appreciate it. At this point, the next panel is panel 3. One of the members of that panel had to beg off as well and is going to testify tomorrow. That leaves 4 people. I'd like to take a 10-minute break. We've been going here for a couple of hours, and I'm sure people need a quick break and get back and hear from panel 3. And depending on the length of time that takes, I'd still like to see if we could hear from panel 4 this afternoon. But if we can't, we'll start with panel 4 in the morning. So with that, it is 5:33. Let's get back here at 5:43 with panel 3. For those people who are listening, just so we know, it's Seth Hankowski, Dean Boylan, Robert Brown, and Stephen Cushman. See you all in now 9 minutes. Thank you. All right, everybody, we are back in session. I'd like to call up panel 3, Seth Hankowski, who is representing All States Asphalt, Dean Boylan, who represents Boston Sand and Gravel, Robert Brown, Bracco Oil, and Stephen Cushman, Cushman Lumber. And I think we'll start in that order. Mr. Hankowski, are you here? I wonder if he had to leave. Well, let's go to the next person and maybe he'll come back. And I see Dean Boylan, so I know he's there. So, Mr. Boylan, why don't you take the floor?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and board members. Very much appreciate the opportunity to give my views on the transaction. I know obviously we're running late, so I'll try to make this very brief. My name is Dean Boylan. I'm the president of Boston Sand and Gravel Company located in Boston, Mass. I'm also the president of 2 of our wholly owned subsidiaries. One is the New Hampshire North Coast Railroad. Another is Ossipee Aggregates, both located in Ossipee, New Hampshire. Boston Sand was founded in 1914. We produce and deliver ready-mix concrete throughout the Boston area. And we have participated in many of the large infrastructure projects in downtown Boston, obviously all of the building in downtown Boston. Ossipee is a wholly owned subsidiary which operates in Ossipee, New Hampshire, and produces construction aggregate for our Boston operations. New Hampshire North Coast is another wholly owned subsidiary, which is a 42-mile long short line railroad founded in 1985. It connects, the short line connects Ossipee Aggregates to the Pan Am main line and in Rollinsford, New Hampshire. We have worked with Pan Am, Springfield Terminal, and prior to them, the Boston Main, since the 1960s. And our operation now in Boston, frankly, is totally dependent on rail, which connects our main aggregate source to our ready-mix operations. So I am here to speak in support of the merger of Springfield Terminal into CSX Transportation. I believe I've been told that our small little 42-mile short line is the largest in terms of tonnage moved in New Hampshire. We move approximately 6,000 cars per year in our short line. Roughly 5,000 of those cars are moved to our internal operations, both in Rochester, New Hampshire, and all the way down to Boston. We move roughly another 1,000 cars for outside customers, propane, steel, waste oil. I believe later on you will be hearing from our propane customer. Obviously, very critical that we get good service and give them good service for the winter months throughout New Hampshire. The cars that are short line ships connecting to the main line takes approximately 16 to 17,000 trucks off the road annually and allows us to operate seamlessly in our main operation. We've had a good, very strong relationship with the Springfield terminal over many years, and we're looking forward to continuing that strong relationship with CSX. We feel that our short line will have better access to national markets with this transaction. And we feel that we will have continued efficient, reliable, and safe service with the commitment that CSX has made to invest in the infrastructure. So we are strongly in support of this transaction. And I very much appreciate the time that you've afforded me. Thank you.
Well, thank you much, Mr. Borland. I appreciate your patience and taking the time to stay with us. And I don't have any questions. Do any of the other members? No, very well stated. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much.
All right. Robert Brown, Brocco Oil Company.
Yes, sir. How you doing, Mr. Chairman? And thank
Doing
you.
Well, thank you.
Good. I know it's a long day, and thank you, board members, for giving me the opportunity to speak. And I'll just give you a brief intro to what we do. I'm the owner of Brocco Oil. I was a startup company out of the military in 2007. So we started selling heating oil as our base. And as we've grown, a lot of word of mouth, we've become especially a big player in the biodiesel movement that we started in 2019 when we purchased an old property in Haverhill, Massachusetts, where we now operate our biodiesel terminal. So that is our headquarters. In 2019, when we first opened it, there was no real green incentives available. That is now fully underway for the Northeast and getting ourselves to a carbon neutral for heating oils and diesel fuel. So these new incentives that just took place this year has really increased the volume of our biodiesel imports. And so not only are we supporting ourselves with the transportation of biodiesel into our terminal and selling that into the markets to the Northeast, we've realized we have a really good strategic location to give the Northeast these incentives by the capacity we have in Haverhill. So it's been a really joy to deal with Pan Am as we started, bringing in one car at a time. They really worked with us to help grow our business. And even with the local rail yard, the service has been really, really good. So I can only imagine the merger with Pan Am and Springfield Terminal Railway will only be better with CSX. And dealing with a single rail line will increase our opportunities to import more biodiesel by enabling us to capture all the opportunities with these suppliers that are mostly situated in the Midwest and California. So my company and I really look forward to working with the CSX team, expanding our opportunities and getting the Northeast to carbon neutral, with CSX being our main support and supplier.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brown. I love hearing carbon neutral.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Brown?
This is not a question, but maybe more of a comment. First of all, Mr. Brown, thank you for your service. And then secondly, I hope you're going to have a great future in selling biodiesel to the railroads.
Yes, that is our plan. We have strong initiatives in place, and that was one of the things I was looking forward to, is helping. We have our partnership with REG selling distillate biodiesel. I think that would be amazing to have an opportunity to help you and your team as well reach that goal. So we look forward to working with you guys.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. So our next witness is Stephen Cushman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. And I just have some very brief remarks to hopefully finish out the day here. My name is Stephen Cushman. I am Vice President of Cushman Lumber Company. We are a family-owned lumber trading company located in Charlestown, New Hampshire. We have 2 sidings at our facility that are jointly served by Pan Am Southern and Genesee and Wyoming. One of the sidings is exclusively served by Pan Am Southern. So we are in full support of the CSX Pan Am merger, in that it should allow us to access some new markets that CSX can connect to that we weren't able to access previously. So we are in full support of this and am open to questions. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Cushman. That was short, sweet.
We love a man, a few words.
Yeah.
Straight to the point. I like that.
Less is more. All right. Are there any questions for Mr. Cushman? Okay. And has Mr. Hankowski rejoined us, or did we lose for the evening? All right. Well, perhaps we can somehow communicate with him and let him speak tomorrow if he's still available. So thank you very much, panel 3. Much appreciate your patience. And with that, let's move on to panel 4. The panel 4 is 5 folks. Vince Papariello from the Hub Group, Rich Spallone from Greater Boston Transload, Dustin Ullman from Swift Transportation, Brian Law from Law Logistics, and Stephen DiCarlo, Javelin Global Commodities. So let's, I'm looking to see who is showing up on the screen. I'm not seeing anybody, but is Mr. Papariello there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can't see you, but I can hear you. There you
Yeah,
are.
my video is not loading. Let's try this again. There we go.
There you are. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the STB. Thank you for allowing me to speak at this hearing. I'm Vince Papariello, President of Intermodal and Chief Solutions Officer for Hub Group. Hub Group is one of the key domestic intermodal service providers in North America. We're a major carrier to and from Boston and the New England market, and we primarily rely on Norfolk Southern's direct intermodal rail services to and from their Air Massachusetts intermodal ramp. Our customer base includes some of the largest retail, CPG, and durable goods shippers in North America. The Norfolk Southern services allow us to offer these shippers competitive and economical options for their shipping needs between New England and the rest of North America. The current Norfolk Southern service is challenged because it relies on that route that transits through the Hoosick Tunnel. The tunnel, as we've heard, does not have the necessary clearance for double stack intermodal, so it adds additional touches to the containers and time while limiting the overall capacity in the route. In 2021, the performance of schedule has run actually only around 20%, and the route has been limited by volume metering 18 weeks of the year. So according to the application submitted by CSX, the proposed transaction will preserve critical access for Norfolk Southern to New England. My understanding is the agreement reached between CSX and Norfolk Southern will preserve competitive rail options, will increase fluidity of rail operations in New England. In particular, CSX and NS have stated they will invest capital to open the route to double stack, and this investment will expand capacity, reduce manual workflow, lower operating expense, and lead to improved service and reliability. Having these competitive options is a key benefit of this transaction, and importantly for Hub Group, the proposed transaction will significantly expand intermodal rail transportation in New England by facilitating that clear double-stacked route on Norfolk Southern and CSX. So Hub Group, as a major shipper on NS, supports this proposed merger and believes that our business, along with our customers, will benefit from approval of the transaction. We also believe this merger will increase competition in the region by creating multiple high service and competing rail options for the New England market, which in turn could translate into shipments moving off of trucks and onto the rail, reducing CO2 emissions and reducing traffic and congestion. So we respectfully ask the board to give the proposed transaction, including the NS's trackage right, your full and fair consideration, consistent with applicable statutes and regulations. And I do appreciate the time and your consideration, and take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Pepperell. Just one quick one. You do not ship on CSX into New England, just NS?
We do not. We are entirely on the Norfolk Southern Railroad.
All right. I think Patrick had a question.
Thank you. I know that Hub Group keeps a close eye on its metrics, and I'm sort of wondering, you mentioned the single stack Hoosac Tunnel issue. What does that mean in practical terms for delay for shippers?
Yeah, so you heard Norfolk Southern talk earlier. They have to run what they call a fillet to pay operation at their the ramp in the Albany market. So we ship, from Chicago through Albany. When the train hits Albany, they have to pull off the top layer, create a second single stack train to run through the tunnel. And the same thing from Air Massachusetts back. They have to go single stack and then reformulate a double stack train. So that double stack is going to reduce our cost. They'll be able to be more competitive in price because they're not running as long a train. They're double stacked. They're going to take out all those work events in Albany. We've been constrained in capacity in that corridor for years. There's a great opportunity to take trucks off the road, and this transaction and opening it up to double stack for both Norfolk Southern and CSX will create a much stronger competitive environment and create more capacity in the corridor.
And it's your view both that the double stack enables better pricing, but also that fewer work events will increase reliability, decrease transit times?
Absolutely.
And do you have any expectation for on that latter part, any numbers that you could put around that? I know I asked NS the same question, but I'm just wondering as you project out your business.
Yeah, that it's really tough to say until they actually execute it. But I would envision the transit's going to increase by at least a day. And maybe two, and capacity, just by definition has to double.
Thank you.
All right.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Pepperello? All right. Thank you very much. Next.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Rich Spallone.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and other members. I'm the president and owner of Greater Boston Transload. We have an operation. We've been fortunate enough to have an operation in North Billerica at the headquarters for the Pan Am Railways. We occupy probably about 10 acres of space that was unused. And in 2014, they gave us the opportunity to create a good business there. And we've been very, very fortunate with the executive team at the Pan Am and everything they've been able to do to assist us and help us with our growth. We started with 2 employees and we're up to 10. And this merger, having the CSX come in, it would be just very welcome to us. It opens up more markets for us to be transloading. We've been not able to be so competitive on products and materials coming from the West Coast through the Chicago Gateway. So that's really going to enhance our product offering and what we can do for our existing customer base. And we also transload some liquid chemical that goes into the MWRA's treatment facilities, namely Deer Island in Boston, which treats the water there. And having that product readily available in a much better flow will definitely help our business and our customers' business as well. So we really welcome this this transaction and look for favorable approval. So it'd be very good for us.
All right. Thank you very much. Any questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Spallone. Much appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Is Mr. Ullman here? There he is. Dustin Ullman, you're up.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me and allowing me to address the board today. Coming to you, we believe that the acquisition from the CSX is a great opportunity for the American supply chain overall. We think with the increased capacity that it will generate, the strong operational background that the CSX will bring into the market, as well as allowing the NS to compete throughout New England, Albany, and as well into air, is something that will bring a significant amount of value to the overall supply chain of our customers. So we're confident in the B&E's ability to operate and we're excited about the potential increase in competitiveness that the NS will have, and the ability for us as well as Hub Group to compete for customer share heading into New England on a product that would be significantly improved over what many customers experience today. So we're fully supportive of this acquisition and hope you guys give it consideration, and can take any questions or comments that you guys may have.
Thank you, Mr. Ullman. Any questions? All right. Again, much appreciate your patience and sticking out through the day. We know it was a long day. Mr. Law, I am told, could not stay, and hopefully we'll be able to testify tomorrow. Is Stephen DiCarlo still with us?
Yes, sir. Yes. Hi, Mr. Chairman.
Hello.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Steve DiCarlo, Vice President of Fuel Management for Javelin Global Commodities. I'll give you a little quick background on Javelin. It's a global commodities marketing, trading, logistics, procurement. We're focused on coal, steel, oil, and gas, green carbon, renewable fuels, and logistics overall. It's headquartered in London, England, with approximately 85 employees. Javelin currently manages over 70 million tons of commodities in 2021 and has become the largest user of bulk commodity transport in North America, including 60 million tons of commodities on the U.S. railways. So we deal with all the Class 1 railroads in the U.S., primarily moving coal. Also move 25 million tons of commodities through U.S. ports and over 1,000 barges and 250 ocean-going vessels. So Javelin has a pretty large footprint in logistics. Short and sweet, we have some current customers in the New England area, so we certainly support CSX's plans to invest in the Pan Am network, and the acquisition will support our business initiatives with current customers and hopefully future customers. One of the things that CSX should bring with this acquisition is some stability and operational consistency, which is what we need if we're going to grow our business in the New England area. So I think, and dealing with the CSX for many years, we truly understand how they operate. They are a first-class operation, and they do have the funds to invest in Pan Am and bring it up to what we think will be a very successful end. So, so we wholeheartedly support CSX's acquisition of Pan Am.
All right. Thank you, Mr. DiCarlo.
You're very welcome.
Any questions? All right. I see some tired faces out there. But not Patrick. He's raring to go. So should we call up 3 more panels tonight, Patrick? So I think it's been a very, very productive day. We will recess at this time until 9:30 Eastern tomorrow morning. And we will begin promptly with panel 5. I think everybody knows it's 3 people, just for people who aren't looking. It's Amtrak, the DOT from state of Massachusetts, and Canadian Pacific. We'll begin promptly at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you all. Thank you for all your productive involvement and contributions. See you in the morning. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you.